And so it's time to head then to the Jeddah Corniche circuit for the dynamic group stages once more as we head into the new round of R1. Hello everyone and welcome back. Obviously over the last couple of weeks we've been dealing with the Fuji Speedway, which has been thrilling, exciting, especially with the Group B and C matches. But we're back to Group A and D. We're talking about who's winning the round overall. We're talking about who's being relegated from A and who's being promoted from D. And of course here in Saudi Arabia. It's myself, Lewis McGlade. It's still Ewan O'Leary in the corner. Can't get rid of him. George Morgan didn't want it back. He's terrified of coming back into the comms booth. But we're ready to go. We had a great time though last week, and I'm pretty sure we're in for some good racing here today as well.
Yeah, exactly. It feels different, doesn't it, when Group B and C are on and it's that weight round. But this does decide the overall winner of the round, and that carries with it its own importance as well. We'll get to see how Mouse will do in Group A after getting promoted from Group B 7 days ago as well. Quick turnaround for them, but a good time to get going for them. See if they can knock out Coanda and Redline, which would be a big story this afternoon if they could manage that.
Very much so, and they only got through by the skin of their teeth last round, but we'll have to wait and see. I think they're going to fit in nicely here with Group A, and then Group D, it's all about promotion and trying to get their way up into Group C, which had its fair share of drama when it came to who was being promoted obviously a couple of weeks ago, the last time we saw Groups A and D out in action. If you're hearing us say Groups A, B, C, D and kind of not really understanding how this format works, well, we've got a little bit of a format explainer to tell you how this season is going to unfold.
The RENNSPORT R1 season is about to start with a new format, and here's everything you need to know. The championship is split up into two parts. The regular season, containing seeding stage and dynamic group stage, followed by the major at the Esports World Cup. The regular season starts off with 3 seeding rounds. Those are your typical R1 style tournaments in which drivers will be collecting points based on their finishing position, whilst the top 6 in each race will progress into the next round. The points scored by each of the drivers will accumulate towards the points tally of their team. The dynamic group stage separates teams into 4 groups, initially based on the points accumulated during the seeding stage. In rounds 4 through 7, 2 groups will play each week. At the end of the races for that round, the team with the least points scored in its group gets demoted to the one below, whilst the highest scorer per group moves one up. Their position at the end of that week determines the number of championship points they accumulate. As an example, number 1 in the top group, Group A, will receive 12 points, while number 2 in Group C will receive 5. Round 8 is the final round of the dynamic group stage before the major, and the first chance for teams to qualify for the finale at the Esports World Cup. To qualify, you either have to be the best scoring team in Group A or be among the 2 highest scoring teams from Group A or B across the dynamic group stage. If you are the worst scoring team in Group D or one of the 2 teams with the lowest amount of points across the dynamic group stage, your championship ends here. The remaining 6 teams will go to EWC and enter a last chance qualifier round to determine who will join the fight for the RENNSPORT R1 Spring Season Championship at the Esports World Cup.
Fascinating indeed, and with plenty of drama. That is the main goal for all of these teams right now, is to make sure that they are getting themselves in position to progress over to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup, which was plenty dramatic last year. Of course, Redline winning and Kevin Siggy winning the Drivers' Championship as well. Let's talk about the calendar, where we've been, where we're headed. Of course, we started the season at Spa, Monza and the Hockenheim Ring. That was for the seeding phase. And over the last 2 weeks, we've been doing battle at Fuji. So for the next 2 weeks, we'll be here at Jeddah. Of course, for tonight, it is Groups A and D. And then for the one on May the 9th, that will be Groups B and C. So we'll see some of those teams that obviously we will not be seeing tonight out on circuit. Then we'll be heading to the Daytona Road Course, which will be plenty exciting enough before the main one there, round 7. Of course, we're at Monza, and then of course round 8 will be announced when we get there, which is always exciting. That's always like leaving us with the idea of maybe it's a brand new track. Hopefully we'll get something special for that one. We actually have no idea, so I'm not even joking about it. Sometimes we say that and we're completely lying through our teeth. This occasion, definitely not.
Don't lie through your teeth, do you, to the audience? That's outrageous. But
I'm being honest with them now, or I'm lying to them. Who knows?
Yeah, well, who knows anymore? But yeah, it's a familiar list of circuits, I guess, other than this one. I guess the only circuit we've not seen too much of so far is Jeddah. We saw it debut in Saudi Arabia last year in 2024, and this is a little look at what it is a bit like. very nice overtaking opportunity in towards turn 1. Then things get all a little bit difficult, really. From turn 3 onwards, loads of corners through this first sector before you finally end and get through turn 13, the banked left-hander, before again, long twisty section. That looks like it's very technical. It's actually a long flat-out section, which could be a real advantage for overtaking in towards turn 22. Same goes for turn 27, which is the final corner on this circuit. That's a decent overtaking chance as well. But all in all, a very difficult challenge, but a nice one to have here in RENNSPORT, and looking forward to seeing that first online round here at this circuit.
Yeah, certainly so. Basically your main overtaking opportunities there. It's turn 1, it's turn 4, it's turn 13, it's turn 16, it's turn 22 and 27. Those are the real ones that we'll see any forms of overtaking in, but even then some of those can be quite difficult. One of the most notable features here of the Jeddah Corniche circuit, it's a street circuit. The walls are very close, and yeah, the margins are very, very thin indeed. By the way, if you are joining us for the first time and you're kind of wondering what's going on, well, again, I'm Lewis Brigade, Ewan O'Leary's alongside me. We'll be having Florian Hasper as well joining us for the first couple of races from the BS competition team to give us a little bit of team manager insight as to what's going on basically behind the scenes for all of these teams. Will be fascinating for the first couple of races. They'll be heading out to the circuit with Group D first, and basically all 4 of their drivers will be out on circuit at the same time, and all 4 drivers are scoring points, which is kind of one of the main things here, isn't it? That it's not just your top 2 drivers that are scoring points for the team, every single driver. This is how things have unfolded over the first round at round number 5 at Fuji. Maz got promoted from Group B to replace Virtus Pro. BS Competition had a cracking round to progress from Group C up into Group B, dropping Team Falcons down into Group C. And then MSI with the double victory for Jamie Fluke, progressing the MSI team ahead of the other Mercedes-AMG Esports team, TC Racing. And those 2 boxes highlighted, those are the teams we're seeing out in action. So the first team that the first group we'll be seeing out is Group D, so that'll be the Mercedes-AMG Esports, TC Racing, ERA and Guild, of which I'm going to be honest now, my favourite progression from that group is ERA, actually. Before we'll get the Porsche, Redline, and then Mouse groups out there. This is the circuit at hand. This is qualifying. This is Henry Moore, and we're underway here at Jeddah.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to be underway for the first qualifying session of the afternoon. And I agree, by the way. I think ERA are probably favourites to go through from Group D as well. But Guild are going to be certainly looking to have a better performance than what they had in the first round of this new phase. Finishing down in last gives you only 1 single point from that first round. And even if they don't get promoted here, Guild are at the very least going to hope to get to second in this group, as Henry Moore's shouting at himself, I think, because he's got to slow down.
Yeah, he's not happy. He is certainly not happy. Someone who's been struggling with game crashes and such throughout the week has kind of hindered his ability to do practice around here. I was talking to him a little bit earlier on today, and he said, courtesy of a few issues basically behind the scenes, he said he's maybe done a third to half the amount of practice that he would really want to, just by being hindered a little bit by basically things that are mostly out of his control, which I can understand the frustration of it, especially on a circuit like this. It's not like you're going to a circuit like Spa, where you've got loads of experience in GT racing in general in the world of sim racing. It's a circuit you're familiar with. This circuit, while some drivers are familiar with it if you played the F1 games and such, this is certainly not the kind of car that you typically take around this circuit.
Yeah, I think that the first time I've ever seen any car other than an open-wheeler go round here was towards the end of last year in the real world, where a 6-hour GT3 race took place at this circuit. But yeah, other than that, we don't see GT3s round here very often. And as you say, it's only really in the F1 games. So brilliant to have it in RENNSPORT, by the way. I really enjoy this circuit, actually. I think it's a bit underrated as far as racing goes. But we'll see whether that statement proves to be correct or not at the end of tonight, as Henry Moore makes his way up towards the line to kick us off in qualifying tonight. This is not going to be world beating 2:01.3. That will be beaten indeed right now, I'd imagine.
Yep, indeed, Jack Keithley, who's coming down now into turn 27. I do actually agree. I hated this circuit when it was brand new, really did. Then I had a few conversations with a few racing drivers, and they convinced me. They convinced me, actually. No, do you know what? This circuit's actually pretty good fun. And it was that I was bad. That's the whole Nicholas Mateo's gone slightly faster than Jack Keithley in that middle sector, but the first sector still holds strong for Keithley. Out towards the line as calm as you like. A little bit of a fist bump. It's a 59.4, so going about 2 seconds faster than Henry Moore.
That's what you expect from a slowdown. Roughly costs you about 2 seconds when you're on a lap time throughout one of these laps, and you'd imagine that is probably one of the only places towards the end of that first sector. Just as he ran over the curbs at the end there at turn 10, 11 and 12, he just went a little bit wide and got that slowdown, Henry Moore. So he's going to be down towards the back. Nicholas Matteo is going to be looking to get up ahead of him as well, and you'd imagine he will be able to. Probably a shared front row with his teammate at 59.3, and Matteo with a very good lap time there to get ahead of Jack Keighley.
Here comes Ibrahim Khan, who, of course, part of that ERA team that we are kind of leaning our way towards ever so slightly. Although they do have one Mr. William Chadwick behind the wheel this round. Maybe that will hold him back. Who knows? Of course, he is also the team manager for ERA in this championship as Will Chadwick, and obviously stepping in as their reserve driver. He did drive for FaZe a few times last season as well, but we'll talk about that in a moment. Here comes Ibrahim Khan to the line with a 59.471. Good enough for third position at the moment.
And you'd imagine that will beat some of the lap times we're about to see here over the line. It's certainly going to beat Moreno's time. Based on that first sector, I would imagine he did a very similar thing to what Henry Moore did. So that's 3 of the TC Racing drivers over the line already in the first 5. But the first 2 of them have done a very good job here, Nicholas Matteo and Jack Keighley, to share the front row right now. It's up to Augustin Torlassi now to try and stay with them as Moreno goes over the line as expected down in last.
Yes, indeed, Marco Pajic there. Next up for Guild Racing, of course. Guild, I mean, look, as much as we're saying maybe ERA, TC did get dropped out of the group ahead of us, out Group C last time, so maybe they're going to be able to do it. Who knows? Maybe Guild. They are good. Well, basically, it's a shock to hear any of the 3 can go up. Isn't that crazy? Thank you. Great points. Marco Pajic set up towards the line, and of course, across the line as the pole sitter. I'm going to stop talking now because... yeah, it's fine.
They're either going to stay where they are, move forward.
Yeah, all right. It was a good point, though. It's factual.
It is. It can't be said. Yeah, I can't say it's not factual. Yeah, that is true. Augustin Torlassi makes his way around the final corner now, and it's a bit of a shake of the head from him. Still not put his headphones on, but anyway, over the line he goes, and it's going to be behind Ibrahim Khan, I think, but ahead of the slowdown guys. Yes, indeed it is. 59.5. Good final sector, though. Something to build on there for Torlassi for the race.
Time for a trio of ERA drivers, though. Schmiedel, then Stapleford, then Chadwick as well. The next 3 drivers to come up before we'll get the 2 guilds of Emery and Hurst across the line. The sector times from Schmiedel not looking amazing, but of course did have the pace basically of the group at the previous round at Fuji. Let's see if he can maybe throw himself to the top of the mix. Only into 4th ahead of Ibrahim Khan by a few hundredths.
Sure why Robbie Stapleford's taken so long to get his lap time going here, but he's still got a minute or so to go at the moment. His lap time seems to be fine for the moment for a driver who took his first race victory in this championship just a couple of weeks ago when he won the first race at Fuji in Group D. He's back again to do the same here for a second time. We did see, by the way, to clear that point up, Jamie Fluke won the other 2 races for MSI, so it's very likely we're going to see some new winners here tonight as Stapleford makes his way through to the final corner. He's still not going to slow down. He's just started his lap time a long time after everybody else.
Yeah, I was trying to see. I can't see anything at the moment as to whether someone's been banned from qualifying, because that's normally why, is that someone in the rhythm is then banned, and then that kind of drops us back a little bit further. So I wonder if we won't see either Bonnerhouse or Matt Emery out on circuit in this qualifying session. Robbie Stapleford, either way, the winner in race number 1 back in Fuji, across the line, only to qualify 3rd. I'll say that, only from 3rd. He did qualify 8th last time, and he was able to win from there.
It's very much a feature, I think, of Fuji. I think we're going to see a bit less of that actually here today and next week as well, based on the circuit. But I think the race at Fuji certainly did allow you to really climb through the field, even if you had a poor qualifying. Will Chadwick will be looking to avoid that. He's not done too much racing on the RENNSPORT platform, but he's for ERA here today as he works his way over the line with 59.5. That is in 8th place, the slowest of the times without a slowdown.
Yep, indeed. Bonnerhouse then, the next one to come up with the first sectors, really looking strong, 44.1, then dropping a 10th or so in that middle sector as he works his way into the final corner. Can he beat his teammate Marco Pajic and move his way to the top of the session? Bit of an XL. I think it's actually an all right lap time there from Bonnerhouse. Is he able to go to the top of the timesheets as he searches for a victory? Has won in R1. That was a long time ago. Across the line, goes into 3rd.
He's done a lot of winning at Bono House over the course of time, but not on this occasion in this qualifying session anyway. It is Matt Emery who is the only driver who hasn't been able to set a time, as we know. So that is the end of qualifying, I believe. And there's Marko Pajic currently sat there waiting for the start of this race coming up rather soon as well. I'd say, early thoughts qualifying. I agree with you that ERA probably favourites to come through, but Honour's probably quite even actually after that first qualifying session of the group.
Yeah, indeed. It's like I say, it's not an easy one to really deal with when you're kind of in a group where it's super, super tight. And we do expect these groups to be very tight. That's the whole point of this competition. It's one of the things that we said about with Group B last week when it came to how tight the fight was to progress and then to get knocked down. It was incredibly, incredibly tight. All of the groups are pretty tight. I'd say the one that was the least tight last week was actually, last round rather, was Group A, where it was pretty obvious definitely after the second race, but even really after the first race as to who was going down and who was winning the round, to the point where it was almost somewhat dull. This week, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think that's the part of the nature of the circuit as well. It can bite really hard. Let's go and ask Vitality about that.
Yeah, exactly. If you remember from the Esports World Cup last year, they were in back when we had 2 drivers per race in one. I can't remember if it was Drivers' Championship, first day of the team. I think it was first day of the Teams Championship, wasn't it, when they were doing 2 drivers per race per team. And both Vitality's got, I know Yoyoski is one of them, I can't remember the other one, but they both got taken out in a real lap 1 smash coming out of turn 3, and that really set them back on that particular afternoon. But anyway, we will see them again next week, as they narrowly missed out on being Group A participants here for this week. It was the most exciting group we've seen so far, that's for sure.
Yeah, thrilling. Of course, when it comes to that, that'll be next week's racing, where we'll be talking about who's moving through and who's dropping down from Groups B and Group C. It's absolute chaos as everyone's looking to try and work their way up, but also just survive. Whereas this, we're really focusing Group A and Group D only have one thing to focus on. That's one position. So for Group A, it's obviously not being in third position of the group, and for Group D, it's for being first. There is only one side that happens here. It's only one bit of progression, one bit of relegation. My God, I forgot the word then. I'm not like Forest, don't get relegated and promoted.
Thank you. Neither have we for 30 odd years, but anyway, never mind.
Well, relegated and promoted? Well, yeah.
It's very different, I think, on Group A and D. That is for sure, when there is only that one thing to focus on. Of course, for Group A, I think this time around, it's going to be very exciting to see who's going to be the best out of Coanda and Redline this time around, see if we're going to get a change around. I think I was saying this last week, I can't remember if it was on air or off air, I think Coanda and Redline are very much the 2 to beat. We know that. The real question for Mals, as it turned out to be, who is going to try and challenge that? Who is any of these teams going to be able to get Redline or Coanda demoted or relegated? Virtus Pro weren't able to last week. We'll see if Mals are able to this week in the sort of second go at that. But I think that's going to be the most interesting thing from Group A. Can either Redline or Coanda be relegated by another team?
Yeah, I mean, look, if that does happen, that will really throw the cat amongst pigeons. But that's why, like, in that top group, you need to be perfect every single week. Because if you're not, then yeah, you're going to be dropping down the order. For these teams, especially for for your guilds and your ERAs that didn't promote immediately, obviously only one of the group did, and that was MSI. You've already lost out a whole heap of points because you're not scoring as many this week as MSI will be, and that's kind of putting you into a bad position when it comes to progressing through into the Esports World Cup. If we're wondering what you're looking at, of course, this is warm-up, so we're about to head into the race in a few moments' time for the first race for Group D, the first time they'll be scoring points. They'll have 3 races across the night, and of course, the highest points scoring team will progress through into Group C in a few weeks' time. Of course, that will take them 3 weeks to get to that point, basically, because obviously we'll be doing Group B and C next week, and then we'll be back to Group A and D, and then we'll be back to Group B and C, which is then when they get promoted. Either way, also one thing to touch on before we get into the race, a little bit of housekeeping. If you are watching the broadcast anywhere across like YouTube or such, but you also fancy a bit of a livery on RENNSPORT, do remember to head over to twitch.tv/RENNSPORT_GG. The Twitch drops in there requires 3 hours of watch time. That's until the 21st of May, and you'll be getting yourselves that sweet Iron Dames Porsche, which looks honestly fantastic. With other good pink and white liveries coming out this week. V-Carb, hello. That car looks pretty good. I don't know if that's up your street, Ian.
I quite liked it, actually, yeah. I certainly liked it more than certain other special liveries that are on offer.
Do you mean a Ferrari? Are you saying that Ferrari looks trash?
Look, I think it's probably being over-hyped how bad it is, but equally it's not great. If I'm honest, yeah. But yeah, you're right. It's a nice colour combination that we'll enjoy, I'm sure. Let's have a look at the starting grid then for race number 1 of Group D. It is Matt Emery who's at the back end, as we saw, didn't qualify for that first race. Daniel Moreno got a slowdown, so did Henry Moore, they're 11th and 10th. William Chadwick did not, but he started in 9th place, directly behind his teammate Ibrahim Khan. On the other side of the grid, it's Augustin Tolashi who's in 8th place. In the top half, Miel Schmiedel and Jack Keithley have just made it onto row 3. Robbie Stapleford and Bono House are sharing row 2, with Mirkas Mateo and Marco Pejic sharing the front row. Pejic taking the pole position for Guild, but as I mentioned immediately afterwards, a very even first session with 2 drivers from all 3 teams inside the top 6.
Yes, indeed. So they'll be taking to the circuit. Very quickly before we get into the rest, I wonder if we can catch a word from Florian Harsper, of course, who is in the commentary booth with us for the first 2 races. Very quick question before they head out racing round. What advice as a team manager would you give to your drivers heading onto this circuit right now?
Hi guys, good to be with you for the first 2 races. I don't know. I mean, just keep calm, keep out of the trouble, and just try to survive, to be honest, and then we will see. Yeah. So, but this is the advice that we have for every race. So, quite as usual.
Especially pertinent around here at Jeddah Corniche Circuit. Well, we'll hear more from Florian, of course, and we'll get on with the racing here at the 5th round of RENNSPORT R1 and Group D's first race here at Jeddah. The green flag waves and we are underway. Marco Pejic getting off to a nice clean start. Not sure what he can do to help his teammates, to be honest. They're all flapping around trying to get that second position. And look at that, Nicholas Mateo way too late on the brakes. He goes around. Speaking of spinning around, Bono House sent to the back of the field.
Disaster for Guild as they get dropped to 9th, 10th, 11th. There's even more drama as Michael Schmiedel gets spun round and Ibrahim Khan dropped to the rear of the train as well. So things have really kicked off for ERA. This is Marco Pejic going side by side with Robbie Stapleford, who's come straight back through into the race lead. How does he keep doing it?
He is fantastic on these race starts, and Robbie Stapleford's done it again. He leads this race out the first sector for the first time. Marco Pejic in second, ahead of Nicholas Mateo, who's got himself up to 3rd here for TC Racing. Going off at turn 1 probably helped a little bit, but he didn't gain any places at least. He goes a bit wide to try and go around the outside through turn 30. That's not going to happen for him. He's pushing the Aston Martin almost all the way round. You'd have to say TC Racing have probably had the best of things through this first sector on the first race.
Yeah, that is absolutely incredible. They did the kind of a similar thing last round, though, didn't they? Where they looked quite strong in the opening race, having picked their way through. Got side by side in the background between Jack Keithley and Will Chadwick, of course, as they battle over 4th position. The TC Racing driver and Will Chadwick for ERA dropping backwards a little bit. He's been pushed down past Danny Moreno. Now comes Henry Moore under the mix, knocking at the door to try and find his way through. Henry Moore and Will Chadwick have both battled out quite a few times in the British Formula 4 esports scene, obviously at the end of last year. Now, however, 2 very different styles of car, 2 very different style of circuit as well.
And a bit of teamwork going on there, by the way, as well for Keithley, as he just took a slightly different line to allow Moreno to get into the fray, and he moves up into 5th position. Well, on board with Henry Moore into this final corner. He needs to make up some places. So does Matt Emery, but he's just gone wide. Just saw it in the rear view camera. Went very wide, and Augustin Tolashi gets up to 8th place. Ed Bono House and Matt Emery, both Guild and ERA, have had starts that are less than ideal.
Yeah, and so it's TC that are picking up the pieces. The only logo, by the way, missing on that tower is that of Will Chadwick. He is an ERA driver. So there's an ERA at the front of the field, an ERA at the back. Robbie Stapleford leads by 3/4 of a second over Marco Pejic. And there is a side-by-side once again between Marco Pejic and Nicholas Mateo into turn 4. Oh, my goodness, that's not a good look.
There's the problem with these cars at this circuit. They're so large, it means that they can't go side by side through turn 4. Look at this, Payet's trying to come back again here, and Matteo helping his teammates, either by design or not. He is certainly helping them. Here comes Jack Keighley. He's not going to go out quietly here, as Marco Payet is going backwards from that third position. Is he going to be challenged up the inside maybe by Keighley? Certainly is. Here he goes. Oh no, not quite. Payet breaks late enough on the outside and will hold on for now. Still a little bit wide and still under a lot of pressure here, third place.
He had a big kick of oversteer at 13, though, did Payet, and now with Nicolas Matteo pulling his way clear, by the time they leave 16 and 17, which they're currently in, he might not get as much assistance in that slipstream. It could be a sitting duck for the pair of TCs sat directly behind. Well, Chadwick and Henry Moore are sat there rubbing their hands together at the potential prospect of gaining more from this drama. Someone who is comfortably clear, though, Robbie Stableford, 2.5 seconds away from the field. He has used this drama to check out. I think that's what you need to do around here, Ewan.
Yeah, I think so. Make it a little bit puzzling why Matteo and Payet were battling so hard for second, I suppose. But actually, it really benefits Matteo and TC Racing a bit more by doing that. So can't really blame him for going side by side through there and getting that second place, especially since he prevailed and got through. Meanwhile, on the defensive, Daniel Moreno here with Chadwick on the outside line. But Henry Moore's trying to take advantage of him going a bit wide, and he can't do it just for the moment as they come over the line at the end of lap 2.
Certainly so. Down into turn 1 once again, though. Blue flags waving because the marshals of the board they've got nothing to do. So they're just chucking those blue flags out for no reason. It's absolutely fine as we head away onto the brakes and into the first corner once again. There is the battle in behind between Toulashi and Moore, or sorry, it's Toulashi and Housers. House for Guild will get past Augustin Toulashi and up into 8th. I think Toulashi's had a moment, though, as he's dropping right the way to the rear of the field. They'll all head their way single file once more into turn 4. We'll bring back in Florian, who of course, you do have BS Competition, your team, Florian, that will be racing now in Group B, which is obviously fantastic. But staring at this, you've got 2 drivers out on the circuit there. You've got Ibrahim Khan running there in 10th place. Robbie Stableford, for the 2nd week in a row, moving his way to the front of the field. You've got to be so proud of this kid.
I mean, what is he doing? You know, I mean, now that he's with the other team, he's just cracking it. I mean, he heard this advice, stay out of trouble on that one, quite often, and now he's just kicking it. And I mean, yeah, he's checking out. So he's doing a wonderful job. To be honest, I recounted. It's even 3 BS Plus connected drivers. Marco Page, who did the Racing Prodigy season with us in the real world. Yeah, so it's great to see them all up front there. And Ibra, yeah, bad luck again. But yeah. I would say two more rounds to also move further up for him.
Now, as a team manager, obviously you're staring at this, keeping a very close eye on what's unfolding out there, even though obviously your main team BS Competition, they're not actually out there racing. Are you kind of keeping your eye very closely on what's happening here so that you can pass the information to your drivers that maybe aren't looking at exactly what you're looking for in this race?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's all about getting a feel for this track, for the kinds of incidents that may happen, certain lines by drivers to defend or to attack and so on. I think if you are second on these, let's say, race weeks, yeah, then it's good that you have plenty of races to study things a bit. And this is what I'm doing. This is what our drivers and engineers are doing. So just to try and learn as much as possible for our races. Yeah.
Side-by-side racing in the meantime between Toulashi and House in the first chicane. Toulashi not able to get through on that occasion for the TC Racing team. There's Michał Schmiedl, by the way, just in the background as well, looking to come up to the back room. And again, the same thing rears its head for TC Racing. Always able to race their way through very well through moments like this, but not particularly in terms of speed. They're not as strong as the other teams sometimes. Let's have a look at actually what happened here towards turn number 1 for the first time. So squash in the midfield. Wow, House was really battered from pillar to post, wasn't he, there through turn 1 and 2. Trying to figure out what happened through turn 3 there. And here's the better vision of that. Oh no! ERA are going to be having an awkward team talk later this afternoon because they've taken each other out. Ibrahim Khan and Michał Schmiedl making contact with each other. That is the golden rule of racing, and they've broken it.
Which you just can't do, not around here. Around here, of all places on that we go racing around our calendar, This is probably the one you want to make contact on the least because, like you say, there's that serious pinball effect where you get sent into the walls and then sent back out into the traffic, and realistically, you're just going to get caught up in a whole host of drama. Which I'll be brutally honest with you. We obviously have 2 weeks of racing around this circuit. That is not the last time we'll be seeing that kind of instance. Certainly not a turn out of turn 2 where it tightens at 3, and then even the 4, 5, 6 sequence where everything gets really, really close.
I think you're probably right for that. We saw it time and again last summer. And we are going to see it time and again here tonight. Mikos Patero is still running in second place ahead of Marco Pejic and Jack Keithley, who is in fourth place for the moment. But as things stand, as I say, TC Racing very much with the advantage. And Pejic has got Guild Esports on his back right now, you would say, showing that good speed that I think has seen him get to majors in the past in the previous seasons. He's got, as I say, that team on his back for the moment as we have a little look at replays in towards turn 1. This is why Chorlashi was losing so many places all in one go. Nothing really wrong with that he did, but just shoved to the outside and lost 3 places.
Yeah, well, that's again, you're gonna lose out around here if you get kind of knocked out of the rhythm, and then we saw that quite a lot actually on the opening lap or so, didn't we? Where drivers were wrong-footed, wrong placed, and then they got dropped back. Obviously, Augustin Chorlashi a little bit, but yeah, even a couple of other drivers. I think that could be even how you could classify it to a certain degree. Bonnerhouse on that opening lap getting sandwiched between a couple of ERA cars and then sent the way back. I will, by the way, be keeping my eye on any notes from race control at the moment as to whether anything comes through, for instance, during this race. At the moment, there is none as far as I'm aware. So the only notes from race control were down in qualifying with a couple of track extensions for Danny Moreno and Henry Moore. There is nothing during this race at the moment when it comes to penalties for drivers to be dealing with.
Don't you think that's probably right as well from what we saw from the first lap? I mean, first of all, teammate on teammate. I'm not sure if you penalise that as a race director said to you working together. Yeah. I don't know. But mostly the Bonnerhouse one, as I said at the time, he was really whacked on one side in towards turn 1, then whacked the other way through turn 2, and there wasn't a lot he or anybody else, I don't think, could have done into that first chicane to really alleviate that. So, I'm not surprised that there haven't been any stewards things just for the moment, because it's been, of course, aggressive racing and physical, but nothing too bad in terms of warranting a penalty. Meanwhile, William Chadwick is under pressure from Matt Emery now, and he has been for a while in this 6th place battle, but Emery now is through, and that's a bit of a defence from Chadwick as well, because Henry Moore is coming up as well. Guild Esports needing some points, so do ERA, to be fair, and this is a fierce battle now for that last spot inside the top half.
Yeah, I'd say this is pretty impressive from Chadwick on debut here this season. Of course, has raced before in R1. In a fair few races every now and then, kind of does the odd race. Of course, we've seen him race for FaZe and such. He wanted me to remind everyone that he won the Nürburgring 24 hour, I think it was last year. I don't know, but he's either way just copped a bit of a whack. I don't know, he said something like that. I don't pay attention to anything of what Will Chadwick says, so I missed around. There goes Henry Moore though, looking to the inside, coming down to 13. He's been squeezed quite a lot there by Chadwick to allow potentially Ibrahim Khan into the mix straight around the outside for ERA. Henry Moore is being boxed in here. There's contact. He's also been pushed by his teammate Bonnerhouse. Henry Moore's getting it every way.
This is going to be very aggressive now as Chadwick tried to help his teammate go through, and he has done. Khan goes through, and he was trying to orchestrate that. Oh, Khan's in the wall. That might have just undone the teamwork here as Chadwick now gets into the back, and there's going to be a bit of drafting here going on down the straight. Well, it's not a straight, of course, but it is a long, flat-out section here at this circuit as they roll down in towards turn 22. It is a really congested part of the field, and look at this in towards turn 22. They're still side by side. Nice space given there by both of them. Between Chadwick and Henry Moore, they're still going at it. This time now for 8th place as Embry's been let clear. So has Ibrahim Khan, and this is going to be 3 wide now as Chadwick continues to defend from 2 of those Aston Martins, and the TC Racing Mercedes looking down the inside as well. Here they go into the hairpin. Somehow Chadwick's still at the front of this group, but now his grip on this 7th place might just be slipping.
It's Bonner House who's got his way to the outside as well as they work their way down the start-finish straight once again. Henry Moore got past left, right and centre. Augustin Torlashi trying to find his way through the middle. Contact between the entire group as there comes a look to the inside. Schmiedel's making the send for ERA. There's contact, there's spinning. And for the second time this race, Bonner House has been sent round to the first corner and it all unfolds as predictably as possible as Henry Moore and Bonner House are sent to the rear of the field. Will Chadwick, Augustin Torlashi and Mikko Schmiedel, they'll all be dragged by their ears into race control post-race to find out what on earth just happened.
They may be hit on the head when they're in there, because that was very aggressive in towards turn one, where, we said earlier that the stewards had not been sending out any penalties yet. That might well come to an end now, as that incident down towards turn. You could just see it happening for corner after corner. It started back here on the previous lap, and you could just see it coming, really. In the end, it happened eventually at turn number one. But again, it's Guild who have been the real disadvantaged out of this. Just 1 point between Henry Moore and Bono House. Marco Pejic is doing a decent job, but Emery scoring only 8. So overall, I think that's going to be 25 points for the team. That's probably going to leave them last.
Yeah, I mean, look, Guild will be last in this, I think, because of obviously Robbie Stapleford scoring the 25 points. Then with Ibrahim Khan, it's going to be close, but I think it will be TC leading from ERA from Guild. That's at least my rough, but it shouldn't actually be that far apart at this point in the event. Of course, Florian, again, team manager for BS competition, I'm sure you would be behind the scenes with Felix running the numbers as quick as possible for the team. When you are running those numbers, though, Florian, do you pass those numbers on to the drivers and to the teams, or is that more just so you know how things are unfolding and you just let the drivers do what they're doing?
I think that the drivers, they're super intelligent, and they know what's going on. I mean, we had a situation in race 3 last week where it was really down to 1 or 2 points. So obviously Kaike had to know that he had to win the race, and then all the others did the job as well. I mean, Ferris had to overtake 1 or 2 guys at the back of the field. So this is then when you tell the drivers that we need their points, but most often something happened again. Most often the drivers know about it anyway.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, thank you, Florian. We'll obviously be catching up with you in race number 2 this evening, which will be, of course, race 1 for Group A. The team manager for BS competition, who'll be seeing out next week as well. Insights that we rarely get in broadcast. We always catch up with the drivers post-race. We don't really hear from the team managers, and it's always a different style of insight. And whilst that was going, and more contact between, Will Chadwick and Henry Moore.
Yeah, I was looking at statistics, so I didn't see what happened at the time. I was busy looking at
nothing.
Useless. We're absolutely useless. Anyway, Robbie Stapleford just under 2 seconds out front right now. He's actually seen this gap come down a little bit, but it doesn't really matter. He did the hard work earlier. What a fantastic first lap it was from him. Firstly, a physical battle through the second part of that lap, of course, but for the first bit, just picking your way through the carnage nicely. He is going to put ERA, as you mentioned, into second place in these team standings, just behind TC Racing, and the gap is not going to be very big, and that's partly because Robbie Stapleford has won ERA's second race in the 2025 RENNSPORT R1 competition, and he's taken his second win for himself as well. Through into the final corner, turn 27, one of those great overtaking opportunities has not really been had to use by Robbie Stapleford. He puts out the cheeks and he is now relaxed as he takes a victory here at Jeddah. A dominant victory it is as well, by nearly 2 seconds ahead of Nicolas Patel and Marco Pejic. All 3 teams in the top 3 again here in Group D, but it's ERA who take the win and it's TC Racing who take the points from race 1.
Goes from bad to, I don't know if I can say bad to worse, but bad to not great for Henry Moore, who also got a 5-second time penalty for exceeding the instant point limit. Was in last position, so it didn't matter anyway, but still, so it's bad to nothing, really. There is your race winner, and comfortably so, must be said. And once again, he works his way through from a middling position on the grid.
Absolutely. He's turned out to be very, very good at that. I said earlier that was only down to, or partially helped by the fact it was Fuji. I've been proven wrong very quickly, it turns out. Robbie Stapleford able to pull through the field very nicely indeed. We'll see whether all the races are like that. I suspect they might not be all quite as carnage filled on the start, because I think at a certain point, everybody's almost going to be shocked into being sensible into turn 1 on lap 1 later on in the day. But let's wait and see. Certainly a great start to the evening for Stapleford and for ERA. ERA, who have taken the first win of 3, still up for grabs here tonight.
Indeed, we are at 38 different winners in R1, and I'm pretty sure we might get a 39th and maybe a 40th tonight, but it's not coming in this race because, once again, it is Robbie Stapleford on top. Let's have a little chat with our race winner once more. Well, you proved that the victory at Fuji wasn't luck. You went from 8th to 1st on that occasion. Not quite as low in qualifying this time, but a similar result. Working your way through the carnage on the first lap. How do you do it? How do you navigate all that stuff around here of all places?
Evening, guys. Yeah, I mean, you just got to be patient. You always know that it was always going to kick off at turn 1. So if I know I'm starting like 4th, 2nd row, 4th, 3rd row, 4th row, you just got to be patient. Lap 1. I just waited, and Nico went off at turn 1, and Marco had a bit of a slide, and I just got next to him, and then managed to grab the lead, and then just kind of walked it from there, really. But the tally's getting kind of big now, so
It's certainly been a great couple of starts to the race and a great couple of wins for you in the last few weeks. How do you feel about the team's prospects here tonight? Me and Lewis, I've got to say, have tipped your team to go up tonight, I must admit. I don't know if I add the pressure there or anything, but how are you feeling as a team coming into this group, this 5th round of the championship?
As long as we put it all together, we've all got the pace. So if we can get at the front of the field, but I think it'll be the same as Fuji, where it doesn't really matter where you qualify. As long as you make it out of lap 1 in a decent position, we've definitely got it. So yeah, I mean, we nearly got it at Fuji, so we've definitely probably 99% got it here, as long as we have some good results.
Well, you'll have to pass that advice on to Ibrahim Khan. No, it's fine. I'll tell him to make from 2 rounds. It's fine. Congratulations on a great victory there for you, Robbie. And yeah, maybe we'll see you in a couple of races' time, or maybe the next race. Who knows?
Cheers. Thank you. Hopefully.
There we go. Robbie Stapleford, a winner for the 2nd time in R1, and for the 2nd time in 2 weeks. Here's some highlights for you, Ian.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of them in towards turn number 1, that's for sure. Porterhouse was the one for Guild in the Aston Martin, who went sideways to the left first of all, and then to the right as they went through turn 1 and 2 in a bit of a smash up, and ERA colliding. Ibrahim Khan and Miho Schmidl not giving each other enough room through here. They'll be absolutely kicking themselves, because at the time they had all 4 of their drivers inside the top 6. That certainly changed very quickly as TC Racing really rose to the fore. It was side by side in the second lap between Moreno and Pajic in the meantime. Great battling between the two, and Moreno would eventually win out in that one. More battling between Guild and TC a little bit further down the field as Torlashi went a bit wide there and dropped 3 places in a side-by-side battle through turn 1 and 2. And this through the middle of the race was the big battle of the day. Will Chadwick holding back 4 drivers, one of which was his teammate in the end, Miho Schmidl, who was able to catch up to these guys in the end. Ibrahim Khan was able to get clear of these guys after an orchestrated overtake by Chadwick, or helped by Chadwick. He still continued his defence, and you just had that feeling it might go wrong down in towards turn number 1. Eventually it did, unfortunately, for all these guys. Don't even know where to start with unpacking this, by the way. The Guild driver on the outside spinning around across the middle of the circuit. An ERA and a TC Racing car getting spun in front of the other Guild car as well. And it was all a bit of a mess down there at turn number 1. It's Robbie Stapleford who takes the victory, though, ahead of Nicholas Mateo. Not Moreno, sorry. I said those two, got those two mixed the wrong way around. Pajic is in 3rd place for Guild. So that's 3 different teams inside the top 3. But TC Racing with 3 of their drivers in the top 5. Jack Keithley and Daniel Moreno getting themselves there. Matt Emery was in the top half for Guild. And then you get to Ibrahim Khan and Miho Schmidl, who got themselves through quite nicely after their clash earlier in the race. Augustin Torlashi dropped to 9th in that one, ahead of Will Chadwick, then Bonnerhouse, then Henry Moore in the first race of the day for Group D.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, look, it was an exciting race, and it kind of, I think it set the mood for the evening, where we're going to see a little bit of chaos. We're going to see, I think most of the winners will be runaway winners tonight, but I genuinely could see all 6 races this evening being won by 6 different drivers. Obviously that makes sense that, you know, from group to group, because obviously you'd have at least 2 different winners across the evening, but I can see all 3 races from each group being won by a different driver, just because the nature of that first lap and how chaotic it is down into turn 1 and 2. Because drivers like, for example, in that race, Mateo, you've got to go for that move early. You kind of have to try and get through, because it is actually quite hard to pass around here.
Yeah, I agree, by the way. I think the race wins could all be taken by multiple second margins, if you like. in all races because of the kind of racing that you see around here at Jeddah, the likelihood that you'll battle for second place and just losing so much time as well when you're going side by side, as we saw with Matteo and with Pajic in that race, especially allowing Robbie Stableford to get clear. But who knows? I'm not sure it is going to be 6 different winners across the course of the evening, because I'm not sure on any of the evening in the first 2 rounds weeks at Fuji, I'm not sure that happened either time in A or D or B and C. So we could see it first, but I'm not sure it's happened yet, and I'm not sure tonight will be the night either.
You need to be more optimistic. It's look, just have that faith. It's going to happen. Let's focus then ahead for this evening, because of course we do have to keep our eye on Group A, which obviously finished there with Group D, at least for the next half hour or so. Now focusing on to Group A, and it'll be Porsche Commander, it'll be Team Redline, it'll be Mouse going into combat, of which is kind of one of those ones of, like, realistically, if I was looking at this, I would be sat there going, I think what we'll see throughout quite a lot of this season is Porsche Commander and Team Redline, they'll be first and second. And then that third spot in the group will be whoever's like someone who jumps up and someone who jumps back down. Somebody jumps up, somebody jumps back. Basically, they're like the Southampton of R1. They'll be jumping up and jumping down constantly throughout the season. But the thing is, with how this format is, like you've said, you pointed out earlier, if, say, for example, Porsche Commander have a bad qualifying and then get pushed down to the back of it, and then, like, you can get dropped out very quickly if you're not careful.
Yeah, I think we saw, especially the most pertinent example of this unpredictability last summer, actually, in Saudi Arabia. We saw in one of the last chance days, it was, when each of these teams were able to put all 4 of their drivers in each session for the first time. We saw Williams go 1, 2, 3 and 4 at Fuji, and they were never caught. Even with 3 more races after that, they were never caught by the other 2 teams, and they went through from the last chance qualifier. So I think, you know, the chance of that happening to Maus here is very low, but with one race, as you say, you can turn it round, or you can lose it all in the space of one race. We've seen that time and again, and so it's certainly not a foregone conclusion, even though the odds are very much stacked against Maus in this group.
Well, Kevin Siggy for the BMW Team Redline Racing Bulls coming out into that middle sector. The first sector, I think, comparatively to the previous group, is about on par with the fastest from that group. Maybe actually a little bit slow, because we did get a 44.1 if I remember correctly, but I think it was a slightly faster one than that 194. We'll have to wait and see if Siggy can go any quicker, but Charlie Collins has already gone faster in that first sector.
And that's to be expected as well. Charlie Collins has been on red-hot form this season. 4 wins so far in 2025. And the last of them, by the way, came in his 4th race of the season. He's now done... I can't do the maths on the top of my head. He's done about 9 or 12, something like that.
Go on, you got it. Go on, you got it.
He's done a lot more since then, is what I'm saying. He went 4 in a row at the start of the season, and only one driver has got more in 2025. That's Darren McCormack, who has won 5 races, although wasn't able to in the first of the group stage rounds in 2025. Kevin Siggy is slamming his steering wheel, and that's normally a good sign. He's fired up, and it's not going to be a pole lap, I don't think, but at least he's up for it. At 59.2. Maybe it was a slam of the wheel and excitement. I've got no idea.
Who knows? Maybe he's up for it. Yeah, fair play. Into the final corner for Charlie Collins. And he's done 12 races this season. Just think about it. It's fine. 12 whole races this season. I will say, last round, where obviously we had the first of the dynamic group phases, this is going to sound harsh, but he did look a little average. Sorry, Charlie, but he didn't look quite the dominant self that he was at the start of the season. As he comes across the line, now we're talking about some tight lap times here. Just 3,000 of a second behind Kevin Siggy.
As expected, we're already going quicker than what we did in Group D, but that is not too much of a surprise. Luke Bennett has not been able to get anywhere near these 2 in his sector times so far, unfortunately for him. He now makes his way out of the final corner now and on his way up towards the line. He's over the line in a couple of moments. 1 win to his name this season, but not in the group stage. It was in the third of the seeding rounds. He's got a good chance here, though. That's a 59.1 from him to go to the top.
Yeah, indeed. Dennis Schillinger then. That is, for a driver who's looked so impressive this season, those sector times are not so great. Losing a tenth, losing a second a bit in the first sector, a second bit in the second sector. I think we all know what that means. That is a off-track, a slowdown penalty on the exit of turn 10. It's basically kind of over 2 sectors, and so that's where he's got that slowdown penalty for. So this will be last in the session, at least for now.
And I imagine that will stay there for some time as well, unless somebody else gets further slow down. His teammate Max Benneker certainly hasn't. That's a very strong first sector indeed. It's the fastest we've seen today as he works his way now down into the final corner. That middle sector will be the one worrying him, and he needs now to push on again in that final sector to at the very least get towards the front row for this one. He looks up towards what the time is going to be. He'll be hoping that is near Luke Bennett's current pole time. Nowhere near. Max Benneker goes 59.4.
Certainly not. Moritz Lerner then up towards the final complex, and he's not looking as fast as his teammate Benneker. Obviously, Benneker, who struggled in that final sector like we just saw. The second sector's not great here for Moritz Lerner. The first sector's fine. That final sector looks poor, though. Almost slapped the wall like Max Verstappen did in 2021. Sorry to bring the heartbreak back at that moment. As out towards the line Moritz Lerner goes. This will be behind Benneker, I think. Just about by 100th of a second. See, I'm good at this.
He moving his camera about while he's driving up to the line there as well.
He'd already accepted it was done, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. This is Jordan Caruso. I've been very impressed with actually so far this season. Porsche Commander, relatively new in the RENNSPORT scene, certainly in R1, and this has been a fantastic start to 2025 from Caruso. It doesn't look like it is going to be a particularly strong lap time here, unfortunately for him. And for Coanda, that is worrying. They need to get amongst the red line drivers, and that is only 4 for Caruso, just slightly behind his teammate Charlie Collins.
But it is incredibly tight in that top grouping, isn't it? A couple of tenths separating first through fourth on what is one of the longer laps we deal with all season. Enzo Benito getting very close to the wall on the right-hand side as they head onto the brakes and then into the final corner. Enzo Benito out towards the line. I think it's more going to be tracking towards that 0.3 of what Jordan Caruso did, unless that final sector is absolutely on it. Yeah, it's on it. Never mind. It's a 0.226, so slightly behind Charlie Collins, but comfortably ahead of Jordan Caruso.
Not sure what's going on in that camera there, but Josh Rogers, I think it's a fan, isn't it? Josh Rogers is a little bit away from where you'd expect to see him for Porsche Coanda right now. This is Red Line's qualifying session as things stand, and Jeffrey Rietveld could put them in a supremely strong position here as he works his way through the lap time. We'll see on that in a moment as Josh Rogers works his way up towards the line. It's going to need to be a magical final sector from him, and it was quite good, but it's only good enough for 5th position.
Yeah, indeed. So there's not, we're going to need to see a very good lap time from Dane Warren to throw himself ahead of Team Redline, who are looking very strong in this session at the moment. First, second, and fourth. They are the dominant force to be dealt with here at present. Meanwhile, Jeff Rietveld out towards the line. Of course, do you remember the first ever race around Jeddah, which was obviously at the Esports World Cup, was won by Team Redline. That was, of course, Sebastian Jove behind the wheel at that point. There's a little stat to throw out you. This time, Jeff Rietveld across the line, only good enough for 6th place, 100th or so behind Joshua Rogers.
Now, Yuri Kasdorp needs to do something here for Maus that is going to upset the pecking order that has started to establish itself here in the first qualifying times. It's Redline, Coanda, Maus pretty definitively so far in this qualifying session. Is that going to continue as Yuri Kasdorp works his way up towards the line? I suspect that it might do. Can he work his way inside at least the top half? No, it's only 10th for Kasdorp. Maus rooted to the bottom of this qualifying session.
I get the feeling they are going to be starting 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th in this session. Well, Mouse, as they get a real trial by fire here, and the proof of what we were talking about basically all the way through the start of this, where we were saying that realistically it is the Porsche Commander versus Team Redline fight at the front of the field. And then it's going to be whoever's able to take it to him. They'll be probably towards the bottom of the qualifying session. That's where they get put as Dane Warren goes into the top 5. But as the qualifying session comes to a close, Ewan, Team Redline have control. And Luke Bennett is the one starting from pole position. He had the unfortunate pleasure last week of bumping into me into the Silverstone paddock area, of course, for British GT. Sorry about that, Luke. Clearly, I've given him some good luck, though, because he's got pole position, so I'm going to take credit.
I don't know what you did with him, but he's got some speed now, and not that he didn't before. But yeah, he has got some good speed here at Jeddah, and what a great start for Team Redline. As I said earlier, the pecking order certainly has been established. Redline at the top, locking out the front row. Coanda a couple of positions behind them, and then Miles rooted to the bottom from 9th through 12th. That is what we expected in a way, Miles at the bottom, but the dominance so far from Redline is not what we expected so far, I've got to say, and Coanda are going to have to race very well to just keep them back in check in terms of points here.
The thing is, though, qualifying is one thing, racing is another. We always say that, but especially around here where it's so easy to trip up over yourselves. And I think Porsche Coanda will know that, and they'll go on the attack early. Now, that's probably not a bad thing for Mouse, for example, who, if they... I'm not saying they should sit back or anything like that, but they can keep a watchful eye with all of their cars in one group. For example, if you're on that final row, like Dennis Schillinger, for example, who'll be starting from last place, you get to kind of sit back and watch everyone potentially trip up over each other, because you're not desperate to get on it because it's your teammates directly ahead. So you can kind of sit back a little bit at T1 and understand how things are playing out and then go on the attack. And it's kind of, that can sometimes help.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it very much depends how they play it down into towards turn number one, and I'm hoping that the strategy they employ is going to be that one of hanging back just a little bit in towards that first corner and picking up the pieces from surely what's going to go on up ahead of them. But they very much easily could do a different strategy of trying to make up all the places themselves all in one go at turn one, and you know, that aggressive start, we'll see whether they do that as well. We will see, as I say, but I think that is the right call for them. Either way, they've got to qualify better than that in the future rounds races if they're going to be able to stay in Group A at the end of tonight.
Yeah, it's kind of a tall order, and I think, like you say, starting in those positions where the entire team has looked very strong, points throughout the season, but to come into their first qualifying session in Group A and to be ripped apart by Porsche and by Team Redline, to not even have one car, not even have Benneker that is amongst those the Porsche Coanda and Team Redline contingent that are first through 8th. But do you remember last round where they looked so strong at one point, and then there was a point where we were looking at them being like, they're not going through though?
Yeah, it can change very quickly. We know this, and so it's certainly not all over, but I think that is a worrying early sign for Mal's, that is for sure. I certainly don't think it's over between Redline and Coanda here either. I think Coanda have been absolutely dominant so far this season. If you look across the board, 11 wins in 2025 already. That's more than double what Redline have. And so this is not by no means over at all. And don't forget, Redline didn't win any races 2 weeks ago when they were beaten pretty comprehensively by Coanda in the first of these dynamic group phases. So it would be unknown territory for them, for them to be in the points league. Coanda were very, very dominant last time out.
Well, you can see there on your screen, bottom right, if you want to go and see any of the historic results, if you want to get yourself involved, if you want to get yourself a new livery, of course, go and get the RENNSPORT app there. You can scan the QR code on your screen. Of course, head over to twitch.tv/RENNSPORT_GG. If you are watching on YouTube, you'll also be involved in the Twitch drops. 3 hours of watch time will get you the Iron Dames Porsche as well, which you can then use on RENNSPORT as you drive around the circuit and set times which you and O'Leary wishes he could do.
I'm not going to argue with that. Yeah, that's fine.
I've seen you drive. You've been all right.
Not on RENNSPORT, I'm not. I'm pretty useless at RENNSPORT, that's for sure. But it gives you a newfound appreciation for these drivers, doesn't it?
Certainly so. Well, here we go then, the starting grid for the first race in Group A. And for Mouse, this is not what they wanted to see. All 4 drivers, 12th through 9th. It's Dennis Schillinger, then Yuri Kasdor, Moritz Lerner and Max Benneker representing the Mouse team. Jordan Caruso and Jeff Rietveld will make up row number 4 before we get the all Porsche Coanda row on 3. Joshua Rogers alongside Dane Warren. Then on to row number 2, it's Enzo Benito with Charlie Collins alongside. The front row of the grid sees Kevin Siggy and Luke Bennett, who was the driver who was victorious for the team back at the Hockenheimring in round number 3. Of course, the other 2 drivers from the Redline team that have been victorious this season in races, Enzo Benito and Kevin Siggy. Jeff Rietveld yet to take a victory for the team. Florian Harsper, team manager for BS Competition, joins us here in the commentary booth. Of course, we get ready for the second race of the evening, but the first race for Group A. This is what your team, BS Competition, is targeting to move up to. Obviously, next week we'll be racing in Group B. What's the difference different style of racing you're potentially expecting to see from this group? We saw a lot of chaos and carnage in Group D, didn't we? Are we going to see the same thing, do you think?
I would say so, yeah. I mean, we want a place in this group for sure, and I mean, two BMW friends teams are in there, so we can really study this. And I mean, Redline 25th birthday this week. Max Verstappen got a dad, so they are pumped up, yeah. And but I'm sure Mouse is not out of this yet.
Pumped up and celebrating. Yes, of course, we mentioned last week that Vitality, or R8G, had been in sim racing for 5 years. Yeah, add 20 to that, and you get to the age of Team Redline in sim racing as of yesterday. So congratulations to Redline, and we'll see if they can take victory on what is effectively their birthday week. To the outside of the first corner, Kevin Siggy and Luke Bennett are going to go, and it'll be the Drivers' Champion for Gamers 8 taking over the race lead as Max Benneker gets spun round and dropped to the rear end of the field. So things go bad to worse for the Mouse team as Benneker is dropped back. Also Jordan Caruso as well, with Yuri Kasdorp, Morris Lerner and Dennis Schoeniger all working their way through. It is Kevin Siggy though up to the race lead.
Arguably Mouse's best driver as well, dropping to the back, which is the part that we're really seeing for them. It's a good start for Redline. They coordinated that quite well across the front of the field there at the start of this race. Siggy, then Bennett leading this one, but Benito behind Josh Rogers, who did make up a place there. Porsche Coanda up to 3rd and 4th, but with Caruso down in 11th, it's certainly Redline who are taking the most points right now, and it's up to Coanda to make up the positions.
Certainly so. Like I say, they know what they need to do. They know the focus they need to have. They know what needs to be done here. And they've got 3 of the best drivers in sim racing to take on 4 of the best drivers in sim racing. So, you know, potato, as Siggy leads from Bennett by half a second. About that same margin back to Charlie Collins, the same margin back to Joshua Rogers, the same margin back to Enzo Benito, and a smaller margin from Dane Warren to Enzo Benito himself. You can see it on your screen right here. Just 0.2 of a second separates Warren and Benito. They are dragging along Yuri Kasdorp, Moritz Lerner as well. Dennis Schoeniger about a second and a bit off of the top 9 train, which takes us all the way up to the race lead.
Down in towards turn 27. Warren is going to... Oh, I thought he was going to go for a move there, but not quite. He is starting what would be a winning streak, by the way, if he could carry on like this. He won the final race 2 weeks ago, so he would like to have strung some together, if possible, but not able to get down the inside there at turn 27. It's going to be very difficult for him to, indeed, towards turn 1 again as well. As we have a look at the highlights of the start, let's see what happened to Benneker here. I think for me, just comes across on Jordan Caruso a little bit there.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those ones of the 3 wide into that first corner does not work. And when they're giving it a go constantly, like I say, you're just getting turned round on the nose of one of the other cars, and that's exactly what sent him round, unfortunately. And Jordan Caruso, Max Benneker then, they're in 11th and 12th, as I'm sure Race Control will take a quick look at things in the opening stage of the race, but they didn't really give any penalties out from the start of the previous race, so I'm kind of thinking might be the same thing here.
Yeah, I think so. It's a bit of barging that everyone knows was going to happen down in towards turn 1 and 2, and so not worth penalising and examining every little bit of door banging, I suppose, across the first chicane, because otherwise we'd be here all day looking at those incidents in towards the first corner. There's Yuri Kasdorp, who is needing to fly the flag for Mouse here and make up some positions. He's clinging on to the back of the top 7, but it's about whether he can make overtakes now.
Yeah, certainly so. And like I say, Mouse are the team that are in the really desperate position right now, because with them, their highest position being 8th, they are scoring so little comparatively to the rest of the groups that I'm not saying it would be over before it's even begun, but it would basically be over before it's even begun here.
Yeah.
Like when you're scoring so little in that first race, you have to then score so much and hope for bad races. I don't know. That doesn't feel like it's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think you're over-egging it by saying it's over before it's really begun. But, you know, we spoke earlier about how you can win it in one race. I think you can lose it in one as well. They're only scoring 9 points right now, which I think would be the well, I'll have to fact-check this. I think that would be the lowest score in this dynamic phase for a single race, if I'm not mistaken, across any of the groups. So I'll have to fact-check that and come back again a bit later. But 9 points is an extraordinary little amount of points here for Mouse that they've currently got. They might well get a few more now, though, because Benito and Warren are going side by side through the first chicane. First chance for Warren, and it's a no from Benito. He keeps 5th place.
Yeah, just about able to hang on. Let's see if we see any more dives and weaves in this sector here. You can see there in the top right-hand side of your screen, 61 points for Team Redline, 38 for Porsche Coanda, 9 for Mouse. And we were talking about a little bit earlier on how maybe we're expecting one group to be jumping up and jumping down basically constantly in the live standings for Group A. We're expecting Team Redline and Porsche Coanda to basically hold on to this group for probably the majority, if not the entirety, of the run-up to the Esports World Cup. Florian Harsper from BS Competition, maybe you have a different opinion. Maybe you think that BS Competition, for example, would come up here and could be able to demote one of those two teams. But right now, they look very much like the dominant force, right, Florian?
No, I mean, they're absolutely strong. And this is, I mean, Coanda has been showing it over the whole season, Redline as well. I mean, you would expect these two teams there. But this third spot, I mean, this is the goal for us. And then you never know what happens in the races. Yeah. So, I mean, Mouse was sitting in the last positions there, waiting for something to happen. No big things happened. And then you are stuck there. And their fastest driver, Max Bennecke, I mean, he got spun round, so he's out of the equation. So this is a worst case scenario, but they can do better. And I mean, we've seen it a couple of times, even in the Group D race. TC Racing, which on paper maybe is not the fastest in qualifying, during the races they are super strong and very consistent and don't do mistakes. So I think every team has a general chance or a theoretical chance, yeah. And but first you have to be in this position, because this means you are top 3 of R1, and this is where we want to be. And then you see what happens, yeah. But Redline and Coanda, you would definitely expect to dominate. And now Redline shows what is possible with the BMW, which is good for us. So the BMW can win, apparently, and this is very encouraging.
Yeah, so there's always positives in it. I mean, look, if you're able to get your way up into Group A, which is entirely possible, we believe in the BS Competition team almost, yes, I'm sure as much as you. Maybe Porsche Coanda get knocked out, but we could be seeing a BMW party here in the top group. You never really know. That's Florian Hausper, of course, team manager of BS Competition. We hear from him again during this race, then we'll let him have a little bit of a breather for the evening, as I'm sure he'll keep close and watching attention on this race. We did see Dane Warren, though, you would try on Enzo Benito down to the first corner, unable to make that pass for the second lap in a row.
And he's getting into a bit of danger now, because every time he tries to go past, Jeff Rietveld looks like he's trying to overtake him. So that's a real problem now for Dane Warren. Before, he was able to almost take whatever lines he wanted to try and overtake Benito, and he was in trying to make that overtake. But now with Rietveld so much closer, Warren's going to find this very difficult. It's going to be a case now a little bit of how willing he is to make this move, because if he wants to keep 6th place, he might want to stay in line rather than try and make overtakes.
So deep onto the brakes, heading into 22. Flick it through the left-hander, flick it through the right-hander, and then through the final right-hand kick before we head out onto the back stretch, which goes through 2 completely flat lefts before we get onto the brakes at 27 in the final corner. Dane Warren once again closing in on Enzo Benito, just 2 tenths separating them. And when they're under that margin, this is where the slipstream takes its full control. Straight to the outside, the Porsche Coanda driver goes. Jeff Rietveld straight to the outside as well. He can leave the door wide open, as there is side-by-side a bit of a brush from the barrier as Dane Warren tries to make it stick on the Team Redline driver.
But have a look at Rietveld. He's going to go left here. He's going to make it pretty wide. Oh, no. Benito being squeezed by Warren, and so it's not going to happen. Now Benito will try and get in front of Warren, but he's not going to let that happen. Late braking on the outside. Benito's going to squeeze him as much as possible. Here comes Rietveld. 3 wide, maybe. Oh, squeeze again as they come out 3 wide. Here comes Yuri Kasdorp as well. That's where Rietveld's going to be in trouble. If he tries to make a move on Warren, Kasdorp's going to come through, and he does.
Yeah, that's an important move for Kasdorp, so it's an extra few points there. You can see on the right-hand side, there'd be 47 points off of Team Redline. Yes, that sounds like an almost insurmountable points gap, but still, I can't remember what the largest points margin or points tally was in a race over the last couple of weeks. I'm pretty sure it was around 60 or so. I don't recall many races where there would have been more than that. So Redline are on the upper end of things, especially if they're able to take out a 1-2. Of course, Porsche Coanda at Fuji in all 3 of their races finished 1st and 3rd, be it with Josh Rogers and Dane Warren, basically across the board. Dane Warren did take one of those, if I remember correctly. It's a really comfortable position for them to be in, but I wonder if Charlie Collins and Josh Rogers are going to start doing battle, because look at that gap, and it's 1 second for the top 4.
Yeah, I reckon that could be correct. By the way, in answer to what you just said there, I think high 50s for Vitality in race 3 last week. If I'm,
they definitely were the highest last week, which is like 58, 59.
Yeah. So this is a real big score for Redline at the moment. But you get the feeling Porsche Coanda are really trying to sort of get in between that here. And that, Siggy and Bennett are quick, but I feel like they're only in front right now because of track position. And Charlie Collins and Josh Rogers are really applying this pressure now to try and get the race lead away. This is Collins close to Bennett in towards turn number 1. Now, Luke Bennett has got the slipstream of his teammate. It's going to be very hard for him to get through Charlie Collins, but it looks like he's going to give it a go for the first time. Down the inside, which he's been shown and left there by Bennett, and he needs to not defend, or doesn't need to defend, rather, into turn 1, because he knows that he'll have the inside at turn 2. This could be the problem, though. If Collins stays alongside into the first sector, he can't quite. There's the first signs, though, as how he might be able to make an overtake at this circuit in open play, as it were, on lap 6.
Yeah, certainly so. Charlie Collins then is doing all he can to attack. Obviously, Joshua Rogers, the driver with the most victories in R1's history, is the one knocking at the door to potentially work his way past the 5-time race winner in R1. Luke Bennett up there, he's won his fair share. I think it's 19 or 20 races. Kevin Siggy has got around 20 races to his name. There's a lot of race-winning pedigree in this group. Now, we were talking about potential for new winners in R1. It's not coming from this group. There isn't going to be a 39th winner in R1's history from this group. You know it's going to be one of this. To be fair, one of this. But then even if you chuck in the mouse, obviously Max Benneker's got a whole host of wins. He's one of the drivers with the most victories. Jordan Caruso also has wins. Moritz Lerner's got wins. It's not coming from this group.
Has anyone not got a win?
Just hold on. You're in Kastorp.
Kastorp. I'm thinking about Kastorp, but maybe Schoninger. But other than that, almost all of these drivers have got a win anyway, as you say. If we're talking only about this season, by the way, in 2025, then the list does get a little bit larger. But Kevin Siggy is not one of those who could win for the first time in 2025. In fact, he's won twice, most recently in his semi-final at the Hockenheim Ring in the 3rd seeding round.
Moritz Lerner, 1 victory to his name. Yuri Kastorp, 1 victory to his name. Obviously, Max Benneker, 26 victories to his name. Dennis Schoninger is the only driver on this grid who is yet to win.
Yeah.
The only one. Is that not crazy?
It is. Yeah, it is. Meanwhile, Kastorp. Oh, wow, that's aggressive. Rietveld down the inside. Kastorp. Oh, well. Where have I seen that before? He's gone straight across the first chicane, and Yuri Kastorp keeps 7th place. Jeff Rietveld, I think, has probably a right to be a bit aggrieved about that.
Yeah, not only did Kastorp come through, which will be redressed, right? So Kastorp will be told by race control, no, you got to drop back behind Jeff Rietveld. But then what do you do about Dennis Schoninger? Because he's not done anything wrong in all of that. He's just worked his way past. So but this is where it gets complicated, because that's part of the same team. Florian, what you've kind of seen what we've seen there. Obviously, there's been basically a bit of a contact, a bit of a push between the top 2, and it's a bit awkward. Never mind, Florian's gone. He's left us. Never mind.
I'm not sure what's happened to him. He's just gone.
He just ducked out. He was like, "See you, lads. I'm gone."
Yeah, well, I didn't even say bye, but anyway.
That is what Eamon Murphy would call an Irish goodbye.
It is.
Which is where you just don't say goodbye, you just leave the party before. Yeah, it's fine, don't worry about it. I'll remember that the next time I talk to Florian.
Yeah, I nearly said out loud what Eamon Murphy said when he'd heard that for the first time, but I'm glad I didn't.
You didn't want to check that one out there?
Anyway, 7th place battle continues. You're right, by the way, about Schoninger here. I think Kastorp is going to, because normally in that situation you say, you got to punish the act, not the result at the end of it. So in that situation you say, well, Kastorp's got to give up 1 place. Well, actually that wouldn't affect anything at all. It would only reverse Schoninger and Kastorp. And if the pace of this season so far is to be believed, that might actually be a help to Miles in some ways. So yeah, it might be give up 2 places to Kastorp. It might be a penalty, but let's see. We're on the coming up to the last lap anyway, and he's still holding that 7th for now.
Well, what other switches are we going to see in this group? Like I say, I'm pretty sure Yuri Kastorp will be informed by race control to give that position back. But then I didn't really see it too clearly, but that's just kind of like my gut feeling from the swiftness of the incident, how quick he went straight over the inside at turn 1. I mean, it could be a 5-second time penalty given straight after a safety car. Who knows? But right now, I think realistically, it would be a give up 2 positions, switch one back. But then we're running out of time in this race, so I think it would now be a time penalty because we're too late in the race for that giving the 2 positions back to actually mean anything, if that would be the case.
Yeah, let's see. I think both penalties, either penalty would have the same result. That would drop Kastrup behind Lerner as well. But don't forget, that doesn't matter at all for Miles, really, which order they finish in. The drivers are running on their own, of course, and mainly focusing on the team here as Rietveld tries to regain one of those places. Round the outside of Dennis Schoninger at round turn 13. That's a long way round, and he's not going to manage it through there. So Rietveld stuck down in 9th place, the worst performing so far of our 4 red line drivers.
Certainly so. Again, back to single file in the group and no major battling. Everything's nice and calm, and what looked to be not so calm at the front of the field has returned to relative calm as Kevin Siggy has control.
Certainly does. And they go through the fast chicane at the end. Is Collins going to have a dive at the final corner, or is he going to leave it here with Luke Bennett? I can't decide, to be honest. I think Collins is too far back, probably. Looks like it's going to be a dominant 1-2 for Redline.
Yeah, looks comfortable, and this is the thing, when you get into that first and second position, you can kind of use the slipstream to assist to make sure that those Porsche commanders aren't getting involved by breaking the slipstream, by working together. For Kevin Siggy, it's out through the final corner, and it's a 21st victory in R1. He's taken 2 so far this season. Let's make that 3 across the line, and it's a 1-2 for Team Redline as they beat out the dominant force back in Fuji. Porsche Commander will have to settle for second, 21 points off of the lead of the group.
It looks like a lot for now, but that is certainly rescuable for Porsche Commander. Team Redline, though, have taken first blood here at Jeddah as Kevin Siggy, who was pretty unhappy with his qualifying lap until he probably saw his qualifying position, his grid position, has taken the first race win of his dynamic groups campaign after taking 2 wins in the seeding rounds earlier in 2025. Pleased Kevin Siggy, but he knows that there's still a lot more work to do for them tonight.
Certainly so, but of course, that's just kind of, you know what position that you're in. He did win, of course, the Drivers' Championship back in Games Day. They'd require a couple of races here at the Jeddah Corniche circuit. In fact, I'm pretty sure the penultimate race was actually at the Jeddah Corniche circuit. But look, he's proved himself once again. 21 victories for Kevin Siggy. He's been flying, but most importantly, it is good to see Team Redline back to the front. And the thing is, with that qualifying session, whilst it looked dominant for Redline, whilst the race looked pretty dominant for Redline, you brought it up there. I think Redline and Porsche Commander were so close that you could definitely see that one flipped for the next race.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the margins have been made to look a little bit bigger, I think, than what they were in qualifying, based on where they've ended up in the race. So, yeah, I think that very much could be flipped in the next one. But you'd much rather be 20 points ahead than behind, that's for sure, after the first race. And so that's where Redline have found themselves. And we haven't seen all that often a real big margin reversed yet in these weeks. I mean, Porsche Commander got off to a flying start 2 weeks ago. They weren't caught. Same for Miles in Group B, although they were nearly caught. They weren't caught in the end. It's been pretty... MSI in Group D, apart from the first race, it's been pretty difficult to catch a team once they got out front. So Porsche Commander have got their work cut out, that's for sure.
Well, let's catch up with the Sigster himself. It's Kevin Siggy, race winner from the opening race this evening. In dominant fashion, you didn't look particularly pleased with your qualifying lap. You didn't look particularly pleased with the race either. But I'm sure you are deep down inside. It was a great race. You were able to hold your teammate at bay. But most importantly for you as a team, you were able to hold off those commanders. You looked very strong this round compared to Fuji. Anything changed? It's just a track that works better for you and the Porsches? Yeah, you know the Porsches, I mean.
I would say the BMW doesn't really suit this track, I'm afraid. It's not really built for it, but still it's pretty decently fast. I mean, you saw we got pole with Bennett, which is obviously a very, very good job from him. Myself, not so much. I'm obviously very unhappy with the lap itself. I know I can manage a lot more. And then when it came to the race, I guess I woke up a little bit. But the most important part was just to keep Bennett behind in the comfortable slipstream and just let him dictate the entire race. I was just managing whatever he said, but we managed it perfectly, I'd say. And yeah, I mean, 1-2, I mean, nothing better than that, right?
How much communication is there between the two of you in a situation like that when you're running 1 and 2, and how do you control a race from the front like you were able to manage there?
For me, it's just, pace-wise, it needs to be consistent and, near perfect. I mean, there's a lot of walls that you can hit, so you can actually screw up a lot. But the most important part is just listening to what Bennett has to say, because he's the one that's obviously in dirty air, and in Sector 1, our car is possibly the worst in that regard. As we saw with the Porsche, was easily managing the dirty air department. So it was up to me to just listen to what Bennett needed, what Bennett wanted, and I mean that's what I did. If I needed to slow down for him, I did so, and I think it was managed perfectly.
Well, good celebrations for 25 years of a team in sim racing. Kevin, congratulations, and a good one too for Team Redline.
Yes, thank you, and shout out to our stream, to Luke Crane, for watching it over as well. Thank you.
Poor Luke Crane getting a shout out from Kevin Siggy. Oof. No, of course, it's fine. Let's take a look at highlights as to how Kevin Siggy was able to win the opening race for Group A. Straight to the outside and was able to work his way around into the race lead past Bennett. Of course, the most important thing is focusing on team points, which unfortunately for Max Benneker and Jordan Caruso, team points were slipping through their fingers. It was Benneker that was sent backwards. It was Jordan Caruso that was sent to the rear of the field. Meanwhile, further up the order, trying to work their way past. You're one of the red lines trying to get past one of the mouse. Of course, Rietveld with a big squeeze to the inside was trying to find his way past. Yuri Kasdorp was sneaking over. Dennis Schoeniger would work his way past in that. No official confirmation from race control as to any required switches in that one. Dane Warren was trying to make this move time and time again throughout the race. A little bit of contact as well as he was trying to get past the Team Red Line driver. Enzo Benito couldn't get past on that occasion. It was a 1-2 though, and what was quite a quiet race towards the front as Kevin Siggy was able to come across the line ahead of Luke Bennett. Charlie Collins and Josh Rogers, the top four, all separated by less than 1 second. Enzo Benito able to keep Dane Warren at bay by just 0.05 of a second before we get to Yuri Kasdorp and Dennis Schoeniger. Jeff Rietveld in 9th position, Moritz Lerner, Max Benneker and Jordan Caruso down the order in 12th place. Those two drivers there at the bottom though, Benneker and Caruso, they know they've got a lot more they could do this evening.
Yeah, they certainly do. I'm just doing the maths, by the way, on whether that is the biggest point score we've ever seen in the dynamic group phase. I think it is for 58. Porsche Commander got into the mid-50s on a couple of occasions at Fuji, and that's how they were able to win pretty comfortably. Here for Team Redline, it's the perfect possible start, and I think that is going to set them in very good stead. As I mentioned earlier, very, very difficult to catch a team once they're out front like that, even with just 20 points of an advantage over Porsche Commander as they've got now, so they are going to be quite difficult to catch. We'll see whether anybody does, though, in the second race. That's come later, of course, after the second race for Group D, which is next.
Yeah, I'm just having a look myself. Porsche Commander did score 55 points in the first race.
Oh my God.
Then it was 51. Then it was 64. Is that right? My goodness. I don't know if that's 4. Either way, one of the things that we were talking about last round, of course, yes, you were saying about you should come over to the twitch.tv/RENNSPORT_GG if you want your Twitch drops for 3 hours of viewing. We were also talking about the RENNSPORT Radio Check podcast from RENNSPORT, basically explaining where things are. We've got a few clips to show you throughout the broadcast, including this one here. Let's have a start and have a look.
Audio has been something that we've been saying internally that it's a very important part of the driving experience, because you can only get so much feedback when you drive something virtually, so sound becomes like a part of your feedback experience that helps you make decisions. It helps you understand what's going on around you on track. And right now we have reworked and remastered basically every single audio point in the game. Like, everything is completely mixed and mastered. We're adding better 3D audio, better spacing, so it sounds good in cockpit view, in third-person chase cam view, in broadcasting. It just creates a very good overall experience now, no matter how you look at the game or from what angle you do it. And with that, this will launch an update soon, and together with a freshly recorded Mercedes AMG GT3 sound that we went to the Nürburgring to record like 2 weeks ago. Completely new. Sounds incredible.
There we go. And obviously, we've got a few more of these to listen into. If you do want to go and listen to the whole RENNSPORT radio check, head on to YouTube, find the RENNSPORT YouTube channel, and there is a 25-minute video on there. That is the RENNSPORT radio check. I've got a few more of those coming out, but that is the 5th one, and there's still plenty in the history of it. Let's focus our attention, though, back towards Group D, where Robbie Stapleford was victorious earlier on in the evening. Of course, we're back into qualifying here at the Jeddah Corniche circuit, and Will Chadwick is the first driver to take us round for the ERA team.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he can. That first sector is going to be beaten, by the way. 44.3 from him, not by me, but by someone in this session. He's got that a bit wrong as well through the next chicane, and he's going to be slow on the exit there. That is a facepalm almost there, as you can see in the bottom left. He's not happy with himself. It was through turn 15, 16, 17 where things really started to go wrong there. Just got a big slide, went over the inside of the circuit, and unfortunately is going to set a slowdown lap time here. Danny Moreno is going to go faster than that, unless he gets a slowdown himself, of course, because he did get one in the first time round, that first qualifying session. Going to see Will Chadwick at the back, though, unfortunately, here for this one.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. There's no way this is going to be a particularly good qualifying. It's not quite a lap that you or I could beat. We're a bit too fat and lazy, and that's why we're in the commentary booth. Well, at least, fat's on my side, lazy's on yours. As into the final corner we go. So that's just brutal. 4.4 seconds down that middle. That is horrendous.
Yeah, that is Will Chadwick's time, unfortunately. He knows on camera still waving. Note we're chatting about him, and not chatting nice things either. 2:04.1. So unsurprisingly, Moreno setting some purple lap times here to begin his lap time through Sector 1 and through Sector 2, although that is going to be beaten pretty quickly as well through Sector 1. But it's good that he's managed to get a lap without a slowdown this time round for Moreno, as TC Racing look to build on a pretty successful first race of the evening. Here comes Moreno over the line. It's going to be a 59.2. That is a very good time for Group D.
Certainly so. That's a nice one from Danny Moreno. Robbie Stapleford, the next one to come through, was able to come out victorious in the previous race. Can he do so once again? He's not qualified particularly well for any of the races so far this season. It doesn't seem to really faze him that much. He's able to work his way through in the race. That's had a bit of a shake of the head for him. I'm not sure this is going to be a good lap time. It's going to be a mid to high 59, I think, based on that reaction. It's a 59.4. It's a mid 59.
Absolutely, you are certainly correct. Stapleford will have to work his magic again through the first part of the first lap, as he has done so often in these last couple of weeks, as Jack Keithley now works his way into the final corner. Purple in the first sector. That's one of the better purple first sectors we've seen throughout any of our groups so far tonight. Keithley now working his way up towards the line here with a time that is going to rival his teammates here. Moreno and Keithley, I think, are going to be on the front row together after this time. They are, for now, first and second.
Augustin Torlashi will be the next one towards the lines. We're seeing a sea of TCs come across the line. Obviously, first and second at the moment in the session. Certainly the opportunity for them to go 1, 2, 4 and 5. Well, can they get past Robbie Stapleford's ERA as well? For Augustin Torlashi's first sector, I'm not sure that's going to be particularly possible to get past Robbie Stapleford. So I think this time is going to be good enough to cross the line and go into that fourth position just ahead of Will Chadwick. Exactly where he goes. 59.62. That can be down towards the rear of the field, though.
Yeah, it might well be. And this is the final driver for TC Racing. We're not seeing any of the Guild drivers yet, by the way, so we'll see where they get onto the board a little bit later. But TC Racing ending their qualifying here with 1 and 2. It's going to be, is it going to be 1, 2, 3 maybe, with Matteo putting in a good lap time over the line. For him now, the final of our TC Racing drivers. Got to be a low 59 to be up there, and it is relatively 59.3, and that puts them 1, 2 and 3 before the final 6 drivers.
Certainly so. Marco Pejic then starts the second half of this qualifying session, as we'll see all 4 guilds in there and 2 of the ERA cars, Ibrahim Khan, Mikael Schmiedel, along with Pejic, Emery, Moore and Bonnerhaus. The sectors are looking okay for Marco Pejic here in the Aston Martin. See what the final sector's like. He was able to chuck himself ahead of Danny Moreno in the opening qualifying session of the evening. We're seeing the Aston Martin go strong in that final sector and seeing it once again. 4,000 of a second ahead of Nicholas Matteo, 1,000 of a second behind Jack Keithley.
This is very, very close up towards the top, but looking very good for TC Racing. Can Matt Emery have a better second race here than what he had in the first when he was languishing down towards the back and getting involved in one or two incidents here or there? He's set a purple sector in the middle just to try and help that as he brings this Aston Martin up towards the line, looking for that low 59, and looking for the second 59.2 of Group D's day. That is not going to be it though for Matt Emery. He is sixth.
Not great for Matt Emery indeed. Well, Ibrahim Khan, he's had a slowdown. That'll be at the end of the first sector in corner number 10. We've seen that one before already this evening a couple of times. And Ibrahim Khan's next one to fall foul of that. It'll be faster than Will Chadwick's time, so he won't quite be in last position in this qualifying, but he will be behind Augustin Torlashi. This is the time coming in for 8th position for Ibrahim Khan. A bit of a shake of the head. He's disappointed himself. He knows this is not good enough.
2:01.8 for Khan. Bono House, meanwhile, is quite a long way back again. Still about a minute to go on his lap time. And Bono House, my goodness, has he got to put in a good lap time here. I know that the first corner incident for the first race wasn't really his fault, but Guild Esports really slipped behind in that first race as a result of their performance. And so this has got to be a good lap from House. So far, no purple sectors for him, though.
No, this is not ideal for for anyone really. For Will Chadwick or for Ibrahim Khan for ERA, who'll be back down at the rear end of the field. For Bonnerhouse and for Guild, it's looking like things are looking good for TC at the moment. Obviously, they looked very strong in the opening race of the evening, and for Guild, they need Bonnerhouse, they need Henry Moore to throw themselves right into the mix, because if not, TC could be running away with this group and potential promotion straight up into group number C. Number C? Who knows? I don't know English. Out towards the line, Bonnerhouse is going to go, and the sectors are looking mid-tier. As he crosses the line, it goes into 5th position, just ahead of Robbie Stapleford.
This is looking very good for TC Racing. Michał Schmiedl has got to try and upset that now for ERA, who were able to take the first race win of this group tonight, but he's not been able to take the points lead with ERA, partly because Schmiedl himself was quite a long way back after clashing with Ibrahim Khan earlier on in that first race. Through now the final corner, and indeed up towards the line now for Michał Schmiedl. It's got to be good, and it's decent. 5th place, not that far off pole, but only 5th for Schmiedl.
It's a tight qualifying session, this one. It has been tight across the line. It's been exciting, but there we go. Your pole sitter. Honestly, it's been a great job for that pole.
Sweating, isn't he?
Yeah.
Profusely.
It must be warm. It must be warm.
Who knows? Yeah. It's a good job though for Moreno, and a great lap time in this qualifying session for TC Racing across the board. They've taken 1 and 2 here in this session itself, and that is a great start to the evening for them. By the way, Matt Henry had a Matt Henry, I'm smashing names together. Henry Moore, sorry, has got a qualifying ban for that second race. That's why he didn't qualify. And Guild again struggling.
Yeah, it did obviously breach the points limit in the race. You have a certain amount of points, like from contacts, from track excursions and stuff, that you use throughout the entire race. You breach that and then has breached penalty points. So obviously, in courtesy of doing so, it gets a qualifying ban. Probably one of the worst circuits for a qualifying ban. That said, you know how things can unfold right at the start of the race. It can go from 0 to 10 very, very quickly. So I'm sure just focus on keeping your nose clean at the start of the race. You never really know. Great, though, for TC Racing. Yeah, they did really well in the previous race. They're looking really strong in this. And, of course, they were the team that got demoted from Group C last week. And they were on the cusp at a point in there where we were maybe talking about them being promoted up to Group B. So they've definitely got pace and potential in that team. And I'm sure we'll be seeing that from them here. This is how the group currently looks.
Yeah, 7 points ahead of ERA after that first round of racing, and Guild getting a decent amount of points, especially when you consider the rates that they had. But unfortunately, this qualifying session has not helped them along the way. Any of them still absolutely in it. That's the positive thing from Group D. And we'll see TC Racing's goal, I think, here is to further extend that advantage and make this final race so that they almost can't lose. Not quite. Obviously, that's not going to be possible. But if they can put themselves in a comfortable situation for this final race, that's got to be the only goal of this final second race.
Certainly so. Look, to be fair, this group is actually pretty close. I know that it doesn't look ridiculously close between Guild, for example, on 27 points, and Mercedes AMG team TC Racing. on 44. It doesn't look that close. Trust me, that's pretty close. And this is one that can chop and change very quickly. At the moment, the huge advantage is obviously towards TC Racing. They're the ones that are in position at the moment to score well. If they score well in this race, they'll be very comfortable for the final race. But even then, you get an awkward qualifying and start down towards the rear of the field in what is a field which is already quite close. It can unfold very quickly.
Yeah, it certainly can. And so nobody out of the game yet, absolutely, in Group D. Especially for Guild and for ERA, though. They've got to get themselves, in my opinion, promoted into Group C here today. They've got to push really hard in this race and the final one to try and get up into that Group C, because it is a points-based system where you're not particularly rewarded for finishing at second and third in Group D, and you will be eliminated before the Esports World Cup even gets around. So you've got to move up the field if you're those two teams at the moment, in my opinion, and you have got the perfect opportunity to do that with this second race here in the next few moments. But the race start is going to be everything all over again. We saw it in both of the groups so far. The race start is going to be absolutely everything, and from there on in, it is more difficult to overtake. We've seen that.
Right, here's the questions that everyone wants answered then. If Danny Moreno is sweating that much in a lap of qualifying, what will the laps of the race do to that poor man's racing seat? It's not a good thought.
No, it's not a good smell, I wouldn't have thought either, if you were there. So it almost looks like he's tipped a bottle of water over himself, doesn't it?
Yeah, damn right. Needs I don't think, this is the thing, is that when you look at the Porsche Commander setup, right, and they've got that huge fan behind Josh Rogers and stuff, Danny Moreno needs one right now. I've done my fair few races dripping with sweat. It is not fun. It is not fun at all. That is why, if you're new to sim racing, maybe you're kind of getting into it and figuring your way out, and you come to it kind of wondering, why do all these esports drivers, or not all of them, but like most of them, wear gloves and stuff, right? Why do they? Main reason is gripping the wheel, which, when your hands are sweaty, knees are weak, and such, you ain't gripping that wheel.
Your hands and wrists start to hurt if you drive as much as these guys as well. It's certainly a problem. Maybe it's a problem that I get disproportionately to other people, but my hands really start to hurt if you drive for too long. So that's another reason as well. But it doesn't help with the sweatiness. Can you imagine your hands afterwards? Goodness me, inside there, it's very warm. It's one of the things you have to think about this time of year, when the weather, well, this is for the European drivers, of course, in this series, very changeable indeed. And another problem it sounds very trivial, remembering to turn the light on before you start the race. Otherwise, it gets very dark, and suddenly you can only see the screen. It's lighting up your face.
Yeah, see, some people like racing in as dark as possible. I don't. It strains my poor little beady eyes.
Yeah, same. So there you go. Anyway, slightly off topic. Henry Moore is on the back end of the grid for Group D's second race, with Will Chadwick alongside. Got slowed down that one. Ibrahim Khan set the slowest of the legitimate lap times in 10th ahead of Augustin Tolashi, with Emma Emery and then Robbie Stableford outside of the top half, but he'll move forward from there based on what we've seen so far this season. Bono House and Miao Schmiedel will share row 3 ahead of Nicholas Mateo and Marco Payet, with an all TC Racing front row of Jack Keithley and Daniel Moreno. What a chance TC Racing have got, because we were figuring out and talking about earlier the most amount of points that anybody's got from a particular race in the dynamic group phase so far. Before tonight it was 56 from Vitality. Redline just scored 58. The reason why you get such a big score, or one of the big reasons, 1 and 2 already 45 points just with 2 of your drivers. That's a huge gain. That's why you see some of these huge scores, and with those two locking out the front row, this could be a big score.
Certainly so. Well, into the final corner they'll go. I don't know, Ewan. I'm looking towards TC getting a very good result here, and they could move themselves comfortably clear of the rest of the group. That said, you don't know how these races are going to unfold. There's going to be chaos at turn 1. We've seen that in the opening 2 races.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. This is going to be TC Racing's to lose. If they don't gain points here on their rivals and extend that from 7 and 17 points respectively over ERA and Guild, they will be very disappointed indeed in 8 laps' time. The lights are on at Jeddah again, and race 2 of Group D is about to get underway as Jack Keithley and Danny Moreno try and orchestrate a nice start off the front here. And it's Keithley who's got the better run here on the outside line in towards turn 1. More bumping and barging again, and there's a spin for Moreno, is it, in the mid-pack? It's indeed Daniel Moreno on pole, already to the back end of the field with Augustin Tolashi as well.
think there was also a big slide coming in from Marco Pajic, who was pushed around a little bit in the first corner as well, who had contact with Bonnerhouse, I do believe, basically on the apex of turn 1 and turn 2. You're absolutely right. Danny Moreno dropped back to 11th position in the race. There he is, your pulse here. That's how quickly it can unfold in these races. TC were looking so strong. They're now running 1 and 2, which is great. Obviously, there's 45 points for that. Big slide ahead of Danny Moreno from Marco Pajic, and here comes the move up towards 13. Needs to get on with it, needs to score some decent points, needs to help Matteo and Keithley.
Again, to underline the importance of 1 and 2, even with Moreno and Torlashi last and second last, which they're going to be even more now after Moreno goes for another spin. They're still scoring 46, and that's the big advantage. Moreno, though, is going to be down in 12th and is not going to be scoring any points. He's gone from first to last in a matter of moments here. Guild have made some good ground here on the start. They're 3rd, 4th, 8th and 9th. That's a decent score, but again, TC Racing still gaining as they were expecting and hoping to do in race 2.
From hero to a very unfortunate 0 for Danny Moreno. Such a good qualifying lap, but it's unfolded so quickly in the race, and yeah, spun round. That's taken him a long time to get back going again, and finds himself 21 seconds off of Jack Keithley, your race leader. Do you remember the finger wag from Jack Keithley back in Fuji as he crossed the line for victory and then had it taken away from him, courtesy of a penalty for basically exceeding track limits whilst he was making an overtake? Had a big old finger wag towards the line, which, by the way, is banter. Now running clear, but I think Matteo might be trying to make a move on him. Maybe he's going to become because Matteo can become our 39th winner. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? It's doing his best Brendan Lee impression from all those years ago.
Was it Brandon? No, it wasn't Brendan Lee. You're thinking of Ron Hart.
No, I'm not. I'm thinking of about 8 years ago when the esports was very new. Well, quite new on that kind of scale, anyway. And yeah, anyway, I'll send you a video later. Meanwhile, through the first sector, on board with Robbie Stapleford. He is currently in 5th place. I told you we'd make places off the start, by the way. He's up 2 so far, but now the difficult part comes in. He's good off the actual lap 1. He hasn't often had to make many more overtakes after that. Now he does have to, in behind Matt Emery.
Certainly so, as we'll see the charge up. There's the driver in the corner from Robbie Stapleford, who is fending off his teammate Ibrahim Cobb. This is what we were talking about last week. When you're in this position as a team, you kind of don't have to switch drivers or whatever just because you're focusing on how much the team is scoring. Let's look back at turn 1 then and try and unpiece what actually happened. There was Danny Moreno in the middle of it, going for a bit of a spin. That was what also sent round the Guild car of, I think, Marco Pajic. Oh, and that was how Augustin Torlashi got sent off to the barrier as well. That was very messy. And here's his full spin out into the side of the ERA driver. Danny Moreno sent round.
And that's how he's ended up in last position, unfortunately, for Moreno. So I think it was Henry Moore who made the contact with Moreno at turn 1, by the way. I don't know for sure, but I think it was Henry Moore who got down the inside and smashed into the side of Moreno in towards turn 1. There's certainly going to be a bit of chatting about that one afterwards. And Henry Moore has got to be a little bit careful. He's already exceeded the points for incidents in the previous race, and starting off that race, I think, with a bit of a smash. Maybe it's Marco Pajic. Maybe I got it wrong. I don't know. But it's certainly a bit of a smash in towards turn 1 between a Guild and a TC Racing, as Henry Moore, speaking of, is on the defensive here with Michał Schmiedl alongside. Khan and Chadwick, Chadwick and Pajic, rather, going side by side up ahead. And Pajic has gone straight across the chicane. Where did that come from? Here comes Schmiedl on the other side, trying to pass them both. They're free wide in towards turn 4. It's never going to work. They're squeezing. They're bumping, they're barging, they're all off the circuit. It's all happening, and they're still side by side.
That's not great. That was not ideal coming down to turn 4. It was never going to work. 3 wide working their way into that. Sent off into the barrier was Augustin Torlashi, as they were all trying to get on their brakes and all pushing each other. Just very, very messy. By the way, you'll be pleased to know Felix van Delft has said, "Know your means, shake my head, unprofessional," and has sent me a gif of the exact thing that you're talking about. I have seen it before. It is Brendan Lee shaking his finger. You are right. It was the shushing, wasn't it, from Ron Hunt? That was the one that I was thinking of from last year at the opening round. There's been a few memes floating around sim racing. Yeah, that's fair.
Is that the first time I've got a popular culture reference correct?
Yeah.
Could be. certainly when you... certainly the first time I corrected you on a popular culture reference to do with sim racing, that's for sure.
One of very few times you've corrected me at all in the last, 4, 5, 6 years where we've been commentating together.
One of the first times I've done it and been correct as well.
Yeah.
But anyway, side by side, meanwhile, for 7th, Payich and Chadwick again want to have a second bite at this one, the two of them, for 7th position. We saw them in towards the first chicane where Payich ended up off the road. Chadwick's been caught in the very same lap, and maybe this is why he's trying to orchestrate Smeedle down the inside, and he's managed it. Smeedle's gone through on both of them here, but he has let Henry Moore into the fight as well, as Chadwick now in a guild sandwich, and he's shoved Moore to the left-hand side. He's going backwards. Here comes Torlashi as well involved in this.
Memes are about to be had from this group, I am sure. There comes the look to the inside from Marco Payich, sends it on the brake, slams into the rear end of the ERA driver, pushes off. I think that was Will. Oh my goodness, it's all chaos. They've rejoined the circuit, and there is Marco Payich sent off into the barrier as Henry Moore heads now to the basically the front of this group. You've obviously got Smeedle there, who was sent straight over at that chicane. Henry Moore, then Will Chadwick, Augustin Torlashi. I mean, to be fair, that was not as dramatic as I thought it would be, but that was still meme-inducing.
That was silly, really. Somebody needs to put a wall or some gravel on the outside of turn 1, because on the inside of turn 2, because the ease of which someone could just jump over there is, it's too easy. And that's why you see a lot of the problems you do down in towards turn 1, in my opinion. If there was a wall or some gravel there, then we wouldn't have anywhere near as many problems with that, but there you go. Smeedle up into 7th place. A good overtake from him, actually, into the final corner. 3 wide down the inside. Henry Moore getting a few positions on. Chadwick's going backwards again here, unfortunately, in this race. Just, I think, lacking a bit of speed round here, unfortunately, tonight.
You be careful having opinions. Yuri Karsten will jump into the Twitch chat and start making comments about it. It's fine.
He doesn't know I am.
You're a bit small for him, it's fine. Either way, we've got the yeah, right. Still focused on Will Chadwick and Augustin Torlashi here in the battle for 9th and 10th position. At the moment, teams wise, obviously points wise, it's going very well for TC at the moment. As much as they do have 2 drivers in 10th and 12th, which is really poor, they're still probably going to be pretty happy with this race. First and second at the moment scoring 47 points in totality in this one, which will comfortably be the highest point score from this group. Bonnerhouse, Matt Emery for Guild in 3rd and 4th. Then Robbie Staplehead, Ibrahim Khan and Mikael Smeedle running 5th through 7th for the ERA team, who we were coming through and into this round as maybe expecting as being the top group, the top team from this group. Well, it seems like we might be quite wrong and it might be TC.
Yeah, I think that's proving to be a more and more likely prospect as we go along, as Henry Moore indeed gets a 5-second time penalty for exceeding the incident points limit. Where's that going to put him at the end of this? It's going to put him 11th behind Chadwick, Torlashi and Payich, who would all move up 1. So Moore's got to start being a little bit more careful with these incident points, because he's racking them up, and unfortunately he's getting penalties in both of the races so far today.
Now, obviously, the instant point limit is kind of one of those ones where, like, you may not be at fault for everything that you're getting instant points for exceeding, like, track limits, etc., etc. Like, you may be pushed off, etc. But the thing is, it's about how you're being involved in incidents, right? I've always said, as much as, like, it can be, if you take, for example, if you're in an instant like down into turn 1 where you're pushed off the road or squeezed into a barrier or whatever, you might say, oh, well, yeah, but that was their fault. You could kind of lean towards it being, 90% their fault, but there's still 10% of things you could have done. You could have seen the incident coming. You could have adapted for it. You could have moved out of the way. If you're going 3 wide, for example, down in towards turn 4, you could maybe think, well, this is going to be stupid and there's going to be a big old crash here. Let me back out of it and then not get the instant point of doing so and still coming through. There's ways of reading the racing. I think sometimes that's what's missed in this. At the moment, though, top right of your screen, you can see there's a big points gap appearing between TC and then the other 2 teams of ERA and Guild, who are very close on points. But of course, it only really matters in this group as to who wins.
Don't forget that Guild would lose even further from that because of Henry Moore's penalty. So it is certainly looking good for TC Racing now, and ERA are going to have to do a big switch around in that final race if it is going to be their day. Keithley and Mateo still controlling this race out front, and that's what's really driving TC Racing's points tally. from this race. 45 points just from those two. There'll be 3 from Tord Ashley once he gets ahead of Henry Moore. And if they battle here, Schmiedel and Moore, then it's going to be even more points for the others here. Side by side, not really sure why in towards turn 1 and 2. Henry Moore needs to try and reduce the battling as much as possible. If he can get through here cleanly though, nice and easy into 7th, then maybe it'll be different. And he does get through quite cleanly, nice and easily. So maybe it was worth it. He moves up to 7th place for now.
I think Schmiedel might have actually been trying to slow Henry Moore down to maybe gain the extra, to guarantee gain the extra point from Will Chadwick, although that gap's already going to be confessed. I don't know. Maybe that was the case, maybe it wasn't. Who knows? But Henry Moore, either way, felt like he needed to get on with it. Works his way through then and up into 7th position, but still has that 5-second time penalty hanging over his head. And the only person he can really take points off of in that would be Marko Pajic, which, again, we're talking about team points here. It would make no difference because the team, you'd be finishing 10th and 11th as a team. It doesn't really matter whether it's car number 3, 4, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's still you're finishing 10th and 11th.
Yeah, and that is sort of the important part, the top of the bottom of it. Ooh. As we go up to the leaders. Bono's putting a bit of pressure on the front 2. There's still 2 laps to go at the end of this one. And then Matt Emery just next in line as well. So it's been a decent points haul for Guild here as they get near to ERA in the battle for 2nd place. But at the moment, TC Racing are looking relatively comfortable. It's starting to feel a little bit like what MSI were able to do 2 weeks ago, to be honest. Get out from at some point relatively early on in the evening and then just stay there pretty comfortably. And if they can hold this all the way through, they'll be straight back into Group C almost as quickly as they left.
And I will say one thing, so we've had another 5-second time penalty come out for exceeding instant points limits, and it's another Guild driver. It's Marko Pajic. At least it's a driver that won't lose a single point from doing so. It'll still be Danny Moreno in last position, but to have 2 Guild racing drivers both receive the same penalty, I'm pretty sure Seb Hawkins, team manager, will probably be sitting down with the team being like, what was that, lads? What are we doing here? What's happening? Let's figure ourselves out when we go to the next race.
Sometimes you see these guys and you wonder if they know about the incident limit sometimes, because the way that there's so much contact sometimes in some of these races for some of these drivers, and a little bit surprised, but after seeing Group A do it a little bit more cleanly than what Group D did in race 1, a little bit surprised that Group D was a bit more of the same. We'll see if it is different in race 3, but you would have thought, especially for Guild, they would have got hold of their driver and said, please don't get towards that limit because it's costing us loads of points.
So yeah, it's about staying out of trouble. You kind of really have to keep your noses clean, and that is easier said than done. I understand, but when you're constantly in the thick end of things, whether you believe it's your fault or not, again, as I was saying earlier, if you're always involved in the incident, whether it is always someone else's fault or not is kind of irrelevant. Look at the reasons why you personally are always in those instances. I think that's what they need to do kind of as a team. Like, for example, with Henry Moore. He's been involved in a few instances this season, not always been his fault, and that's fine, right? But it's looking at it and understanding how that position has been gotten into. Is it from poor qualifying? Is it from this? Is it from that? Is it from bad decision making when things are 3 wide and getting chaotic? Is it just purely bad luck? If it is, how do you avoid it? How can we start looking a little bit further down the road? And that's what you need to start doing. But that comes down to a little bit down to the team manager and how that approaches, especially with the younger drivers. Those that are more inexperienced in sim racing, getting them to learn at a fast and efficient way, that comes down to the more senior drivers in the team and the team managers, of course.
So far, TC Racing have got their act together very nicely indeed here at Jeddah. They have taken the points lead through race 1. Looks like they're going to take a race victory as well for the first time in their history in this competition. They weren't able to take anything at Group C, even though they did put up a decent fight. They dropped out of that group last week, got relegated. Now they're here in Group D looking to bounce straight back again, and it looks like it is going to be bouncing straight back for them as Jack Keithley begins to extend the margin towards the end of this race. Nicholas Mateo coming under a bit of pressure from Bono House for 2nd place, though, a little bit further behind, and boy, do Guild need that 2nd place to take some points away from TC first of all, but also give themselves some points as well on the final lap of this race.
Certainly so. Not long left to go for Jack Keithley to a delayed victory in R1, that's for sure. But for him to take a first victory and become our 39th winner in R1. Nicholas Matteo also yet to take a victory. So again, we could be seeing 39 and 40 this evening, especially if TC keep this up going into the next race. At the moment, it looks like Keaton's going to come across the line comfortably, so I don't think Bonnehouse or Matt Emery is going to be able to do anything about those top two. Quite similar to what we saw in Group A, wasn't it? Just a few moments ago, where running first and second, you're able to control the slipstream and keep those groups behind.
Through into the final sector and the final corner then for Jack Keithley. It looks like it's going to be his first win of 2025 in R1. And it looks like it's going to be the same for TC Racing, who are going to become the 10th team to win this season, by the way, in 2025, joining none of the others that I'll ask you about a little bit later. But it's TC Racing who have taken the victory, and another big points haul here with Keithley and Matteo over the line side by side. 45 points just between those two. Keithley punches the air. He's delighted, and TC Racing might as well be as well. With the 1 and the 2, they have made themselves firm favourites for promotion out of Group D.
Yeah, demoted just a week ago. Promoted immediately, that could very much be on it. You can see Jack Keithley absolutely pumped, no finger wagging, so that's always a positive.
I thought he was going to get right in the camera there and celebrate, but no, he's just...
This is maybe an embarrassment. If Papa Keithley is watching, I distinctly remember watching. It was me and Robert Wiesemuller, I believe. It was in, I think it might have been one of the Cooper stuff, the Cooper Championships. And Jack Keithley won the race. And in the background, partying, hands in the air like this. His dad, topless.
Oh,
An
no.
image I will never forget in all of my sim races. I'm pretty sure that's what it was anyway. It was embarrassing, regardless. He was certainly dancing. It was certainly, it was a moment.
It was a different time. Some would say.
Yeah, it was. It was a different time. Thanks.
In sim racing's history. But there you go. None of that here today for Jack Keithley, and I think we're all slightly relieved about that. He is the same passionate driver, though, that we've known for so many years now. And again, wearing that on his sleeve, absolutely, and is doing that again here in this second race of the day, rather. We're now joined by Jack Keithley, of course, who's taken the second race win of the day. Congratulations, Jack, on your first win in R1 in 2025. How are you feeling after that?
Technically, I won last race. You know what? I can't. I'm so knackered. I can't form a cogent simile right now. I'm out of breath. But that was. I mean, first I've got to say, huge commiserations to my teammate Danny. I mean, I don't know exactly what happened at the start. It looked like a massive cluster, but it was just a massive shame that he went from first to last. So yeah, obviously we could have got more points, but for me and Nick, it'd be 1-2. I wouldn't have been bothered if I was second. In fact, we got 1-2. That's an absolutely amazing result for the team.
Considering your experience in the world of sim racing, you have been in it for a very, very long time. You've taken part in a whole host of competitions, won an awful lot, and to win here in R1, obviously after the potential disappointment of last week, getting knocked down here into Group D. Do you think that experience has helped you bounce back straight away as a team, and have you passed that on to any of your teammates? Is that the kind of environment that you're in with the TC Racing team?
Yes to all the above, Lewis. I mean, the guys obviously don't need me to tell them much because they're absolutely great in the fields that they've came from. It's just that I've obviously got the most experience in RENNSPORT, so I've tried to give them a bit of my wisdom, you know. But I'll tell you what, that race with us 1-2, that was the best race it ever was, and ever will be. Now, I'll tell you what, it's crazy to think. There are people like my teammate Augustine. He wasn't born yet when I started doing this. He was still inside of his dad's, you know what. So the fact that I'm still doing stuff against these kids, you know, these little kids and all that, it's mega stuff.
Well done. Jack. Congratulations, Jack, and thanks for that very accurate description of how long your sim racing career has been going on. Thanks very much. Hopefully we'll see you again later on.
Yeah. See you all, guys. Enjoy the last race.
Thanks very much, Jack Keithley there. Winner of race 2 in Group D here today. Let's see how he did it in towards turn number 1. It was a bit of a mess for Moreno, unfortunately. Danny Moreno, Jack Keithley's teammate, of course, on the pole, having a bit of a bad time through turn number 1. One of the Guild Esports Astons down his inside before Torlashi smacked the wall. It went from bad to worse for Moreno later on in that race as well. Into turn 13 on the same lap, in fact, spun around into the wall. This was all happening in towards the first game. That's Page going off in front front of these guys, by the way, and forcing a 3-wide moment in towards turn 4, which we said wasn't going to work at the time, and lo and behold, it didn't. The big squeeze that they all got, there you go, and in the end, that's Torlashi, by the way, in the TC Racing car, having to just back out of it. A strike across the chicane for Thickwell Chadwick there, just staying in front of the Guild Aston for now. Side-by-side racing would continue all the way around to turn 12, where everybody was going off the circuit. More pumping and barging and banging, and in the end, in towards the final corner, it was Schmiedel in the ERA Porsche, third in line here, you can see, getting the double slipstream and the double move eventually to get to the front of this group. Despite all the bumping and barging, he went off meanwhile through turn 1 and 2, then free wide again as they came out of the first chicane. Another smack into the wall, this time for Marco Pejic, who would get to the incident limit, as would Henry Moore, by the way, the other Guild car you can see in that picture. They will both get 5-second time penalties. Good racing this time round, though, in towards turns 1 and 2. That was a pass in the midfield there for Henry Moore at the time, I think it was, just getting ahead of Schmiedel, but that obviously wouldn't last with the penalties. Jack Keefley didn't get any of those penalties, though he has taken the race victory ahead of Nicholas Matteo. Guild with a decent haul there from 3rd and 4th for Modo House and Matt Emery. The only problem is their teammates down in 10th and 11th. All 4 of the ERA drivers were next. Kant, Stapleford, Schmiedel and Chadwick, followed by Augustin Torlashi, who benefited from those penalties for Moore and Pejic. Moreno was a long way behind after that first lap, which was a bit of a disaster for him despite getting the pole position. So TC Racing become the 10th different team to win a race in 2025 R1. My question to you, Lewis McGlade, is can you name the 2 who haven't taken a race win?
Oh my God.
They're not both here tonight, although one of them is. So there's the clue.
I actually don't know. Is Vitality one?
No. They won the last race last week. There's the points, by the way, for Group A. We've been told to get on with it. Well, I'll give you time to think while I talk about this points haul for Team Redline. The biggest points haul that we've ever seen in the dynamic group phase. Admittedly, it is only week 3, but nevertheless, 59 points to them is 22 more than Porsche Coanda. Miles with a bit of a disaster, only 12 points for them. It's going to take a very, very big job for them to get themselves out of the relegation zone. I can see Lewis McGlade Googling the answers as we speak.
I'm not Googling, I'm scrolling through. I'm not even looking at the results. I'm looking at my spreadsheets. Williams haven't won?
Yep, that's one.
Who is the other one? Well, but whilst I'm thinking about that and whilst I'm trying to go through all of this information to try and find out who it is, because that question has baffled me. Give me a moment. Whilst we'll go through all of that, we're going to leave you with another clip from the RENNSPORT radio check, which of course you can find out on YouTube by checking out the RENNSPORT GG YouTube channel. Let's have a look.
Something that I really, really enjoyed, and I take a lot of pride in what we managed to do, is to start to get our cars into a space where you can feel that RENNSPORT characteristic of the car, which makes it so fun to drive. And once we nail this across all the different car classes that we have, that's going to be an experience that you can't have anywhere else. But as apart from that, in terms of like the new things we're launching with, I'm really looking forward to the single player experience, because I think we've sort of started creating a system where we can offer really enticing single-player content. Because we know our multiplayer is really good. Side-to-side action is really good in RENNSPORT, have always been in multiplayer. Taking that into a single-player experience, I'm really looking forward to see that come to life and let people experience that as well.
I've got no idea. So I was so focused on trying to find the stats and information that I've been bamboozled by Ewan O'Leary. Obviously, yes, you can hear the RENNSPORT radio check on the RENNSPORT YouTube channel. It'll tell you basically about what they're planning, how they've been, how the game development's going, and what is expected in the future as well. So obviously over to the RENNSPORT YouTube channel. Right, put me out of my misery. Which is the second team? Because I know the other one's Williams. Who's the other team?
I feel like you're going to kick yourself a little bit. It seems obvious to me. Williams, obviously, as you correctly noted, is one of them. The one that's here tonight, racing tonight, it's Guild. Guild have never won a race in 2025 anyway.
Yeah, no, that does. Honestly, I was because you said not in this group, but I was like, but it has to be like in this group. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, it is Guild. That's fine. I've only just seen it now. But I hate myself now. Thanks for that. They have had podiums though.
Yeah, no. the reason I sort of mentioned it as well is it's because I'm kind of surprised they haven't yet, really. I mean, they got, Marco Pajic and Bono House have been pretty strong across RENNSPORT in the last 3 years, and I must admit I'm a little bit surprised that they haven't been able to win a race yet. But there you go, the wait goes on for them, and they're probably going to need to win, to be honest, to get themselves out of Group D.
Yeah, from the group, as we were talking about earlier on, it was looking so dominant from the Porsche Commander and from Team Redline earlier on this evening. That has continued on, and I'm sure into this qualifying session. That is exactly what is expected. For Dennis Schoeniger, we need a good first sector, we need a good second sector, we need to be thrown right up into the conversation when it comes to pole position. That first sector is pretty good, to be fair. That's basically about where we were expecting to be. I think the fastest we saw was a 0.0, but a mid-0.
Yeah, that is exactly where you want to be, really, for Schoeniger. It might not be the best sector that we see, first sector for this session, but it's exactly where you want to be. Oh, that's not what you want, though. He just collides with the wall as you come out of turn 17. I would actually argue that's probably the most important corner on this circuit because it's the longest run flat out all the way to turn 22 for that point, which is actually a decent overtaking opportunity, especially when you're already in a battle. Difficult to start a battle from turn 22, but it's easy to get side by side once you're already in amongst it, as I'm sure these drivers will be in the next few moments. As Schoeniger makes his way towards the final corner now, obviously purple sectors across the board to begin with. He's got to get Maus up towards the front here and get them some points in race 2.
Yeah, we need to see a good qualifying session from Maus. In the previous qualifying session, they started 9th through 12th, and they didn't have a particularly great race after that point, courtesy of their top driver having a bit of an issue. You can see Dennis Schoeniger was not pleased with that coming out through the final corner. But then again, nor was Kevin Siggy in the previous race. A 59.2. That is really not a bad lap time at all.
Well, wasn't that exactly the pole time from race 1? Or was it close? Maybe I'm misremembering, but that is very, very close. For Schoeniger, that should be up towards the front. Not sure why he's so unimpressed. Maybe it was very motivated, good shouting. I don't know. Out of the final corner for Dane Warren, who has got purple sectors at middle this time for the Porsche Commander driver. Now he goes over the line with a 49.2 as well. Just not quite as good as Dennis Schoeniger's 59.2.
Yeah, I have used the RENNSPORT app, which obviously you can get on Play Store and the Apple Store. I know how to plug. A 59.204 would have put Dennis Schoeniger on top of Charlie Collins, who also set a 59.204. Qualified in 3rd position in the previous qualifying session. So very solid there in the lap time from Dennis Schoeniger. Someone not happy. Oh, he's very not happy. Yuri Kasdorp had a slow down, a little bit of a shake of the finger as well. We're having all of it tonight.
I'm not sure why he's blocking his own face, but anyway. Meanwhile, Kevin Siggy with 2 purple sectors. He is going well tonight. As much as he wasn't particularly impressed with his own driving, he won the first race and he got got up towards the front, in the qualifying session as well, even with time on the table. Let's see if he can get into those 59.1s maybe in this lap, or is it going to be even better than that? Over the line. Oh, it's a 4:58 from Kevin Siggy. That is going to be surely up towards the front. He's much more pleased. Kevin Siggy might well be on pole for this one.
Bit of a smile and a bit of a giggle coming in from Max Benneker. Maybe he's just seen that lap time come in from Kevin Siggy and is like, are you real? Oh my goodness. A 58.9 from Kevin Siggy. That would have been good enough to have pole position in the previous race by nearly 0.2 of a second, as Max Benneker will be the next one to come up towards the line. Obviously not going to be able to set that. He's had a slowdown penalty as well. I didn't even realise that must have been coming through turn 22 and 23. That must have been what the giggling was about, because unfortunately, Maus, they're not looking so good in this session either.
No. Schoeniger will be up there towards the front, but unfortunately Benneker and Kasdorp are going to be down towards the back with 2 slowdowns there. Maus look like they are, for all money, going to be relegated here from Group A as quickly as they've been promoted. Jeff Rietveld not having a brilliant 2025 so far in RENNSPORT for whatever reason. He's the only of the Redline drivers not to have taken a win so far this season, but that is a good time. 59.1. He looked a bit dejected to me, but he sets a pretty good time there.
Yeah, it'll be good enough for the front row in the previous race, Jeff Rietveld. But then again, when your teammates set an absolute whopper at a 58.9, I mean, look, anything short of that is not going to be ideal, is it? Not a great first sector here from Enzo Benito, a 44.2. We're expecting that to be about a 10th faster. A 0.1 is normally really where you want to be, and obviously a 0.0, like Kevin Siggy, would be wild quick. Across the line, he's going to go ahead of Yuri Kasdorp and into 5th position. That throws him into contention.
It does. And Luke Bennett will look to try and do the same with his lap time as well. He was on the front row with Kevin Siggy, don't forget, in race number 1. And if he can join Siggy and rebuild in the top 3, then Redline are going to be laughing all the way to first position at the end of round 5 by the looks of things. Here comes Luke Bennett then, up towards the line now as he crosses with a 59.0. These times are getting quicker from Team Redline, and they are 1, 2 and 3 in this session.
And now the trio of co-anders that we've got left to come, and of course the lone mouse of Moritz Lerner, the final 4 cars this qualifying session, have a full understanding of what they are required to do if they're able to take it to Team Redline here, who could have one hand on the overall round victory already at the end of race 2, which is kind of similar to how Porsche Commander had it back at the Fuji Speedway. Josh Rogers up towards the line. This is certainly not going to be good enough for pole position. It's a 59.4, the second of the Porsche Commander drivers.
This is going to be Redline session again here. They are looking very strong around here at Jeddah, and they look like they're going to take round 5 unless Charlie Collins can upset them and get near to those top times. It's not going to be on this lap, unfortunately, for Charlie Collins. He's got to slow down in sector number 1, and that is going to put him down towards the back. He needs to push on, though, because Kastrup and Benneker have both got slowdowns as well. So it's actually a bit of a battle for 10th place at the moment. Over the line for Collins, and he's going to get that at least.
Yeah, it's small victories then for the Porsche Commander driver, who might be lining up on the penultimate row of the grid. Moritz Lerner then trying to become the highest placed non-Team Redline driver at the moment, because that is held by his teammate Dennis Schoeniger through the final corner, and he was adjusting his camera on the way to the line in the previous qualifying session as he qualified further down the order. Let's see what Lerner can do this time, but I think it'll be around where Enzo Benito to Josh Rogers is across the line. 8th place. It's behind Josh Rogers, but not by much.
No, not a bad time, but not near the top contenders where you need to be. Jordan Caruso is now the only one who can really do this for Porsche Commander and get in amongst those Redline drivers who are currently 1, 2 and 3. This is an astonishing round so far from Team Redline as they now get Caruso up towards the line. He's got to be in the top half at least. I think in the top 3, Caruso, to really give Porsche Commander something to shout about here. It's a good time, but it's only 4th. Oh, is it 3rd place? It just adjusts 2,000ths of a second, and Caruso does produce it when it was required. He's up to 3rd.
It was 4th, it was 3rd, it was 5th, it was 2nd. Thanks. That was a bit all over the place. Yes, indeed. Well, this driver here, victorious in the previous race and pole position here as well. Will he be able to hang on to that pole position? Of course, he started from 2nd place in the previous to go around the outside at turn 1 to go and take victory. I'm sure we'll be in position to maybe try and do very much the same thing again. Said the BMW, though, wasn't so great around here. After that qualifying session, I'm not so sure about it. But then again, that could just be Team Redline working their Redline magic that they have done over the last 25 years in sim racing.
It's hard for us to say definitively, but I don't think he's telling the truth. To be honest, it looks like the BMW is certainly strong enough to be a real top contender in this race here today in this group. I mean, there are 2 of them in Group A, and we're yet to see B and C, of course, where things might be a little bit different. But I think Redline are proving that this BMW is not a bad car to have at all here in this circuit. But we'll wait and see whether they can produce the goods in the race itself. They've got all of their drivers in the top 7, which has given them the edge in this second qualifying session.
Yeah, certainly so. And of course, this race marks basically the start of this. Is halfway through the night. Of course, we've got one more race after this for Group D to see who's getting relegated, or who's getting promoted. The exact opposite thing of the thing that I just said. Who's getting promoted into Group C, which at the moment looks like it's going to be in the hands of TC Racing. And of course, from this group, who's going to be demoted down. Before this race begins, really, it's looking like it's going to be Mouse, but of course, they've got this race to run and then one more a little bit later on in the evening. Mouse could have a solid race here. They maybe need a little bit of good luck and good fortune, but you never really know around here, especially with how the circuit opens up. Bit of drama. Never hurt anyone, did it?
Yeah, exactly. They're not out of it for sure, but they're so up against it here, Miles. It's just going to be very, very hard for them to do anything when you look at staying in this group. And that's going to be the story of the season, I feel. Redline and Porsche Commander are the two teams to beat. There's no doubt about that in my mind. And if anybody can stay in Group A at the expense of one of those two teams, they will have done an extraordinary job. And, you know, there aren't that many rounds, to be honest, to this dynamic group phase for that to actually happen here. So I think we're looking at Redline versus Porsche Commander and an honorary third team for each week in Group A, to be honest, if I'm being cynical.
No, I completely agree. And this is the interesting thing, right? Is that whilst there are other teams and drivers that can compete with Porsche Commander and Redline in standard competition, obviously we've had in the online championship, we had Darren McCormack win the round at Monza, for example. And there are plenty of other teams and drivers. Max Benneker, for example, can throw himself up in the standard style of rounds and challenge Porsche Commander, can challenge Team Redline. We do see this in the typical format, but this format really works well for a Team Redline and a Porsche Commander, where you need all four drivers firing at the front of the field, and that's exactly what they have. And do remember as well, as much as we're talking about three teams here, it's not like these will be the three teams that are going to get locked in for the season. One of these teams must be demoted. That is the format of it. You can have an unbelievable round. It could be really tight between all three teams. One of them will still have to get dropped down at the end of the night. That is just the basic rules of how this unfolds. And for that, like, you need to have four drivers working, and that's kind of the thing with, say, for example, like Mouse. Let's not say they don't have four drivers that can all win. They all can. They've all proven that before. But the consistency of them doing it, that's the part that's lacking, is that you have Max strong one race, you have Dennis strong the other, you have Yuri strong the other, you'll have Moritz strong the other. Like, it's not all four at the same time.
Yeah, I think you're right to say that it does benefit Porsche Commander and Redline a little bit, but as I think I mentioned it last week, Moritz Lerner said it does feel like a proper team event when they all race like this. So I don't think the other teams mind it particularly, even if it has maybe played into the advantage of Redline and Porsche Commander. I don't think they mind it. Either way, here's the grid for race number 2 of Group A.
It's another qualifying session that's been dominated by Team Redline and Porsche Commander, as Maus will start 12th and 11th. Max Benneker and Yuri Kazdorp back on the rear end of the field. That is Charlie Collins, and then Moritz Lerner starting from 10th and then 9th. Before we get to Josh Rogers and then Enzo Benito, Dane Warren and Dennis Schoeniger, the highest placed of the Maus drivers. And then we get one lone Porsche in third position, surrounded by the BMW M Team Redline cars. Of course, you've got Jeff Rieveld in fourth position, then Caruso, then Luke Bennett, and then Kevin Siggy. The exact opposite front row of the previous race. Do you think Luke Bennett's going to make a charge, go around the outside, walk away with victory, and then they'll split it between the two of them?
No, I think Siggy's going to beat Bennett, and they're going to finish 1 and 2, though, if I'm honest. I think it's going to be very difficult for Caruso to overhaul that unless he does something here in towards turn number 1. If he doesn't get between them at the first chicane, I think this is going to be very, very difficult for the Porsche Commander driver. And indeed, for the story of Group A here tonight, I think the Redline could almost confirm themselves as round winners if they keep 1 and 2 here at the first chicane, and they can hold on for the race win here.
Yeah, absolutely agree at the moment. That's kind of where things are looking. Luke Bennett could sneak his way around the outside. Jordan Caruso knows that he needs to do it early if he is going to make a move. The second race of Group A then is a go here as we race down into the first corner. It's a good reaction to the start of the race for Kevin Siggy as Luke Bennett gets straight to the outside, commits to the brake, sends it in deep, sends it straight around the outside of Kevin Siggy, and it will be Luke Bennett leading the race. Joshua Rogers gone deep in the first corner and drops back into the middle of the pack, but look at that for Team Redline. It's 1, it's 2, it's 3 as well, as Jeff Rieveld has moved his way up into third position ahead of Jordan Caruso. They will take full control here of this race as there's a spin for the fourth of the Redline drivers. It's Enzo Benito who's gone round.
Benito goes to the back, but Redline have 1, 2 and 3, and Caruso probably would have fought in towards turn 1 that he'd subverted that and got in the middle of them. However, he just got knocked wide a little bit through turn 2, and it allowed Rieveld and Siggy back through again, even though Caruso was with his nose in front initially on the way down in towards turn number 1. So he's back to 4th. Dennis Schoeniger's up to 5th place. Mauser 9th, 10th and 11th, with Benito down in last. There's a very clear look as to where these teams are, 1, 2 and 3, as we start this race for the second time here.
I'm not going to lie, for the starting grid, I'm looking at this and I'm looking at the race that we've had so far, how things have unfolded. Look at all of our pole sitters, right? I'd want to qualify second. I genuinely want to qualify in second place because it seems as though second place has that advantage down into T1. We saw it with Kevin Siggy in race 1. We saw it with Luke Bennett here. Danny Moreno from pole position was basically sent dropping right the way through the field in race number 2 of Group D as well. So it does seem as though pole position isn't exactly as formidable as it maybe quite looks in qualifying as we head back out down towards turn 27.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. It's a choice really as to whether you want the inside or outside for turn 1 because it swaps when you get to turn 2, and so I think there'll be some discussion about whether the inside or outside is more advantageous, to be honest. But anyway, that is going to be had for the next session because Team Redline are gone 1, 2 and 3, and they'll win from here with that advantage. I would imagine the scrap is going to be for relegation now, and Schoninger has got to do something to help his teammates, and by doing so, by getting alongside Caruso here, he's doing exactly that. In towards 1 and 2. Are they going to run each other off the road? No, they're going to be nice and respectful. Very nice to see through turn 1 and 2.
Dennis Schoninger has been so good for the Mouse team since he's joined them at the start of this year, and he's throwing it up against the Porsche Coanda trio, quartet, however you want to call it. There's all of them battling. He's trying to find his way past Jordan Caruso and does indeed do so. And look at that train behind. It's Dennis Schoninger leading Caruso, Warren, Rogers and Collins, all 4 Porsche Coanda drivers behind, and Moritz Lerner at the rear end of that train. If they are going to outscore Porsche Coanda here, now Dennis Schoninger needs the assistance of his teammates who are just not there.
Yeah, he's done his part now, Schoninger. He's got in front of them. Now he needs to defend from them and also hope his teammates get involved. And now he's probably not going to drive at 100% either, Schoninger. He's just going to back these Porsche Coanders into his teammates. And you're right, Moritz Lerner's got to do his part now. He has got to try and pass first Charlie Collins and then the rest of them. And don't forget, even though it's just a 1-point game for himself here, Lerner, that's effectively a gain of 2 on Coanda because so you take 1 away from them and add 1 to yourself. So that's 34 points at the moment. It would be reduced to 32 with just 1 overtake, and then it can perhaps snowball from there.
Certainly so, and at the moment, like I say, Dennis Schoninger's put himself in such a fantastic position at the moment in this one, and whether he'll be able to hang on is it remains to be seen. But right now, he's in an unbelievable position ahead of those 4 Porsche Coanders who are charging onto the rear end. And this is going to be a very tall order for him. The problem is that he could get freight trained. And this is what could happen. Jordan Caruso straight to the inside, leaving the door wide open. Is Dennis Schoninger to give himself a good run out onto the start-finish straight as Team Redline run 1, 2 and 3 and are basically giving themselves the opportunity to do battle around here without any real consequences to play for. As we head back out onto that start-finish straight, is there still a bit of an overlap heading down into turn 1 for Caruso?
Sure what the Porsche Coanders are doing by going side by side into turn 1 like that, but anyway, Schoninger still hanging on at the moment from Jordan Caruso, who gives it a good go around the outside through turn 2, squeezes through turn 3, and they're going to be side by side into 4 again here, with Schoninger on the outside, probably going to go off the road, down in towards the corner. No, they're going to be respectful again, these two, showing it can be done at this circuit, still side by side through the first sector. This is extraordinary stuff between the two, and Caruso's through. Good overtake in the end, and Dennis Schoninger is back to 5th again.
That was a cracking pass from Jordan Caruso, but I've got to say, through that opening sector, it definitely does take 2 to tango. And so for Jordan Caruso to get through, that was a brilliant overtake, but it shows the ability, the understanding of the size of that BMW M4 from Dennis Schoninger to not squeeze off into the barrier, for not making contact with the rear end of that Porsche. That was excellent driving from 2 great drivers as Max Benneker and Charlie Collins do battle for 8th position in the background. By the way, if you are wondering about what the maximum point score is for a team as to when Team Redline are safe for relegation, have already won the round. It is 74 points. If you get a 1, 2, 3 and a 4, it is 74 points in totality, which means with 92 points over Mouse already, Redline are safe. At this position, Redline are safe from relegation.
Worth remembering the minimum score is 6 points as well, so the magic number is 68, but even so, they're comfortably safe by a time and a half, so you are right to point it out that they are safe from relegation already. This is what happened. That's Josh Rogers, who skipped across the first chicane. I don't know if that was really necessary, but anyway, he didn't benefit from it, so never mind. He drops to the back, and in the end, that is the cleanest start, I reckon, out of the 4 so far.
Yeah, let's see what happens down here into turn 4. So that's where there was the spin round for Enzo Benito. Well done, well said. It was still the cleanest, I think you're absolutely right. But doesn't mean it was clean. Let's see what happened to Enzo Benito. So was he... That's a tough one, because it's super tight to the wall. Let's see this. Let's go back to this battling though. We'll come back to that in a moment. I think that's just a racing incident. It was super tight for Benito, who's just kind of in the middle of everything. Dennis Schoeniger's been dropped back behind Joshua Rogers. As now, this is what I mean, the quartet of Porsche commanders. Whilst Dennis Schoeniger's up there battling for the racing, you could be the greatest driver ever, but you're just not going to be able to hang on. Oh my goodness.
What has gone on there? Max Benneker backwards in the wall, and look at it, Benito steaming through. I thought he was going to be out of it, but he's coming through and he'll get 10th place. What a bizarre moment there through the first sector. What was happening? All three of the bottom three Mouses down towards the back, and the best they're going to get now is 8th, 9th and 10th, which is not a good score for them.
No, things unfolding for Mouse as they look at promotion, which they'd earned in race 1 and race 2. It nearly slipped through their fingers in race 3, but still, that was obviously back in Fuji, and now they've looked quite strong. I get the feeling that we're going to see a fairly large break for the Mouse team as we'll wait to see them back in Group B. Obviously, we are in race number 2, so you never really know, but I think we're all pretty much understanding. Same as what we had last week, where everything was pretty much set at the end of race 2 for Group A, meaning that final race is kind of dull. I did have a chat with Darren McCormack, though. I bumped into him at Silverstone. I mentioned that I bumped into Luke Bennett as well at Silverstone at the weekend. And he was saying, yeah, I've got a great break, because obviously if you get promoted or relegated from either Group A or Group B, or from Group A or Group D rather, obviously the ones we're talking about tonight, you're not racing next week, you're not racing the week after, you're racing the week after that. So you get 2 weeks completely off from this. Yeah. I mean, are they saying that they wouldn't have been at Silverstone last weekend if they had been racing this week? I don't believe that, but anyway. He said no. Well, nah, McCormack was there with all the with Bennett and Lallum and all that lot. But so that's fine. But it is also true, you get a lot of time off. I don't know whether that's a help or a hindrance, whether it breaks up the rhythm or just keeps you fresh for the next round. I don't know. We'll have to chat to some people who've experienced it when they have done as we get through with this season. Side by side in the meantime for 8th place between Charlie Collins and Moritz Lerner, and that's another couple of points for Porsche Coanda. Now 45 points above the drop. This is looking very safe for Coanda. These gaps are massive between these teams. Yeah, there is a very large grouping, meaning the final race this evening will be relatively settled already. But it does mean that if you're Dennis Schoeniger, you really throw yourself at it, because why not banner? But Redline will look to sweep the night in the most dominant fashion that we've seen in R1's history, or at least in the dynamic group phase that we've seen thus far. This is some of the battling that was happening earlier. Try and piece this together. So there was contact there going into turn 4 between Benneker and Collins. And then Collins came straight back onto the racing line, and, well, let's be honest, that was messy from both parts. One on the entrance to the corner, one on the exit of it. Yeah, but I also think Benneker probably should have seen that coming back onto the circuit again and probably given him some space, considering that's going to happen very often around this circuit. So not a great look for either of them, unfortunately, as they get involved in a bit of a smash there. They both drop down the field, and indeed in this battle for 8th place now that we're watching. But I think fundamentally it just looks like tonight Mouse don't have the speed of the other two teams around them. It's going to be, as we mentioned before, very difficult for anybody to relegate Redline or Porsche Coanda in one of these rounds, and Mouse have proved that unfortunately here tonight. Indeed. It's. I think this is kind of like that wake-up call. When you know Mouse are a very, very good team. Oh, my goodness. Here we go. There is Yuri Kazdorp straight into the rear end of Enzo Benito. Go down to the final corner, and then he's pushed back behind Max Benneker. So down to the rear end of the field for Yuri Kazdorp. But when you have a quality team like Mouse, even though obviously a great team like Porsche Coanda, but particularly the Mouse one in this occasion, when you are outscored that aggressively, 98 points in 2 races, that is unreal. Now, you could say that is the strength and reliability of Team Redline, Porsche Coanda, or kind of like whatever. But that is like the separation when it comes to how good all 4 of your drivers are at a given moment for Team Redline versus other teams. Yeah, it's been, as you called it, a real wake-up call, and I think it is for all the other teams as well. It's making me wonder a little bit what would have happened if things had been different last week in Group B. Would any of the other teams have been any stronger at this layout in particular to challenge the other two teams? We saw Virtus Pro at Fuji struggle in a sense.
in the first round. But what about Vitality and Falcons? Would they have got any closer? I have a feeling Vitality might actually get some momentum after that final race at Fuji last week, and they might start to do a little bit better. So maybe they are one of those who can challenge Redline and Porsche Commander. Because if we look at the past in the history, in the series history, they are one of the teams who've really taken it to these two teams.
Yeah, look, we'll have to wait and see. We've still got a little bit left of the dynamic group stage. Do remember that round number 6 of the championship, which will be for Group A and Group D in a couple of weeks' time, comes from the Daytona International Raceway. And then, of course, we'll have to deal with round number 7. That will be from Monza in about a month, or right at the end of the month. Rather, and then of course we get that unknown circuit for round number 8 and the slightly different format for the season finale before we head our way over into the Esports World Cup and over to Riyadh. So we've still got a little bit to see how this dynamic group phase works out, but I'm sure we've got a lot of interest and intrigue to deal with. Dennis Schoeniger then. We'll get to the outside of Jordan Caruso at the first corner as he throws himself straight around the outside. Lovely as you like. That's a brilliant move from Dennis Schoeniger.
He has been making some good moves so far today. Especially in this race. It's just a shame for him that his teammates have not been able to come with him. He was doing a good job earlier of sort of getting in the way of the Porsche Commanders a little bit and helping his teammates stay in touch as a result, but that's all come to nothing now. At the very least, if he can score a top 5 for himself, he'll be very pleased with that, and he's certainly flying the flag for Miles here, scoring those 10 points, keeping Coanda just about within sight before that final race.
It's kind of one of those ones of, we've spoken about a lot of the driver moves that have happened over the winter, obviously right at the start of the year, and then even the weeks building up to the new season of R1. Dennis Schoeniger was the move where I looked at him and I saw him sign for Mouse and I thought, oh, that's cool. That's all right. That's interesting. That's a fair one. And now I'm looking at it being like, wow, what a signing. What an unreal play. He has stepped up in the red and white of Mouse to almost basically become realistically their lead driver. I mean, you would always lean towards Max Benneker as being the lead driver in Mouse because he's the one that's probably going to get the round final if they do get one, or in that kind of format. But certainly he's proven himself as a very capable number 2, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with the way Schoeniger has sort of risen in ability, almost, it seems, since he joined Mouse. Not saying he was, a bad driver in the past, but he certainly wasn't anything like this in RENNSPORT, I wouldn't say. But with Mouse, he has been absolutely phenomenal, and he's, again, flying the flag here. Top 5 for him in this race. I think what's left for him this year, especially, is to go and get some race wins now, maybe just missing off of his list of achievements in 2025. So far, he's only got some good point scores, not quite the wins that maybe he could do with. But it's only Redline who are going to be taking wins here. Luke Bennett and Kevin Siggy, 1 and 2, with Rietveld a little bit further behind. Again, showing maybe he's not quite as speedy as the others, but he's going all right, and he's going to be in the top 3 with the others. Redline look like they're going to close this one out with a 1-2-3.
Yeah, Birmingham's finest right at the front of the field there for Luke Bennett. And yeah, in this format, we've not seen a 1-2-3, that's for sure. We saw a 1-3 again for Porsche Commander back in Fuji. We saw a 1-2 obviously earlier on in the evening, but a 1-2-3, this really hammers home the level of dominance that Redline have. And do remember, they're scoring points for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 10th. You may think, 10th, that's not great. Enzo Benito was backwards on lap 1, and he's challenging for 9th place to move Mouse even to another level of misery.
Yeah. It's been actually a really good drive from Benito, I think, in this race, to pick yourself up after having those issues earlier on in the day, to at least score a couple of points here and put themselves even further out in front. As you mentioned earlier on, they are comfortably safe from relegation with still a race to go. Redline will be in Group A in 2 weeks' time for round 6.
Yeah, at the moment, as we'll see a bit of a switch here, maybe, or is it just defence coming in from Luke Bennett, or are we just seeing some formation finish in? Photographers, get your cameras ready as we head out towards the line. A 1-2-3, and what could be a potentially historic 63 points being scored here from Team Redline. They have enough time to come across the line side by side as they wipe out the competition. It's a 1-2-3 for Team Redline as Luke Bennett is victorious here in the second race of Group A. But the talking point is that gap, 54 points to the next team. And I believe the highest point score for Porsche Commander last round out was 55 points. So they have to score their best points of the season and hope that Redline have a shocker. And that still wouldn't be enough.
What would be enough for Redline to win the day, by the way, would for even one of their drivers to be in the top 2. That would be enough as well for them to win the day. It is a remarkable advantage that they now have, and a great advantage in that race as well, for them to be able to have that formation flying finish was something I don't think we've seen in R1 before. 63
points for them. That is crazy. That's so good. So strong. And of course, only 2 of those points coming from Enzo Benito through no fault of his own, which means that there was more potential on the table. And I'm sure they'll be aiming for a potential 1, 2, 3, 4 in the next race. I mean, they could do it. They've clearly got the pace potential in that car. It's wild to see Redline this strong. We were talking about this at the start of the season. It was all Porsche Commander. Porsche Commander started out that season, this season in the online, of course, in the seeding phase, so aggressively strongly. Now we're talking Team Redline. They're looking like the team to beat.
Yeah, they are, and that is a very big contrast, I think, to 2 weeks ago and the seeding phase as well, where Porsche Commander were excellent over the course of that phase. So it's Redline very much taking it back to them now, and it's going to be so fascinating to see how Porsche Commander bounce back from this, because I don't suspect they're done yet this season. There's no doubt about that.
No, certainly not. But whilst we're here, let's have a little chat with Luke Bennett, our race winner from race number 2 here in Group A. Luke, congratulations. Obviously a fantastic victory. I'm going to say it. I think starting from second place seems like it's a bit of an advantage around here. Straight around the outside. Obviously, Kevin Siggy went straight around the outside of you at turn 1 in race number 1. Is that what you feel? Is that the case? And also, where's all this pace come from Team Redline? Because you look ridiculous out there.
Yeah, well, outside in turn 1 seems to come out pretty well on lap 1, especially with how we're doing it. We're trying to make sure that the Commander car can't overtake first or second, and also trying to get, Jeff, who was in P4, trying to get him through into P3. So yeah, it seems to work quite well. So hopefully I'll start P2 again. But yeah, no, it's been good. It's been a good couple of weeks of testing. Obviously, I think I said last time in an interview that I struggled a bit on this version of the game, and having a couple of weeks on as the same track has really helped me. And I think all of us, this is the first time all of us have really been at real top form, and we've all been really confident coming into a round, and it's showing in the results.
Yeah, I was going to ask a little bit about your sort of expectations in terms of this round of the championship, because Porsche Commander were quite dominant 2 weeks ago. Is this something you expected then, to be so far out in front after 2 races like this?
Not quite, no. We were expecting a little bit more from the Porsche Commander guys. We were thinking that they were, even going to be slightly quicker than us. So, to come out with these results, especially in quali, is great. And then also to be able to keep the Porsche guys behind. They have a car that is fairly strong in the race. To be able to keep them behind and get a 1-2 and now a 1-2-3 is amazing, and we're very proud of ourselves.
Well, best of luck for race number 3. And remember, if you want to win, start second.
That's the plan.
No worries. Luke Bennett there. Race winner from race number 2. Let's take a look at the highlights from the race. And this is exactly the same as to how Kevin Siggy won race number 1, straight around the outside at turn number 1. This is Josh Rogers making a beeline for the exit as they head their way into the braking zone at turn number 1, and straight over he would go, dropping back into the middle of the field. The only real casualty on the opening lap was that of Enzo Benito. As they get under the brakes, send their way through, it was Enzo Benito that was sent round and dropping to the rear of the field. On board with one of the Mouse drivers heading into that. You can see the contact there side by side, one of the Porsche Commanders, and it was Enzo Benito spun round into the back of the field. Trying to work their way up the order though, you got all 3 of the Mouse drivers, this one being Max Benneker having a battle with Charlie Collins as they would battle their way down towards turn 4. Contact on the entrance to the corner. Collins would go over the inside, would rejoin the circuit, and then would send Max Benneker straight into the barrier. Race Control definitely going to take a look at that one as late on in the race. Contact Yuri Kazdorp into the rear end of Enzo Benito, right into the side of his teammate Max Benneker. Very, very messy indeed. Dennis Schoeniger would have a race-long battle with Jordan Caruso for what would be 4th position in the race, and Caruso would go straight around the outside and would move his way up. It was a flying finish though. Of course, for the top 3, it was a 1-2-3 led by Luke Bennett in dominant fashion for Team Redline. All 3 of them separated by 0.2 of a second, but that was because of the formation flying across the line. Then it was Joshua Rogers, then Dennis Schoeniger for the Maus team, with a trio of Porsche commanders in 6th, 7th and 8th. Warren from Caruso from Collins, then Moritz Lerner in 9th position, Enzo Benito in 10th, with Kazdorp and Benneker rounding out the field. And like you say, a lot to talk about in that one, a lot to deal with, and I think even towards the end, that I can say, there was a 10 seconds time penalty given to Max Benneker, and I believe that was for the incident where with Charlie Collins going into the corner. I don't know if Collins has anything to answer for at the end of that as well, but there was a 10-second time penalty for reckless driving for Max Benneker.
Yeah, well, it was all a bit of a mess through the first sector, that is for sure, and in the end it's not really affected the race results too much. The big story is the fact that Maus haven't scored very many points, and Redline have certainly scored loads. In fact, the most we've ever seen in the dynamic group phase for the last 3 weeks, so they have certainly taken charge of Group A. Group D is a lot wider open, and that's the final race coming up in the next few moments.
Yes, indeed. We still have one final race from Group D and from Group A to deal with. We've shown you a couple of clips as well so far through the evening from the RENNSPORT radio check. We've got one more clip to show you. And again, you can head over to YouTube, onto the RENNSPORT YouTube channel to see exactly what this is. Let's have a look at the RENNSPORT radio check.
Will the gameplay HUD be updated?
Yes. We are working on to bring the gameplay HUD into sort of the same style as the rest of the UI that we did an overhaul on last year, to just modernize the looks of it, make sure everything looks cohesive with the rest of the experience. A big focus on that is also to make sure that the penalty messages and the caution messages that we have, yellow flags, blue flags and all that, is presented in a way that is easier to follow while driving. And also present stuff like penalties in the tower, so it's clear. Let's say the information distribution in our new HUD that we're working on is way better than it currently is.
So yes, indeed, a lot to look forward to when it comes to the work and progress here on the RENNSPORT platform. Again, you can go and find all of the RENNSPORT radio checks over on the RENNSPORT YouTube channel. There's been 5 of them, basically a podcast listing what is to come in the world of RENNSPORT. And if you're watching this broadcast already on YouTube, do remember to head over to twitch.tv/RENNSPORT_GG to get involved with the Twitch drops as well. Maybe you can get yourself that fantastic livery courtesy of the Iron Dames. We're into qualifying though for the final race in Group D, where of course TC are looking like the dominant force in this group after that fantastic 1-2 in the previous. Can tell you one thing for sure here, Ewan, that first sector from Augustin Torlashi is not going to be good enough for the front row. We're looking for about 4/10 faster than that.
Yeah, to be anywhere near the front, you would ideally want to be in those low 44s through sector number 1 here at Jeddah. So Torlashi with work to do in the 2nd and 3rd sector, but the damage is already done as far as front row aspirations go. It doesn't look particularly pleased with his lap time either here, really. So he's going to be down towards the back end. Bruno House, though, goes a little bit quicker, and that's to be expected as well. Boy, do they need a good session here. I'd say, though, all 3 of them very much decent, with a decent chance still of promotion here, I would say.
Yeah, potentially. I will say that first sector, if I'm reading that correctly, that first sector from Bonner House must be really good. Close to a very low 0.1, which we're expected from the very front of the even Group A, to be honest. I think only Kevin Siggy and Luke Bennett have got into the 0.0s, and it's a 44.120 from Bonner House, is what we're being told. So that is a very strong opening first set. Let's see a Tulashi, though, across the line for the TC Racing team, as he'll go on to provisional pole with a 2-minute 0.076. That ain't going to be good enough.
No, we saw more than a second quicker than that for the pole in Group A, although it will be a little bit slower than that here, you would imagine, in Group D for obvious reasons. Bono House with a 44.1, so that is exactly what you need to see for him. It left a little bit of time on the table, it feels, out the final corner there, but a bit of a sigh of relief almost from him as he comes out the final corner there. Feels like this is a big lap for him. It's going to be over the line, and a 59.2. That is decent. Bono House will be pleased with that.
That is a superb lap time from Bonner House at a time when Guild need it the most. They need a good result here. Next up, it is Matt Emery. Then we'll get Henry Moore. And I think a long wait before we get Marco Pajic and see where the fourth of the Guild Racing drivers will end up in this qualifying session. Out towards the line, Matt Emery's going to go. First sector, about a 10th off Bonner House. The second sector, about half a 10th off. It's going to be around a 0.4 or a 0.5. And as Emery's really hooked up that final sector well as he heads up towards it, it's a 0.4. That's actually not bad.
Not bad. And Guild take 1 and 2 for the moment. You'd imagine they'll take 1, 2 and 3 for the moment as well after Henry Moore comes over the line. And we're not going to have to wait too long for Marco Pajic to come over the line either, actually, by the way. He's jumped up to 7th in line, so we will see him rather soon. And Guild could be at the end of that 1, 2, 3 and 4. I think that's the dream scenario, though, for them, with 2 ERAs to come after Henry Moore's time. Over the line now for him, 59.6. That isn't going to stay third.
No, certainly not. Robbie Stableford, victory in the opening race of the evening. And he's looking strong at the moment. A 44.1 in the first sector is decent. A 37.8 in the middle sector is very good. As he heads into the final corner, is he able to take on the Guild Racing driver of Bonner House and take over the pole position? Let's have a see. He's done 2 victories this season. None of them have come from pole position or even the front row. He's qualified not so great this season. He's going to qualify on the front row now. Remember, based on what we've seen so far this evening, second place might not be that bad.
Yeah, absolutely. But for Stapleford, I think any place is not bad, as long as you're not first. And in that case, he might not know what to do. But if he's in the mid-pack, he will thrive, I think, on the way down towards turn 1. Here comes Ibrahim Khan. That looked wide. Almost smiling to himself there. Not in a good way. That is well, I hope you can't lip read. Let's put it that way. That was not nice. Over the line for Ibrahim Khan. He's going to be in the 59s. 59.6 for him. It's 4th place, but feels like that was thrown away a little bit at the final corner.
You don't want to say what he said?
Not
fine.
really.
No, it's fine. Look at this lap coming in from Marco Pajic, a 44.088. Now, it was a 1.20 from Bonner House. He's about 300ths rather up on that in that first sector. Not quite 3/10. That would be a very wild margin. The second sector, a little bit slower than Bonner House, but still, he's tracking at the moment for pole position. Is he going to hook up that final sector? Yes, he is. It's pole position for Marco Pajic on a 59.2.
Is that going to remain? You'd imagine it will, with Michał Schmiedl coming over the line because of these first sectors so far. He's got to drag ERA up towards the front here and get a better result for himself. He's been pretty strong this season, and if ERA is to get promoted here in this one, they have got to get further up the field here in this qualifying session. Here they go. Here comes Schmiedl. 59.2. It's close, but it's not quite pole.
No, but still, this is looking like a very tight qualifying session. One driver, though, can throw it into the mix and put together a quality lap time. That's exactly what we saw from Danny Moreno in the previous qualifying session. It's close, 0.8 of a second, separating those 8 lap times already set. But the top 7 separated by just 4 of those 10th. Nicholas Matteo across the line. He's going to come out through the final corner to lead a trio of TC Racing drivers before we get the ERA-driven car of Will Chadwick across the line. 4th place for Matteo on a 59.4. Keithley's up next, winner of the previous race.
Not bad from Matteo at all. And if Keithley can get up there as well, TC Racing are in a strong position to at least hold their points advantage over the rest of the field. Into the final corner. He's already got that purple middle sector banked. It's a good first sector as well, even though it's not purple. And so this could be a big lap from Jack Keithley. If he can get himself up towards the front, TC Racing will be on course to getting Group C again. It's a 59.1. A very good lap time from Jack Keithley that surely is going to be pole.
That lap time from Jack Keithley was good enough for the front row in Group A in race 1. That is a very good lap time from Keithley, whose dad jumped into our YouTube comments to say, I resent that, my comment about him dancing in the background topless. He said, I look great topless. Thanks, Chris Keithley. Of course, we do get that familial support in the world of sim racing time and time again, up and down the paddock. Here's Danny Moreno then across the line. Couple of 10s dropped in the first sector. The driver who was on pole position back in race number 2 is only good enough for 8th here.
Yeah, so Keithley can't drop too far down from there because otherwise TC Racing will really start to lose points quite quickly. Now, is it going to be ERA or Guild with the better of the qualifying sessions here between those two teams? Well, right now it's very close. I think Chadwick is not particularly pleased with this lap time. He's shaking his head out of the final corner. I think this is going to be a few tenths further away. Might even be last here for Chadwick. And no, it's 11th, but either way, not best pleased with that one. And so it's another very even qualifying session in Group D. But Jack Keithley takes the pole. He looks to go back-to-back with victories here.
But what have we seen? It's that pole position's not really done so well tonight. Despite this being a street circuit, it's about getting that move done down into turn 1. I'm sure Keithley will have been watching a little bit through the previous races of Group A, obviously keeping an eye on what's happening in his group, and it's about keeping his nose clean at the start of the race. It's about getting himself a little bit deep at turn 1, maybe shutting the door already. It's not going to be an easy one for him to win, but from pole position, you just never really know.
Yeah, exactly. I think we could see something different this time round, because I think so far outside for turn 1, inside for turn 2 has been prevailing, but I don't think it should do every time. I think Jack Keithley could be the one to maybe get rid of that. We'll see, though. The TC Racing certainly need him to do that as well. I think if he wins, or if any of them win, but it's most likely going to be him, if he wins, it's going to be very difficult to overturn the points advantage they hold coming into this round.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, look, TC are the force at the moment here in Group D to potentially be like they're the ones most likely to move through. But we've seen how quickly this can unfold and unfurl in that opening sector. You get a little bit of contact turn 1, you get extremely unlucky, and we could see TC remaining in Group D. At the moment, it looks like it's going to be an instant promotion, as it looks like it's going to almost certainly be an instant demotion from Group A as well, which is interesting. I think Group C and D next week is going to be absolutely wild, by the way, based on what we're seeing tonight.
Yeah, I think so. We certainly got a taste of that last week. I think they generally are the more chaotic of the 2 weeks, if you like, if we're switching between weeks with different groups or whatever. I think that generally are the more chaotic, and certainly for this circuit, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how chaotic indeed it is, because I think it probably will be very is the answer there. But we've still got a couple of races to go here tonight. I think the Group D finale is probably going to be the more interesting one. We'll see who is going to get promoted. Is it going to be TC getting straight back to Group C? He's certainly favourites to do so right now.
Certainly so, which when we were talking about this going into the evening, we were obviously talking about ERA. And like both ERA and Guild have the potential to move through. It's just about nailing that round. Obviously, they're running out of opportunities to nail that round and move through. And when we're talking about those teams that aren't even going to be in the Esports World Cup, of course, the bottom 3 teams effectively will not be in the Esports World Cup. They will not be invited. They won't even go into the last chance. And so for teams like ERA and Guild, who are already starting out the season, because obviously if you remember it, if you joined us for the explainer at the start of the event, effectively the results you finish at when your point scores as a team is what points you score as a team. So for example, if you finish in first position over in the round, which Redline probably will do, they score 12 points. If you finish last, which at the moment looks like it's going to be Guild, you score 1 point. 1 point obviously last round for Guild, 1 point in this round for Guild. And if the bottom 3 teams don't go to Saudi Arabia, it looks like Guild are going to be one of those teams right now.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned earlier on, that they've got to get themselves at least second in this group this time around, just to give themselves an extra point to help them along. Otherwise, they are just going to be too many back. And you said exactly what I was going to say, actually, about them both having the potential to be up there with TC Racing, or indeed MSI, who 2 weeks ago were able to beat them as well. They've definitely got the potential. It's just stringing the races together, especially for Guild today. The amount of penalties they've had that really weren't necessary for Henry Moore 2 times and Marco Pajic once, it's really held them back in this race.
Yeah, it really has. But, that's sometimes just how it goes. You've got to find your way through and work through as a team. And alas, that's... just sometimes not how it goes. Anyway, get some battling here in warm-up. Of course, between the 2 Guild drivers, this is going to be a crash. No, we're all right. We're safe.
Is that? Yeah, that's Bit of a surprise, isn't it, really? But anyway, I think generally this week, Group A has been cleaner than Group D. Hopefully, that is going to change here in the final race. It has been a bit of a bash and a crash sometimes for Group D in this session on these races here today. Let's see how race 3 goes as we have a look at the starting grid, starting with Augustin Turlashi, who is at the back end of the field. Will Chadwick is just alongside him, with Henry Moore making it 3 teams in the bottom 3. Same is true for the top 3, by the way. Ibrahim Khan is alongside Moore with Moreno and Emery on row 4. In the top half, Robbie Stapleford starts from 6th on the outside line with Nicholas Mateo alongside. Bono House and Michał Schmiedl are next with Marco Pejic and Jack Keighley on the front row. But is Marco Pejic going to be leading coming out of turn 2 and continuing that trend of the second place qualifiers, turning into the early race leaders here at Jeddah?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, I think Marco Pejic will take over the race lead down to turn 1. Could we see Guild? You were the one that threw out the stat of teams that haven't won, and now they have. Guild, obviously, they're that team, well, one of the 2 teams that are yet to win. Could they be winning this race? Could Marco Pejic take that victory? Could we see Guild join the list of teams that have won? All 11 of the teams then would have won, and apart from Atlassian, Williams, Sim Racing, who knows? When was Marco Pejic's last victory? That's what I want to know.
I'll leave you to work that out. Because it's probably quite a while ago. Might have been when he won that round in 2023. Do you remember when he won?
That is exactly what I'm thinking, yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll get some news on that bit later. He could well win here in about 10 minutes' time, 15 minutes' time. We'll wait and see as the lights go green here at Jeddah for the final time in Group D. Who is going to be promoted into the 3rd tier of competition here in RENNSPORT R1 as Marco Pejic works his way through on the outside line, trying to take the lead away from Jack Keighley. He's been served, Jack Keighley. Oh, my word, there's 3 who go across the course. Pejic is one of them, Stapleford another, and there's going to be a big crash here. 3 of the ERA drivers are going to be involved. Oh, my word, they got away with it. One of the Aston Martins there was nearly tipped around in front of the whole field.
Yeah, that was absolute chaos there at turn number 1, and it's obviously not worked out so well for TC, but obviously Jack Keighley dropped back down just into 3rd position. They all worked their way single file. I can tell you now the last time that Marco Pejic was victorious was in 2023, but it was on the round that we were thinking of. He won his quarterfinal at Monza to open out the full season in 2023, and that was the last time he was victorious. So nearly 2 years ago, Marco Pejic was a winner in R1. Could that be changing in this race? Well, I mean, your guess is as good as mine. One thing that we're getting in this race that we haven't seen before in a few of the races we've seen so far this evening is it's not a 1-2 for a given team here on the opening lap. Means obviously it's one team in 1st, one team in 2nd, and the other team in 3rd position, which could mean that it's not going to be quite as single file and lack of chaos at the front.
Yeah, we've certainly seen a change in the qualifying order initially here. Jack Keighley down to 3rd with that qualifying lap time putting him on pole. He's now down in the in 3rd position. Nicholas Mateo is trying to hold back Matt Emery, and that's pretty important for the championship as well. The Guild are gaining points right now on TC Racing, but they've got nearly 30 to gain, so it's going to be difficult for them to do it, and Matt Emery's got to start that right now. Here he goes in towards the final corner. Looks to the outside initially, now to the inside. As further behind, steaming down the inside goes Michał Schmiedl on Henry Moore. Oh my word, and Ibrahim Khan comes through as well. Both the ERA drivers going through either side of that Aston Martin through the final corner.
Yeah, feel bad for Henry Moore, and that got a big old send to the inside. There was side-by-side contact working their way out to the start-finish straight. Will Chadwick here, who's had plenty of battles with Henry Moore throughout this evening so far. We're still wide. There's contact. There's going to be a spin here for one of the ERA drivers. That's the 75 there of Michał Schmiedl. He's been sent packing and dropping right the way down the order. A big bit of contact as the Guild Racing driver, which I think was Henry Moore, made contact with as they were side-by-side in the corner. Henry Moore's run out wide here directly ahead of Will Chadwick. It's all getting a bit handbags at dawn in the middle of the field.
Well, this is what's going to happen for 7th place for the remainder of this race here as Guild try and get as many points as they can. The maximum they get from these 2 cars, by the way, is only 10 points, so they need to get Emery further up the field, and that's what he's trying to do right now on the back of Nicholas Mateo as well, if we're going to see a change in the top of our standings. But at the moment, it's TC Racing who are in control. 3 of their drivers inside the top 6 all over again, and that is why they are leading this group for the moment and look like they're on their way to being promoted straight back again. Mateo's going to play a big role in this. He's got to try and hold off Matt Emery.
Yeah, he's just going to do a solid job and kind of let Jack Keithley do his thing with the top three. And basically what we're seeing is we're going to see a battle. Guild versus ERA versus TC. Who's going to win this final race of Group D here at the Jeddah Corniche circuit? Side by side directly behind. And there was a bit of a look. I think it was more Danny Moreno trying to look to get past Matt Emery, but didn't get fully alongside by the time they dabbed onto the brakes and flicked it through turn 22. And, well, yeah, it's a quick corner at the best of times. To be fair, I think that's a fair shout. You don't really want to be going side by side too often into there.
No, not really. There's the defence from Emery. And even if Moreno can just put the pressure on here and force him to take a couple of different lines, then it's going to be very advantageous for his teammate here, Nicolas Mateo, who won't have to focus all of a sudden on looking in his mirrors quite as much here. Oh, hello. A bit of a defence on the front straight. Running down the pit wall, inside line for turn 1, as it's side by side for second, by the way, between Stableford and Keithley. Also side by side for fifth, although Emery keeps that position. And what's going on back here? Henry Moore's off the road again as Will Chadwick tries to get past.
He's got to be careful, does Henry Moore, because again, if he's getting, I know you're getting contact, you're getting pushed off, but do remember, like, your light, the points you get for instant points during the race is down to your track limits, it's down to exceeding track limits throughout the race. So if he's getting pushed off the road, you're still getting those instant points. You're still working towards them. The opening 2 races this evening so far, Henry Moore has had basically a time penalty for effectively for exceeding track limits too many times. He's had that in both of the races thus far this evening. Got to be careful, and that includes, like I say, you're going side by side with someone. You've got to kind of keep on the road at all costs, regardless as to what happens.
Here is the back straight, if you like, the run down the long coast front, if you like. Here's the braking zone of 16, 17. And then that important corner, as I mentioned earlier, one of the most important corners on this circuit, 17, and now the long run itself, the flat-out run down the second half of this circuit. Can Bonham House do anything to get past Augustin Tolashi here? It's another point that they need, is Guild Esports, and not able to get through in towards turn 22 this time round, but he needs these points. Guild need these points. Right now, TC Racing very much in control.
Certainly so. They are, look, they've looked really good. They've looked like a team that can potentially progress their way once again out of Group C, which they did look like points of Group C, obviously, last week at Fuji Speedway. And they're looking like that again, though this one's not going to work out for Tolashi. Out wide, deep onto the brakes as he was trying to find attack mode. This ain't Formula E. It's not out there at the moment, but he was certainly looking for it as he sent it in a little bit too deep at the 27th and final corner. More battling then sees Bonham House trying to keep Tolashi at bay. He fires it down the inside of the first corner onto the brakes. The outside line surely going to work for Bonham House. Certainly does.
And he gets through House, so that reduces TC Racing to 38 points as far as my maths goes, which may not be able to be trusted, and that puts Guild on 43, I think. It's only a few points gained. It's not enough of a points gain at the moment. I don't really know what they have to do, actually, Guild, to get ahead of TC Racing, but he's got to have one of these teams with trouble. There you go. In fact, they're not even the closest team at the moment. ERA are only 39 back, but it's a comfortable advantage, and it needs to go very wrong for TC Racing for this to be lost.
Certainly so. Let's take a look at the race start then as to how this all unfolded into the first corner. You got Jack Keithley in the middle, bit of side-by-side contact. You said he got served up, and certainly so. Just look at everyone's reaction there into the first corner. It is literally just to, we've had a little bit of contact. See ya. How terrible is that?
I know, yeah, it's a real design flaw, but anyway, there's the crash, potential pilot I was talking about for Bonham House, as he very nearly put in front of the entire field at the narrowest part of the circuit. That could have been catastrophe, but in the end, it wasn't. There's the points readjusted, by the way. 30 points still the disadvantage for Guild, so they need to gain so many more, and Matt Emery needs to move through the field because he's in the top 5 where there are more points on the table. It gets 6 closer, for example, with 1 pass on Nicolas Mateo, because you take 3 away from them and put 3 onto yourself, but it doesn't look like Guild are going to be able to do that, and as I say, TC Racing in control with 4 to go at Jeddah.
almost feel a little bit bad for drivers like Robbie Stapleford, for example, who's actually scored really good points for ERA tonight, but the team just haven't been up there with him when he's kind of needed it. It's been a bit of a struggle for the ERA team as a whole. This is a battle then between Henry Moore and between Ibrahim Khan, the battle for 7th position. Henry Moore straight to the outside at turn 1. He's going to go straight on here, missed the braking zone, into the barrier hard, and Henry Moore making an absolute mess of the opening corner.
That was a complete mess for Henry Moore, and here comes Chadwick on the exit of turn 3 as well to go down the outside. Henry Moore is going to keep himself alongside. Nice respect shown between the two of them, and they do go side by side through the first sector. Great racing between these two here in Group D as Chadwick and Moore continue to give each other the respect they deserve, and finally Moore goes off the road. Here comes his teammate Bono House down the inside as well. Now they're tripping over each other here, these two at Guild Esports Aston Martins, and it's all going to kick off for 9th place now between the teammates.
Yeah, sadly though, I've had the confirmation from race control for the 3rd time this evening, and I did wonder if that was going to happen after that moment down into turn 1. For the 3rd time in 3 races, exceeding incident points limit. That is for track limit excursions. Henry Moore has a 5-second time penalty. He struggled very much with the track limits around this circuit, and unfortunately is paying the price for it.
Well, that is exactly why Guild are not going to get promoted here today. It is too many penalties for them and not enough results. TC Racing are going to jump straight back up again. And the worry, I think, now for Guild and ERA is going to be, are they just going to be trapped here in Group D for the rest of this season? Are they ever going to be able to get out? Because you look at the teams in Group C, you think, well, that's going to be a very close group, actually, with Falcons, Williams, and the other one, I've forgotten. So that's good, but it's going to be a very tight group, and whoever comes down next week, you just think, how are they either of these teams going to be able to get ahead of them to get promoted next time as well?
MSI was the other team that you were thinking of, so the ones promoted from Group D. That's fine, I'll allow it. I was sat there thinking about it, being like, wait, which one is it? No, I mean, look, for them, if you're stuck obviously in Group D, then there is one thing that's going to happen to you at the end of the season. You're not going to the Esports World Cup. Simple as that. And that is exactly where both ERA and Guild are. Do you remember Guild were, especially in the Teams Championship, when it came to basically the last chance qualifiers in the Teams Championships, basically the second day. It was the opening day of the Teams Championships, didn't they? They went straight through.
Yeah.
They didn't have to. Yeah, they were basically the stars of the show back then. And I know part of that is James Baldwin as well, and they have lost James Baldwin as part of the team here in R1, and that is a big hit for them because he's decided to join our neck of the woods and start stealing jobs from you and me, Ewan, as he wrestles his way to become the British GT commentator alongside Andy McEwen and David Addison. Don't worry about it. Just a bit of a shout out. Actually, you know what? Shout out to James Baldwin. I've been listening to those broadcasts. He's settled in very nicely as a commentator, thus proving that maybe it is actually quite easy. Weeks.
That's the secret they don't want you to know. But there you go. Yeah, he's been a real miss, hasn't he, for them in this campaign for R1. And with all respect to Matt Emery and Henry Moore, especially, who we've seen struggle here tonight, especially Henry Moore. Imagine if one of those two had been replaced by James Baldwin in one of these races, and look where they'd be. I don't think they'd be in Group D, to be honest. And even if they started there, they wouldn't be there for very long, I don't think, because they were the real surprise package on day one of the Teams Championship. Getting up into the top 4 on that day wasn't something we expected from them, but it shows the potential of their team, and the fact that James Baldwin isn't there has been a bit like taking a needle to that balloon, unfortunately, and it's all burst for them this year.
Certainly has. Here comes a big look to the inside, but a house making a move on Will Chadwick into the final corner and up to 8th position. That will be an important move because, as you can see on the right-hand side there, it's close in the battle for the final position. The second position in the group, and the battle for who's going to be last. The battle for the wooden spoon, effectively. But do remember, that's 2 points versus 1 point at the end of the night when it comes to the overall round. As they get under the brakes down into the first corner. Bonhouse straight around the outside of Will Chadwick, straight around the outside of the entire track. And that position's not going to count.
At least he made the corner, I suppose, but he did barrel himself over the curbs for Bono House, and so they're still only 3 points ahead of ERA. Now it's up to Smeedle to try and get past Torlachi and get that 1 point closer, and then even get ahead of Moore. They'd be tied, I think, at these two teams, and so then we have to go get complicated and get head scratching here and see what's going to happen at the end of this one. 2 laps to go here for Smeedle to make those 2 passes to get himself up to second in Group D.
Certainly so. Now we ride on board with Mikkel Schmiedel, who, honestly, I was expecting Mikkel Schmiedel, as we normally do, to be fair with Schmiedel, to be at the front of the field, to be right at the front. He's at the back, right at the back. Of course, he will be promoted to single position courtesy of Henry Moore's 5-second time penalty post-race, courtesy of exceeding track limits too many times during this race. Wonder if there's been any more penalties come in from race control. The answer to that question is no. Not actually been that busy, race control, this evening. They've dished out basically one major penalty all night, which was the 10-second time penalty for reckless driving for Max Benneker in the previous race. Outside of that, it's all been exceeding track limits. It's all been slowdowns in qualifying. That's really it.
Yeah, I think there's been an acceptance from these drivers and everybody around, actually, that this is going to be sort of aggressive and physical racing around this circuit. Close quarters racing, and maybe not in that fashion, but it is a spin for Chadwick as Schmiedel comes through. Now he's really got to rescue things for ERA because Chadwick loses some positions here. Bono House drops to the back of the group, though, and so they're tied for second going on to the last lap of this race.
But do remember, Henry Moore will lose the positions courtesy of that 5-second time penalty. So this will be advantage ERA, despite that massive crash coming in for Will Chadwick. Now the points have updated. There's actually 4 points behind our ERA over Guild.
Okay. Now let's forget about the penalty for now. Let's think about what's going to happen here. Schmiedel gets ahead of Moore, now bumping and barging, and he's going to go slightly wide. Bono House is going to be let through. He might as well let Moore be at the end of this group here because he's going to score 1 point no matter what here for Guild. It's about whether Bono House can now get himself an extra point by passing Torlashi or not. And does he need to here? Perhaps not, with ERA still just in behind.
I will say the battling back here has not been of the highest quality that we normally see in our. It's been entertaining. It's not been very good. That's fine. I'm happy with saying that. I'm sure if I say that too much, I'm sure someone will. One of the grid will come after me, but that's fine. East of the rain. I'll fight my corner. It's just not been very good. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what you want from me.
Some of the battles have been good, actually, and shown that it can be done, but unfortunately some of the others have not been as good, which has been a shame. There's a bit more bumping and barging between House and Torlashi, and this is going to decide the final spot inside that ninth position for the end of the day in Group D, as Guild and ERA fight over who is going to be in second or third and getting 2 or 1 points at the end of this fifth round of the championship. Further up front, though, TC Racing are going to be promoted. That much is pretty certain here. And Marko Pejic is going to take a race win for the first time this season. In fact, it's his first win in nearly 2 years in R1 competition. Went completely dry for the entirety of 2024. He's back with a bang now in 2025. And finally, nearly 2 years after his last, Marko Pejic wins in RENNSPORT R1. It's not going to be enough for Guild on the day, but it's a win for himself. Stapleford second, Matteo and Keithley for third and fourth, rather, and it's still going on back here. What the heck is going on here? But for Bono House, he drops to the back end of the field, and that's going to be that. Guild are going to be in second, I think. ERA, I think third. It's going to be close anyway. The bottom line is they're both still in Group D after 2 weeks.
This could be actually an important switch here, up towards the line. I know Bono was kind of slowly racing his way up to it, but I think if Will Chadwick had got through, that would have given it a point swing.
Yeah.
That might have actually made the difference there. Then, each their own, whatever. That was chaos, and I'm pretty sure all the drivers would be a little bit embarrassed by how all that was. Someone who's not embarrassed, that driver right there, Marko Pejic, his 5th victory in R1. As we mentioned before, all 4 of those victories before happened back in 2023. 2 of them were in the spring season, of course. One of them in a final, one of them in a semi-final. I think one of them was at Gamers 8, maybe, or it might have been in the spring season. It was in the spring season major, actually, in Munich, where you decided to hop alongside me in the Commons booth. We saw some great racing back then. I'd like to see more of that racing, actually. And then, of course, one in the full season as well. And that full season victory was the last time we saw him win in R1.
It's a remarkably long time ago. And not really sure what's happened in the meantime, to be honest, but great to see him back on the top step of the podium on this occasion, and we'll hopefully chat to him in a few moments' time about that. But unfortunately for Guild, it's just been drawn up short on this occasion. I think, based on those points, they're going to be second, and that means that they're both going to be on 3, ERA and Guild, but the goal for 2 weeks' time. They have got to get out of that group. That is the bottom line. Here are the highlights, though, from that final race of the day in Group D. It was Jack Keighley on pole, but immediately contact in towards turn number 1 with one of the ERA drivers. Lots of corner cutting through turn 1 and 2, where they really need to put a wall. But anyway, out of the other side of it, there was even more trouble for Bono House here, who initially did cut the corner, but then got calmer, some would say, as he got spooned on the inside, and there you go. 3 ERAs on the inside of turn 3, getting caught in behind, and that really put those Porsches down towards the back end of the field. Well, see what's wrong with this picture here in a few moments' time. 3 wide in towards turn number 1, a spinning Chadwick down towards the back end of the field, and well, a whole load of a mess down into. That's pretty clumsy, isn't it? Having seen that, I didn't see that on board vision initially. That was very clumsy. In towards turn number 1, it would still be going on here in the midfield. Henry Moore having to try and defend, but completely missing his breaking point and hitting the wall down there at turn number 1, which is quite impressive. On the other side of the equation there, ERA still trying to find their way past some of the other guild drivers. This time round, though, just about staying themselves on the road. That was Bono House doing his very best to stay on the road by throwing himself across the curbs. Then it was Will Chadwick at the front of the group trying to defend for all his worth. He hit the wall, spun into the Aston Martin, and in the end created a big spin for himself. And then at the very end of the lap, Torlashi goes very wide and then hits Bono House, who spins around and, as he said, very nearly lost Guild the points required to finish second. It's Marco Pajic who wins, though, pretty comfortably in the end ahead of Robbie Stapleford, who had a very good evening points-wise for himself. Nicholas Matteo rounded out the podium places with Jack Keighley just behind. Matt Emery rounded out the top 5, just ahead of Daniel Moreno and Ibrahim Khan. Mio Schmieder was on his own at the end there, but not throughout the race. Augustin Torlashi, Henry Moore, Bono House and William Chadwick round out the field for that race. So that is that for Group D, and it's TC Racing, unsurprisingly, who are promoted.
Yeah, certainly so, and deservedly so as well. They've looked like a quality force here in Group D, and have convinced basically the entire field that they should be straight up into back into Group C. And this is where things get interesting. Are we going to see that constant promotion relegation? Someone drops down into Group D, they're promoted straight back up. They drop down, they're promoted straight back up. Kind of what we're expecting from Group A as well. Team promoted up to it and then dropped straight back down. I think that's less likely, right, from Group D, just because I do truly believe that ERA or that Guild do have the ability and the potential to promote themselves up. But of course, we only get one team promoted from Group D each round, and that's what makes this format so brutal.
Yeah, and it's very easy, to get stuck down there as well, as we've seen for Guild and ERA as well. So, I mean, it's going to be super hard for them in the next few weeks to try and get themselves promoted, try and move themselves forward here in this competition. But if they don't, they're going to get eliminated. They're not even going to make it to the Esports World Cup. And right now, that's what's staring them in the face. As I said before, next time out, either of them have to get promoted. Otherwise, I think they're both gone, to be honest.
Yeah, no, that next round is make or break for both of those teams. Obviously, only one of them is going to get promoted, if at all either of them. That's the important bit. It could be whoever gets dropped down from Group C again gets promoted their way back up. But if they are going to make it through into the Esports World Cup, it's the next round or never. Like, they need to do it, and that's easier said than done, it must be said. Either way, though, with all that kind of wrapped up for Group D, of course, we'll see the points in a few moments' time, but the focus needs to be then back onto Group A, where everything seems kind of sorted.
Yeah, it does really. There's some very big gaps in Group A. Redline, I'm oversimplifying this. Redline roughly 60 points ahead of Porsche Coanda, and Miles roughly 40 points ahead of them. Let's get the proper numbers up on your screen here. 54 for Redline over Porsche Coanda. Miles of 40 behind Porsche Coanda as well, after 2 very low scores from them. And Redline breaking their own record twice tonight. They broke the record twice for the most scored in a round. Can they go even better? I get the feeling that they might well do. And by the end of the day, they could be more than 100 points ahead of both of these two teams.
Certainly so. I mean, look, they have been unreal this round. And what's the most impressive thing? Again, we've said this before. Obviously, Miles, they're a competent team. They're in exactly the same car. Exactly the same car. One of the things that we have here in R1, which you don't have in a lot of championships. We see a lot of these championships or special events in sim racing and stuff where setups are open. Everyone gets to change their setups. Everyone gets to adjust what they're running on. It is a fixed setup here in R1. All of the drivers that are driving those BMWs are all driving exactly the same car. And so for Redline as a team to be so comfortably ahead of Mouse, who are in exactly the same machinery, that really hammers home their ability around the circuit.
It absolutely does, especially when Kevin Siggy was telling us that he doesn't believe the BMW is even very good around here. Now, you can choose to whether you believe that or not, but I think, nevertheless, to beat a team of the same manufacturer so comfortably like that is very impressive. And don't forget, it's the first time we've seen a group where two manufacturers have been the same for two different teams. In the first 2 weeks, we saw all different manufacturers all across the board, and next time out it's going to be a lot different. We're going to get two Aston Martins in Group B, for example, in next week, so it's going to start to be a little bit more the same as they go along. However, it's two BMWs this week that we're focusing on, and one BMW team doing way better than the other.
Yeah, indeed. Does look like Mouse are going to get dropped straight out of Group A as quick as they came in, so they can enjoy their 2-week break, and then we'll see them back at the Daytona International Speedway in a couple of weeks' time for round number 6 this season. Of course, when Group B and C go back out again for round 6, of course, we do have B and C out next week, but that's for round 5. That's still for the round that we're in. As complicated as that sounds, just because we run Group A and D, and then we run Group B and C on separate weeks. But then, of course, for round number 7, we run them on back-to-back days. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We ain't there yet. That's the end of May to be dealt with. Looking here at Jeff Rietveld then, and the start of the final qualifying session of the evening, the final run through the opening sector in this qualifying session for these drivers. So only one more time to get stressed out. They are very comfortable with track limits, Redline. I have noticed that, because they do run out wide at turn 10. They don't get slowdowns for doing it. They know exactly where that line is. Yeah, they do, yeah. That's the classic sign of a team that's practiced very well over the course of a round, because, you know exactly where to push the limit. Jeff Rietveld maybe a little bit behind where he could have been in sector number 1. And I just think he could do with a little bit more speed here this year, 2025. He's just been a little bit further behind his teammates, who between them have managed to get 7 wins. 2 wins each, apart from Kevin Siggy, who's got 3. But Rietveld lagging behind with no wins now. And not sure what it is, but he's just maybe not got off to the start in 2025 that he would have liked. No, of course, the driver who won the first ever race in R1's history was Jeff Rietveld back in Katowice back in 2023, and it was an impressive victory. Of course, that was around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. This track, a little bit different, but you're absolutely right. He's just not been able to get up to speed in this season thus far. I'm sure he will. Also, a driver that goes well at LAN or at home. He doesn't really change either, so I'm sure by the time that we land over in the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, we'll be running very, very strong indeed. He's been beaten by a 1/10 of a second in the first sector by Kevin Siggy. Into the final sector he goes, and Jeff Rietveld will come up towards the line, set a 59.198. Not a bad lap time indeed. Not bad to start off with. However, I will be surprised if that's pole, based on what we've seen so far this afternoon in these lap times. As we watch Kevin Siggy now down into the final corner. That is a very good first sector from Kevin Siggy. He did a 58, don't forget, in the second qualifying session, sorry. We will see whether he can do it again here, because the only driver so far to have done so. Is it another 58 from Kevin Siggy? No, 59.1, but it is quicker than Rietveld. He didn't seem happy or sad about that one, or angry. He just seemed like Kevin Siggy. Now towards the line then comes Charlie Collins. Onto the brakes and into the final corner. The sector times are looking okay, but not crazy good as he flicks it through that final corner. I think it's more going to be a 59.2 from Charlie Collins, unless he's had a worldie out of the final corner at 27. Up towards the line, we'll see the timer check up. Oh, he has had a worldie out of the final corner. Never mind, again, I'll have to shut my big mouth. Across the line for a 1:59. Not quite faster than Kevin Siggy, though. Yep, Collins is right in there, and he's looking to take another race win this season for the first time since the second seeding round, which is a very long time ago now by his standards, as Enzo Benito makes his way through the final corner. This is not going to be anywhere near the pole. Benito been a little bit below par here today, unfortunately for him. He's already, as I mentioned earlier, taken 2 wins this season, but they've both come in the seeding rounds earlier on this season. That's a 2:01.2. He's not going to add to that win tally here tonight. No, certainly not. That's obviously not great for Enzo Benito. He has copped a whack at the turn 10 slowdown, which has cost quite a few people. Moritz Lerner into the final corner. And again, that second sector's looking a little bit mid. Looked a little bit boaty as well on the exit of 27. The front end not wanting to grip on the exit of the corner as he was trying to get onto the throttle, was pushing out towards the barrier, not allowing the rear end to come round at all. And it's a 59.329 as he crosses the line.
Moritz Lerner currently in 4th then, and you'd imagine will be down the lower end of the Maus lineup. They'll certainly be hoping so if Maus are to do anything here to stave off relegation for another week. Out of the final corner now for Josh Rogers, who hasn't quite got to grips with Jeddah as well as he would have liked, quite possibly here, as he makes his way over the line. This will bring us to the halfway stage of the session. I don't think this is any quicker than Collins, and no, it's not even quicker than Lerner. Josh Rogers struggling tonight.
Dane Warren could be able to throw himself ahead of Charlie Collins, though, although that said, at the moment he's tracking for about 600ths off of the pole time. It was that final sector that was the difference maker for Collins, though, earlier on in the session, when Charlie Collins was able to throw himself onto the front row of the grid. Not quite able to beat Kevin Siggy, though. Can Dane Warren be that driver? I mean, Porsche Carrera need to at least show something here when it comes to being able to beat Team Redline as they head their way up towards the line. Dane Warren crosses the beam, only goes into 4th place.
Yeah, Porsche Carrera would have liked him to have got at least ahead of Rietveld there with that lap time, but not able to this time round. Dennis Schoninger is looking to get up there for Maus, and they need it as well. He needs to ideally be on the front row here. He needs to finish ahead of a lot of the Porsche Carrera drivers, to be honest. If Maus are to get themselves out the relegation zone, it doesn't look like with that reaction he's going to be getting anywhere close to doing that, but we've been proved wrong before based on judging reactions. It's a .2. It's not a bad time, but it is 4th for Schoninger.
Certainly so. Max Benneker, next one to come through, and this is more like it. Of course, that first sector, 44.0. That is very strong in the opening sector of the Jeddah Corniche circuit. Onto the brakes and into the final corner. He's been beaten, though, in that first sector by Luke Bennett, who's come across the line 7,000ths of a second faster at sector split. This qualifying session is about to be changed up, and the Benneker being the first time to change it as he heads up towards the line. He crosses the beam for a 1.65. He is less than 100th of a second off of pole.
That is unbelievably close out front right now. Can any of these last 3 drivers do anything to maybe just stretch out that advantage or disadvantage indeed for the rest of them behind? This is exceptional in this qualifying session for Group A. Jordan Caruso, meanwhile, makes his way towards the line. Don't think he'll be joining them in the 59.1s unless he's done something absolutely extraordinary in the final sector. 59.4. Another driver today, been struggling a little bit at Jeddah. Oh my word.
Whoa, okay, this is going to be a big lap time from Luke Bennett. We were all talking about Kevin Siggy maybe qualifying on pole. Luke Bennett obviously opened the round this evening with pole position. It's been a front row lockout for Kevin Siggy and Luke Bennett in the opening 2 races this evening. Could it be 3 in a row? I think by the reaction, he's not disappointed or anything. I think this is going to be onto pole for Luke Bennett as he heads his way up towards the line. 59.157 to beat. 59.044. It's a fantastic lap time from Luke Bennett as he moves his way up on the provisional pole position with just Yuri Kasdorf to go. It is going to be a Team Redline front row.
And by the standards of this competition, that is an absolutely massive margin as well. Over 1/10 of a second for Luke Bennett. That's an extraordinary lap time. It's Bennett and Siggy for the 3rd race in a row, and he's going to spoil our seeing 6 different winners on 6 different races tonight, by the way, because one of those 2 are going to win again, I'd imagine. Meanwhile, Yuri Kasdorf goes over the line. It's only 10th from him, although that's one of his better lap times today. Just shows you how close these qualifying sessions are. But it's Luke Bennett who's got the pole time. Team Redline look like they're going to lock out the day with 3 wins in 3 races and 3 front row lockouts as well here at Jeddah. What an extraordinary evening for them.
You doubted me coming into this evening when I said that could possibly happen. We could have 3 different winners from each of the groups. Nope. You're shaking your head, but you're absolutely talking trash. I said that could happen, and it could still happen, but it maybe needs to come from Charlie Collins from 3rd position on the grid. Basically, it needs to come from not the front row of the grid, because both Luke Bennett and Kevin Siggy have won this evening. And I would say, based on that, I can tell you who's probably going to win this race. It's probably going to be Kevin Siggy because he's starting 2nd.
Yeah. Is that a record, by the way, for all of the races, by the way, that 2nd place has been first coming out of the first corner every time? Has that happened every time? It's certainly happened a lot, and so I probably agree. I think Siggy is probably favourite for this.
yeah, obviously, if you want to go and check all of those stats out, you can go and download the RENNSPORT app, either on the Play Store or on the Apple App Store, where you can find all of the information, the history, the results of R1, of course, all of your personal results if you're taking part in RENNSPORT online, and of course, you can just find all of the updates and stuff, streams, all this, that, and the other. You can get yourself involved in the Twitch drops, of course, at twitch.tv/RENNSPORT_GG. That all you need to be logged in with the app as well. So there's a few things to go and get that one installed, and then maybe you can find all the stats that Ewan and I really kind of chase after, because we care about the stats, the drivers don't.
No, it's somewhat surprising how little they care sometimes. We didn't get to chat to Melko Page after that last race, of course, but how much do you think he would have cared that that's his first win in 2 years? I mean, not a bit,
less.
probably.
Could have been his first win in 2 years. Could have been his first win in 15 minutes. It doesn't matter. Yeah, they just like winning, regardless as to when or how often.
And another thing they wouldn't have cared about, by the way, is that all three teams won one race in that previous in that previous group. By the way, Group D. I think that's the first time that's happened as well. It didn't happen at Fuji in any of the groups, so that's a first. But he wouldn't have cared about that either.
No, indeed not. I'm literally just looking. Jack Keithley qualified in second place and then won from second place. I'm now going through the stats, mate. I'm finding it. Obviously, yeah. So Jack Keithley was second, then got promoted up into the race. That was obviously in race number 2 for them the evening. Marco Pajic started in second position and obviously won the final race. The only one where that didn't happen then would have been race 1, because Robbie Stapleford qualified in 4th place. So it's not the outside of the front row, it's just the outside of the second row. So basically the same thing. So basically, all of the drivers have had that have won have had the outside line at turn 1. Is that not fascinating?
It's certainly a trend that you can point to. I think as well that is very much come off the back of last week, and the week before, where Fuji being second was advantageous as well, because it gave you the inside for turn number 1. So yeah, I think that's very much been the story of this season so far, where second place has actually been quite advantageous. But let's see if Luke Bennett can just do something a little bit different this time round and maybe keep the lead.
We'll have to wait and see. Look, at the moment, those again, we're obviously talking about the actual in-race results. We're talking about the live standing, which is there in the top right. As far as we're concerned, that's pretty stable, isn't it? That ain't changing. No, that's not changing. Maus are going to be third. Porsche are going to be second. Redline are going to win this round. That's just how this is going to work, unless there is an unreal turn of events in this race, and I don't even know what that unreal turn of events would have to be.
I'd say at least 3 of the Maus drivers would have to be in the top half for that to happen, if not all 4 of them. And that, for one, is quite unlikely, unfortunately, based on what we've seen so far tonight from them. It looks like they're going to be back to Group B and looking to try and get themselves promoted again in 3 weeks' time. They'll have a nice bit of time off after going back-to-back weeks here, but be a bit of time off for Maus after this one, and some of them may need it after the last couple of weeks.
Certainly so. Well, let's take a look at the starting grid for the final race of the evening. And all of those Porsche Commanders will be starting on the inside, which, based on this evening, not a good spot for them. It'll be Enzo Benito on the outside of the rear row of the grid, with Will Chadwick. Wow, what a move. He's been promoted up into... No, it's obviously Jordan Caruso, don't worry. He was qualified in 11th position. Then it's Yuri Kasdorp in 10th, with Josh Rogers down there in 9th position, with Moritz Lerner in 8th, alongside Dane Warren on the inside of row number 4. Then it's Dennis Schoeniger with Jeff Rietveld, Max Benneker in 4th position, Charlie Collins in 3rd, Kevin Siggy and Luke Bennett. I'm going to make a call here, and it's only because I just want something to actually happen in this race. I think Benneker might win from 4th, genuinely. Why not?
I mean, to be honest with you, if I'm being cynical again, I can't see a way in which Bennett and Siggy aren't 1-2.
You're absolutely right, but I'm trying to be hopeful here of something to actually happen in this race, and it's going to come from the outside of one of the rows, and it's going to come probably from the outside of row number 2. I'm not saying he might win, but I mean, look, I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're right. He might well be the animator of this race and the one most likely to try and get in between them. But I think Redline are favourites to go 1 and 2 again here. And look at the point score they'd have, by the way, if they manage to keep this. Goodness me, over 170.
Yeah, they'd nearly be 100 points clear of Porsche Commander. Well, let's see. Final race of the evening and the final race for Group A around the Jeddah Corniche circuit with the same front row that we've had all night. They've flipped round once, they've flipped round twice. It's Luke Bennett on pole position. It's not a good start, though, from Kevin Siggy, who's already under attack by Charlie Collins on the race down into the first corner. Collins will look to the inside and try and send it. There comes Max Benneker straight round the outside, and Mouse have had an absolute disaster. They've been spun round left, right and centre. It is not a 1-2 for Team Redline, though, as is Luke Bennett leading from Charlie Collins from Kevin Siggy. But look at that for Mouse, running 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th.
What a catastrophe for Mouse, and it was so avoidable as well. Max Benneker was on the outside line there, exactly as you said, at the rightly, to try and get into the lead. That was exactly the right thing to do, obviously, but he just didn't give enough space to the drivers on the inside. There were 2 drivers on his inside. Bennett and Siggy were both there, and they were it wasn't a surprise. They were both there from ages out, and he still turned across them both, spun himself around. Not sure how Schoninger got spun around, by the way. We'll have a second look a bit later, but that was so avoidable for Max Benneker. I get that he probably just laid it all on the line there and said, no, whatever happens here in turn 1 happens, but it really that was a bit silly, and Miles are going to score a very small amount of points. They're going to average about 10 points per race here, and that's a really low score, terribly low score.
That'll be the lowest score that we've seen from any team in the dynamic group stage thus far, which is not a good claim to fame. Let's go with that. I mean, look, Benneker, they've already accepted they're being demoted, so I think Benneker was going full send, because why not? The only problem is if he gets penalty points from doing so, then he could potentially risk getting a qualifying ban in the future. So he has to still be a little bit careful, but I'm not sure there's going to be any penalties for it. I think it's just racing down to the first corner is what it is. Just desperation. But hey, it was banter, so at least there was that. It was something exciting to see, just not maybe the smartest thing that we've ever seen in R1. One thing that is for sure, though, Luke Bennett is leading, Charlie Collins is second. Kevin Siggy, though, who's in 3rd position, is going to go on the attack to try and make this a team of Redline. 1 and 2 once again. Let's see if Collins is able to keep up with Luke Bennett and is able to keep Kevin Siggy at bay down into the first corner. Onto the brakes is going to go. There comes the look from Kevin Siggy. Charlie Collins says, what are you talking about, bruv? You ain't going down there.
Oh, and meanwhile, Dane Warren is on Enzo Benito, and that slows up Jordan Caruso as well. Yuri Kasdorp will close in a little bit as well, and so that will stay the same in the battle for 6th place. Redline's score, by the way, of 161 is an average per race score higher than the best score before today. So that is another extraordinary thing for them. They have had an unbelievable day here, Redline, and if they continue this form, they are going to be going to the Esports World Cup without taking a breath.
Yeah, they're honestly, look, we know that the teams that are going into the Esports World Cup, we know Porsche Commander are going to do it, we know Team Redline's going to do it. That's fine. Also, after this, by the way, they're going to be locked on points at the top of our standings. Of course, it's 12 points for winning a round, 11 points per second, then 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You can count, well done. Now say it in Polish, but no, the real thing is that they're locked on points because they are the same. They're basically the same strength. Porsche Commander were the dominant force at Fuji, and then Team Redline are the dominant force here. Who's going to be the dominant force at Daytona?
Yeah, and well, I think Redline, to be honest. If I'm being honest, I think teamwork is required quite heavily at Daytona. I think Redline do it better, if I'm honest, and that is going to leave them in the first position at Daytona as well. But we'll see on that. Yeah, I do wonder as well how much the manufacturers have played a role in this. You know, Porsche seeming strong at Fuji and BMW seeming strong at Jeddah. I wonder if that's played any sort of a role here or not. I'm going to get edged towards not, but it's something worth noting that it has been so not close between the two, but the roles have been reversed in each week between Redline and Porsche Commander. Very interesting to note. Rogers and Rietveld just went side by side through the final quarter, by the way. For whatever reason, Rogers' qualifying pace has not been as strong as it usually is, but he's raced well again, and he'll be coming through shot in a moment. Side by side with Rietveld, they both made the corner, if you can believe it, and they come out the other side, still side by side.
Yeah, let's see if we can see some quality racing, which we have seen a little bit this evening, especially here in Group A. Josh Rogers going to jump in behind Jeff Rietveld, who currently still hangs on to 4th position. The highest place then Porsche Commander is still that of Charlie Collins in 2nd position. He's able to keep Kevin Siggy at bay at the moment. Is Collins, Josh Rogers trying to work his way forward. You're absolutely right. Like, Rogers Rogers has not qualified well this evening, but has raced well, as we would always expect, because he's always been a bit of a good racer. That's just always where Rogers has been. The thing with Josh Rogers, was it last season, or was it even, I think it might have actually been the full season back in 2023. His qualifying was not good. I remember for a while he struggled in qualifying, struggled to find that consistency again, and then it clicked and he still won the championship anyway, because it was Josh Rogers, isn't it? And I get the feeling that's kind of what we're seeing here a little bit. Just struggling to find that consistency round in round of this car in qualifying. Maybe it's not quite working for him, and I'm sure he's the kind of driver that really finds his pace when it comes to, for example, LAN, which we'll be dealing with. Let's have a look at the banterous race start. Take a look for the red and white on the outside.
I'm not going to change my opinion. Let's see. Down towards turn one. I still don't think so. I mean, Benneker there has got to give space for two cars down his inside, because he's made it 3 wide after all. He's not got anyone else to blame there. He's made it 3 wide and then still got spun around. This would be a good vision of it here. You can see there just not giving the space that was required. Unfortunately, the 2 red line cars staying out in front. This is quite grisly for one of the Porsches we were on board with there. But yeah, I can't understand that. Benneker has done so much racing to know that is something that you just can't get away with. I'm very baffled to even seen that, as Rogers gives Rietveld another run for his money through turn 1 and 2.
Yeah, indeed. There we go. Maybe with a bit of a squeeze out towards the barrier, and finally Rogers has worked his way through. Completely agree with everything what you said. Benneker sent it in, and he was basically turning left straight over the nose of the red lines down there at T1, and that was what sent him off. If it was battling for the championship and he threw it all on the line, I would almost say maybe it's actually a little bit silly if if you need to score some decent points. At this point, the only thing they're fighting for is the race victory, so because they're going down anyway. So you might as well go full send at T1 because it doesn't. Honestly, it doesn't matter. And I'm looking at that being like the only person who's really come out of that really badly is Benneker himself. At which point, is it a penalty from race control? Probably not. So at the same time, as much as it is like, oh, that was maybe a little bit silly, I kind of get it though. I do understand it, and I almost don't disagree with it, as silly as it kind of is,
Yeah, I still think it's silly, no matter whether you're definitely out or definitely won. I think it's silly to
just accept the banter.
For those purposes, you can accept it, but it's just something you wouldn't expect from Max Benneker. You'd expect him to drive better than that, but unfortunately, that was a lapse in concentration down towards turn 1, we'll say, and an incident that he isn't going to recover from in this race, and neither are Miles. Yuri Kazduk is on the back of Jordan Caruso at the back of this very large group for 4th place. However, it's going to be too little too late for Miles unless there's some really extraordinary turnaround. As Kazduk fires down the inside, Rogers and Rietveld go side by side. Kazduk giving it a go further down.
Certainly so, and Rogers, well, he's got to fend off both of these 2 team red lines, whilst his teammate, by the way, is battling for the race victory. Here we go then for Josh Rogers, trying to fend off those 2 team red line cars as they head their way into the first corner. It's to the outside from Jeff Rietveld. It's contact between the 2 of them, but Josh Rogers is able to fend them off. But the front of the field looks like it's going to be turned up to 11 as Charlie Collins tries to seek his 5th victory of 2025.
Yeah, and Porsche Anders' first win of the evening as well, which is unusual to say, I suppose, considering their form so far this season. Through the end of the first sector comes this battle for 4th, though. And Josh Rogers holds on to this position, and all the positions stay the same. In fact, further down, Charlie Collins, meanwhile, is through on the way to turn 13. That's very, very bizarre, but he's got it done, and wherever you get it done, then you're not going to be complaining about the location of the move. Just be pleased that he's got it done, and he certainly has.
There must have been an issue on the exit of the first sector there for Luke Bennett, and now potentially Charlie Collins is going to get double teamed by the team red line cars there in 2nd and 3rd position. We said about familial support earlier on in the evening. Obviously, Jack Keithley has his dad who's always watching. I know Charlie Collins has got his brother Bryn who's keeping a close eye. Pretty handy racer himself is Bryn Collins, and I'm sure he'll be keeping an eye as to what Charlie's doing at the moment on the way potentially to a 5th victory of the season. It's going to be a tall order if he's going to be able to do it, that is for sure. He's got 2 tenths back to Luke Bennett, a further 2 tenths back to Kevin Siggy. This is going to be I'm sure his heart rate's pretty high. It doesn't look it, but I'm sure his heart rate's raised a little bit.
I'd imagine it is as well, as Luke Bennett is on the outside line in towards that final corner. Can they put a bit of teamwork in here? Team Red Line. Oh, very nicely done from Charlie Collins. Very well defended. He kept it tight on the inside line there to make sure that Bennett got stuck behind him, but it might just have been one that Bennett saw coming here. And he's got a better run onto the front straight as a result. He's still just about alongside here, Collins, with Siggy looking to try and come through as well. If Collins gets behind both of the Red Line drivers, it's over. So he's got to stay at least second here. Through turn 2. Bennett's not going to give him too much room, but just about enough space, and Collins still there going into the first sector.
This is superb racing between them. There goes to the outside, comes Kevin Siggy to the inside, so there's Charlie Collins. He's had contact here with Benneker earlier on in the evening, but Charlie Collins is going full send here as they work their way into the S's section. He's still slightly alongside Luke Bennett, who makes it through into the race lead and completes the pass. It's been brilliant racing between the top 3, and they're dragging in the driver with the most victories in R1's history. Joshua Rogers is starting to knock at the door in what has been a fantastic final race thus far. With 2.5 laps left to go, Bennett leads.
And there's not a single interval gap, more than a second, by the way. This is starting to feel like a proper race here at the final of Jeddah in Group A. This is fantastic from Luke Bennett down to Dennis Schoninger. All the gaps, less than a second. Charlie Collins putting that pressure on here with Porsche Coanda still a million points behind Team Redline. They're looking to pull off the miracle of all miracles here and get ahead of them and win the day.
Certainly so. I mean, look, that's not going to happen. They ain't winning the day, but they do at least want to win the final race. They do want to at least leave Jeddah with their heads held high. They're throwing everything at this and leaving it in the hands of Charlie Collins. Through turn 22 and 23 they go to end the third to last lap. We'll be heading on to the penultimate run around the Jeddah Corniche circuit. On board with the opening winner of the evening, it was Kevin Siggy. Then it was Luke Bennett. Who's going to take that third victory? At the moment, it seems like it could be the Red Line man, but their gaps are so small.
That's a look from Collins in towards the final corner, but Luke Bennett is able to hold him off through there. And what role is Kevin Siggy going to play in all of this? Because as I said, I think Collins has got no chance if he falls behind Siggy here and he lets this become a Red Line 1-2. From there, they'll be able to defend between themselves nicely. Collins wants the inside for turn 1. Bennett doesn't want to let him have that one, really. It's a big squeeze. Collins, inside line, breaks later, and he's through.
Well, Luke Bennett just drove straight into the wall. That was crazy as he was moving back over in the braking zone. Fantastic move from Charlie Collins to begin the penultimate lap of the race. Bit of a look there coming in from Kevin Siggy on Luke Bennett, but that was never for a move because, again, they're a team and it only matters really what your team's scoring in this rather than what you're doing as an individual. Charlie Collins then back to the front of the field. You mentioned those gaps being incredibly tight. It is Porsche from Red Line, from Red Line, from Porsche, from Red Line, from Red Line, from Porsche, from Porsche, from Mouse, and Mouse.
Goodness me. It's very orderly down at the back, unfortunately, for Mouse, as Kastrup, Lerner, Benneker and Schoninger bring up the rear here in this one. Penultimate lap of the race. Charlie Collins still leading, but you know, how is he going to be able to hold on here? It would be impressive if he can manage it, and he'll take his 5th race win of the season if he can as well. It's been some weeks though since he was able to take a victory. I know he didn't race last week, but the one before didn't take any win in those 3 weeks, and indeed in the last seeding round didn't take any wins either. Charlie Collins looking to win for the first time in nearly a month here.
Yeah, he's been focusing on getting some miles under his belt cycling, along with Joshua Rogers, which he's done a fair few miles over the recent few weeks. Of course, the miles have been racked up on the sim as we'll head our way out onto the back stretch and down into 27, the final corner, for the penultimate time. When the position switch is going to happen then? 27 is an overtaking opportunity, sure. Also turn 1, also turn 4, also turn 13 and 22. Which one is going to be the opportunity for Luke Bennett as we begin the final lap here at the Jeddah Corniche circuit this evening?
Is Collins going to be defending all the way through, or is he going to try and be passed so he can repass again before the end? I'd imagine he's just going to defend the whole way through, and in towards turn 1 he's got a decent chance of doing it as well. This is a big late dive from Bennett, and Siggy's not going to help him. That's Joshua Rogers who goes steaming in, and that is Red Line all over the place. All of a sudden it's all fallen apart.
Rogers giving the absolute Christmas gift that Charlie Collins didn't expect to come in the middle of May, as he has absolutely ended what was a fantastic battle. That was a wild move from Josh Rogers that will probably be penalised quite harsh, as now he makes contact with Yuri Kazdorp. Mouse trying to throw their way into this. It has gone from excellent racing to absolute chaos in a heartbeat.
And who would have thought Josh Rogers would be the one to kick it off? That was extremely not Josh Rogers-like at all. He'll be apologising, I think, profusely after this race for that, because he won't have meant that at all. Yeah, well, yeah, maybe. As Miles try and come through here on Jordan Caruso, he's actually sabotaged his teammates more than himself. Jordan Caruso has now been passed by 2 Mouses, and he's now trying to hold off Dennis Schillinger as well. Luke Bennett's going to be pretty unhappy with all that as well, dropping down to 11th. What a catastrophe at the end of this race. Dear, oh dear.
Would it be Mouses or would it be Mice?
Mice?
Yeah, well, yeah, but Mice, yeah, doesn't Mice, yeah, you still got to stick the Z in there somewhere, right?
Good point, yeah.
Anyway, we'll move on from pointless topics, because there's still racing happening. We head down into 22, and Jordan Caruso back here embroiled in a fight with Dennis Schoniger and Max Benneker to end a race which was exciting for 7 of the 8 laps, and it all kicked off into the opening corner courtesy of that move, or attempt rather, from Josh Rogers. It's allowed this driver though to check off into the distance, and to be fair, I would say has definitely earned this victory regardless. I know it was obviously assisted there from Rogers, but put himself in fantastic position to doing so for the 5th time in 2025. It is Charlie Collins on top here in R1 with a fantastic drive of the Jeddah Corniche circuit, meaning all 6 races this evening have been won by 6 different drivers. Incredible scenes.
Yeah, and it had to take something quite remarkable towards the end to make it happen. Josh Rogers getting straight into the side of Luke Bennett there in towards turn number 1, and it's decided that race in favour of Charlie Collins, who, as you say, didn't do anything wrong, but has certainly benefited from that as he takes race victory from this one. 5th win of the season, as you say. That's tied most of anybody alongside Darren McCormack.
Had a bit of slow-mo happening there. They're underwater in the Commander facility. No, that was a great drive from Charlie Collins. I'm sure we'll be catching up with him in just a moment. And I will say, yes, despite that move from Joshua Rogers and basically what made that final lap very easy for Charlie Collins, the race wasn't, and he still timed his way brilliantly. He still battled with the red lines brilliantly. So I think, like, obviously that last lap was a bit but Charlie Collins still earned that victory. It wasn't a pure luck, as if like everything had exploded in front of him and then he'd come through. Yeah, I agree with that assessment. He certainly does deserve the race win, even despite everything else that's gone on around him in that race. So you know, he can be pleased with that. I think the thing overall that be in their minds though is the overall performance for Porsche Commander here this evening. Well, let's find out from the man himself. We are joined now by Charlie Collins, the race winner of your final race of 2025, of round 5 in this season. Oh, I don't know, I'm going up to where. Obviously, a great drive, a brilliant victory. A hard one, though. Obviously, you had to fend off those 2 red lines for a considerable portion of the race. That last lap was pretty easy, though. What do you make of that race? What do you make of your performance? What do you make of red line's performance through the evening?
Hey, guys. Yeah, quite nice to be back in the broadcast booth, to be honest. Yeah, I don't really know where to start. I'm definitely really happy with the win. Like you said, it was a tough race. Just kind of swapping for the lead and some teamwork going on, you know, with 2 BMWs at the front. So honestly, I'm just really happy to pull it off. But it's a bittersweet feeling, to be honest, after, I think, not the best round for us. Yeah, I mean, fair play to Redline. I think they executed well, and I think we didn't. Saying that though, it's still nice to get a win, and it's not like a complete domination from them. And yeah, I think we'll be back stronger next round.
Because we'll see you all again in 2 weeks' time for that next showdown between Redline and Porsche Commander. But how do you assess these first 2 rounds, first of all, at Fuji and at Jeddah? Because I think it's fair to say that you were dominating the other teams at Fuji, and it's Redline dominating the other teams at Jeddah. What do you put that down to in both of those occasions?
Yeah, it does. Looking at the results, it does seem like that way. And like I said before, I just put it down to execution. You know, it is really tough to put these laps in under this pressure. You kind of know it's a bit different to maybe the format last at the start of the year, because in the start of the year, you know, maybe like you weren't racing against the 2 best teams in the series, and now you know wherever you quali, there's going to be, you know, 11 other good drivers putting in laps, or people who are really fast. So yeah, to be honest, it's all learning, and I think we need to remember that we're coming here to peak for EWC. So we're just learning, and yeah, I think we learned a lot tonight, and we'll use that in the future.
Finding that form once again and taking a 6th victory in totality, a 5th one of the season. Charlie Collins, you winning this evening. Cheers, Charlie.
Thanks, guys.
There we go. And a brilliant drive it was. Excellent stuff. Let's see how it unfolded and all of the drama of what was an absolutely chaotic race, especially that final lap down to the first corner. Watch Mouse on the outside and the right-hand side as they get onto the brakes of the first corner. Bennica going full send, trying to get around the outside of Kevin Siggy, and it didn't work out for 3 of the Mouse drivers, all being sent off, especially that one of Bennica, pumped round at the first corner, along with the likes of Dennis Schoniger as well. On board with a look into that first corner with Josh Rogers getting squeezed through the middle, seeing basically some of this all very much unfold, and it was chaotic to say the least. Obviously later on in the race it was Rogers that was making the move to move up into 4th position in a fantastic fight with a couple of the red line drivers, including that of Jeff Rietveld up in the 4th position. It would be the move for Rogers as he would set his sights on trying to close down on these 3 here. A slow exit, maybe a slow down for Luke Bennett to allow Charlie Collins to sweep through and take over the race lead, or potentially even an orchestrated move to make sure that the 2 team red lines could get closer and work together. It wasn't long before Luke Bennett was able to work his way back around the outside of Charlie Collins, but this fight would continue all the way up until the final lap of the race. It would be Bennett through on Collins, and then once again it will be Collins through on Bennett with this great move down at turn 1. Bennett hitting the wall on the right-hand side as they were in the braking zone. And then last lap of the race, Josh Rogers making this mistake into the side of Bennett, spinning him around, collecting up with a little bit with Kevin Siggy as well. And Jordan Caruso also getting dropped backwards, courtesy of all of it. Another look at that instant, but it was a fantastic drive from Charlie Collins to take the victory. And again, just epic.
Yeah, great drive from Collins again, but not epic driving on the last lap. I think it's fair to say on that occasion. He will take the win nevertheless. And I think in 2 weeks' time, the showdown between Team Redline and Porsche Cayenne is going to be very exciting again. So far, we've seen them take a race win each, or a round win each, I should say, but we haven't seen it really be close. So I'm hoping that 3rd time round, it's going to be a very close fight to the end for the top spot, and maybe even there's going to be a 3rd team fighting out with them as well.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, yes, we'll be losing Mouse from this group. We'll update you with the confirmed points as soon as we get it from Race Control. We can circle back a little bit and focus on Group D, which obviously was a little bit earlier on in the evening. TC looks really, really strong in that. This is confirmation from Race Control. It is TC that will top the group. 40 points, 49 points, and 40 points to top Group D. Look at how close ERA and Guild are, though. Just 1 point separating ERA and Guild, meaning that, of course, from the end of the evening, from the final results, of course, it'll be 3 points in totality taken from TC. It'll be 2 from ERA and 1 from Guild, meaning that in the overall standings, it's just 4 points rather for Guild. Nope, correct. It's 4 points for ERA and it's 2 points for Guild. I was getting it right the first time. It has not been a good start to the season for those 2 teams. And I think their chances of moving through into the Esports World Cup, even that, obviously the final place playoffs, basically, it's looking low.
Yeah, I think, as we've spoken about before, it's a must get promoted in 2 weeks' time for both those 2 teams, especially for Guild. You've only got 2 points so far. That's a long way behind the rest of the contenders and the rest of the teams, unfortunately, this time around. But there you go. We're now joined by one of the TC Racing drivers. Very pleased with their Group D afternoon. It's Jack Keithley joins us. Welcome in, Jack. Good to speak to you again. How's it feel to be promoted straight back to Group C?
Hang on. I'm putting my camera back on because this is a very sudden message. Literally, just bear with me. And there we go. My beautiful face is now on the screen. Yeah, there we go. Hey, wait, what? How dare you, Lewis? Anyway, I'm now here. There we go. Right. Wait, what was the question again? Sorry.
What was the question? How are you feeling to be promoted back to Group C again as a team? Straight away as well, not having to languish down in Group D for any longer than a week.
I mean, it was the aim. It was the ultimate aim going into this round. There was no doubt, in ability-wise, we could get out of this. But bearing in mind the track, it's a street circuit, and even in our own test races, it was pretty unpredictable how turn 1 would be. So it was a case of just, I think, survival, not just pure speed. But yeah, it feels really, really good to get out of the group. But let's be honest, doesn't matter what group you're in, you're racing against superstars. I mean, in this group, you've got guys like Marco Pajic and Bono House. I mean, in Group D, it's crazy, the talent through every group. But yeah, it feels absolutely mega. And Daytona Road next, I believe, in 3 weeks. So really looking forward to that.
Yeah, you got a little bit of time off. Obviously, I remember when you were in the same team as Bonner House back in 2013, Precision. I remember the days. I've been in sim racing a long time. You've obviously had a lot of support in your sim racing journey, and I have brought him up a little bit on this broadcast, probably not for good reasons. But your dad is a huge supporter of your sim racing career. I mean, let's talk about that a little bit. You know, what's it like having that familial support, having your dad watching the broadcasts, keeping up with what you're doing in the world of sim racing? It's got to be great.
It's brilliant. I mean, he doesn't have to, but he does because he obviously loves what I do, and he's watched every race I've done basically since I started this, and he's watched me racing everything. So I wouldn't be able to probably do this at the level I do without him. So yeah, it's just really, really good that he was able to watch this. He gave me the biggest hug afterwards, and yeah, he was telling me as well about you, Lewis, and but no hard feelings.
I remember that Cooper broadcast very, very well. Jack, congratulations on progressing your way through. We'll catch up with you in 3 weeks.
Yes, I'm going to have myself as much joy as possible having this time off. And I guess it's not every stream you see a dancing naked man on the camera.
Certainly not. It's ingrained in my memory.
Yeah. Also, I just want to say, last thing, massive thank you to TC Racing, everyone in TC Sports done an absolutely amazing job. I wouldn't be able to do this how I am if it wasn't for them. In practice, we'll push each other, so it's really, really good for the entire team.
Cheers, Jack.
Thanks very much. Yeah, Jack Keeley, chatting to us.
Our top team from Group D. Superb as well. Honestly, that's a great story for TC to get dropped down and bounce back so quick.
Yeah, I said it there. I mean, it's really key, I think, for any team that gets relegated to just jump straight back again. I think it could get quite difficult if you start to stay in groups. Obviously, B and C, it's a bit more movable. So I guess the real key in those is going to be, Christ, don't get 2 relegations in a row, because that would be really bad. But for if you're getting down into Group D, I think you could get really stuck there, actually, if you don't get promoted immediately. So very good news for them that they've managed to do it, and another prediction gone wrong for us.
Yeah, but I will say at least one major prediction went right for me. You denied it. You denied it earlier on in the evening. 6 races, 6 different winners. I'm just that good. That's just how it is. Only one team were unable to think, oh, look, here he goes. He's got a point now. Here he goes.
I've got defence. If Josh Rogers hadn't done that in towards turn 1, it wouldn't have been true. So
you don't think so? I think Charlie Collins still would have won.
Maybe.
Why do you not think he would have won? Like, he was leading out of turn 2, and we've seen all the moves happen at turn 1 and 2.
Well, just say, yeah, you might be right. Look, we'll never know, obviously, but it's a mitigating factor that I'm going to claim.
But it's rubbish, though, isn't it? Had there not been an enormous crash down into turn 1, Robbie Stableford might not have won the first race of the evening.
Yeah,
potato, isn't it?
We could go all day with those, so that is fair enough. But I'm just so stunned that Josh Rogers actually did that. It's the main thing. Anyway, there's the point to the end of the day.
In the 100 race I've seen from Josh Rogers, there's very few mistakes that I've seen from that are quite as chaos-inducing. You're absolutely right. Let's take a look at the points for the day. Look at how dominant BMW M Team Redline Racing Bulls were in the opening 2 races. That gave them a gap that made the final race very comfortable indeed for them, meaning that they are the team that will top here and take victory in the round of the Jeddah Corniche circuit. So they'll take 12 points out in the Champions Standings. Porsche Commander Esports, they will take 2nd place and thus 11 points, but they did take victory in that final race. Mouse then, with them being in 3rd position in the group, it is a relegation, and so as quick as we said hello, we say bye-bye again. They are gone, sent straight back into Group B. Ewan, what do you make of racing here at Jeddah, and what do you think we're going to see in Group B and C next week?
Perhaps even more carnage. I think B and C in Fuji was actually more chaotic and more action-packed than what we saw in A and D at Fuji. I think that's going to be the same here at Jeddah, the same close quarters racing, the same physical racing as well, which is going to be a lot of fun in a week's time.
Certainly so. The battle of promotion and relegation will be in full focus in 1 week when we see Group B and Group C do action as the other 6 teams fight for survival here on their road to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Thank you so much for joining us here in RENNSPORT. We will see you in a week's time. Until then, have a good time. Bye-bye.